Now, all ears and eyes are turning towards our Master of Ceremonies, Marc Murray, who is going to be bringing the players out onto the Philippe Chatrier court very soon. Jabberwocky's set has finished. The lights have got brighter. The sun is still shining. There are a few lucky spectators, maybe a couple of thousand in the top seats of the stand who are enjoying this soft evening sunshine, and many of them are now standing, rhythmically hand clapping, as you can hear, in anticipation of the start of match number 59 between Novak Djokovic and Rafael Nadal. A reminder that it is 30-28 in Djokovic's favour, but if you just look at their Roland Garros meetings, it is 7-2 to Nadal. Djokovic's wins the last time they met, the only time they met in the quarterfinals here in 2015 in straight sets, and then in the semi-final last year he lost the first 5 games of the match, Djokovic, but he was the winner 3-6, 6-3, 7-6, 6-2, and now getting some noise from behind the scenes, and Nadal is hitting a few shadow forehands, looking lively, as you'd expect him to do just before walking out onto this Philippe Chatrier court once again, not staying still for a moment, just trying to keep the blood rushing through his veins. Novak Djokovic now appearing in a red top and white shorts just behind Nadal. No eye contact between the two at the moment, and any moment now they'll be asked to walk up the steps and then out onto this Philippe Chatrier court for what will be a 59th meeting, more than any other players in the history of men's tennis. Nadal is the first to climb the stairs, so he is the first who will be announced. About 15 to 20 stairs for Nadal, not the 148 we have to negotiate from the basement to the 5th floor of the Philippe Chatrier Broadcast Centre.
Le premier joueur à entrer sur le court possède 21 titres en Grand Chelem, 13 fois vainqueur ici à Roland-Garros. Il est espagnol, Rafael Nadal.
An ovation to make anybody feel pretty good about themselves. Not every single year he won the title mentioned yet, but here he comes, Nadal, for a 16th Roland Garros quarterfinal. He's won 14. That one solitary defeat was to Djokovic in the last 8 in 2015.
Il s'est opposé à celui qui possède 20 titres du Grand Chelem, dont 2 ici à Roland-Garros. Le tenant du titre, le numéro 1 mondial, le Serbe, Novak Djokovic.
And here comes the 2-time champion, a 20-time Grand Slam champion. Nadal has 21, and how significant tonight's match could be as to who finishes their career with more Grand Slams than any other male player. Nadal 21, Djokovic and Federer 20. The slams are running out, especially for Nadal. If you listen to the way he's talking, a foot injury that could end his career at any moment, he says. Djokovic seems to have longer in the sport, a year younger, fitter, but currently trailing Nadal by 1 Grand Slam. Damien Dumoussois is our umpire. He'll conduct the coin toss in just a moment, and we'll be underway in around about 5 minutes, Dalith.
I just wonder, Laura Robson, how much of a shame this is that this is only a quarter-final.
Yeah, it is a shame, but I mean, that's how the rankings work, and if it was done on the race, then obviously Rafa would be higher, but with the ranking system how it has been over the last couple of years, it's been very tough really to either stay in the top 10 or to really calculate your points, and Rafa, when you think about it, hasn't played a lot of tennis, and he's won a lot of tournaments that he has played in, but hasn't played a full year in quite some time due to many injuries and the foot that he's been talking about. So it's a shame that it's a quarterfinal. I think it's fun for the crowd, that they've got more of an opportunity to see this earlier on in the tournament. But yeah, this for most people, I think, is a final, really, isn't it? And you expect whoever wins this match to kind of go on and win the tournament.
Yeah, I didn't mean to say only a quarter-final, because clearly reaching a quarter-final can be a success in its own right. We've just
for these two, it's not a big deal.
Yeah, it's not a big deal. It's just another match. Getting a few reactions on our social media. Sasha's messaged in, we're lucky to be able to have Djokovic v Nadal at Roland Garros once again. Cherish these matches. They won't keep on happening. While Stephanie says we have to cherish these big three matches. How many more will we see? Also, that's the first time I've used big three, despite Murray being out of the top 10 for over 4 years. Annabelle, very true what Sasha and Stephanie are saying. We don't know whether these two players will ever face each other again because of what, the problems that we've all alluded to regarding the injuries with Rafa Nadal, and we have to cherish and enjoy them when they come along.
Yes, we most certainly do. And, it may well go down in the history as the greatest rivalry in tennis, with the amount of times they've met, the amount of times they've met in finals and some very, very big matches. And, of course, this ultimate overall history of who's going to end up with the most Grand Slam titles. So, it's a very special match-up to exceptional athletes, exceptional tennis players, special people who are really pushing the boundaries of our sport. So, long may we continue to enjoy it while they go head-to-head.
Yeah, Jason's messaged in, come on, Rafa, give us one last tango in Paris. I know that your foot is on the verge of collapsing, that your body is slower, that you play with pain, but do it one more time for your fans, for the legacy, for one final Roland Garros title, one last fairy tale. I wonder, Laura, if he does go on to win tonight and go on and win the tournament, whether that would be the most fitting moment to retire and hang up his racket.
Oh, I think that is impossible to say. I wouldn't have thought that he was going to win Australia and be in the position that we're in now, where he's one of the favourites to win Grand Slams again. I would say that if he can play, he will play until the very last moment. And he just loves the game, loves being out there, loves competing. So I think if there's a chance that he can play for a couple of more years, he absolutely will. He's been talking about the foot, that it might be his last Roland Garros, but we've sort of heard that before, haven't we, where he wasn't sure what was going on with his knees and now the foot, and there's been so many injuries throughout the years that he's been able to overcome. So I don't think you can rule him out at all for at least a couple of years.
Get in touch at 5Live Sports and hashtag BBC Tennis 909693 on the text. That's an interesting point, really, Annabelle, isn't it? Rafael Nadal has proved throughout his career you can never rule him out.
No, you can't. And even Carlos Moya, his coach, was saying exactly that ahead of this match. He did an interview with the ATP website, I think it was. He sort of does a lot of different interviews with them, which are always worth reading and interesting. But he said that even though he's had that 4.5-hour match, even many times while he's watched his pupil out there battling away and having some horrendous sort of injury problems, he said he just never underestimate him. He'll always sort of bounce back and be able to find something extra with that competitive instinct and be able to surprise everybody. So it's like all great champions, you just underestimate them at your peril. I was writing off Federer many years ago, and lo and behold, he came back and won about 3 or 4 Grand Slams later. And I just can't see him, the fact that he is in contention, that he's already won a slam this year, that he is in contention here yet again for his 14th French Open title, and with Djokovic breathing down his neck, there is so much at stake for these guys. They want to be in the history books as the greatest ever, or certainly in terms of how many slams they've won. I can't see that he's going to give up yet. He'll try everything to get his body back in shape until he literally cannot walk onto another court again. I think that he'll just keep pushing it to try and find ways around it.
You mentioned Roger Federer. I think Stephanie mentioned on the text about the big three. A penny for Roger Federer's thoughts, Laura. What will be going through his mind? Undoubtedly he'll be watching this, surely.
I'm not sure that he will, actually. And, he's got a couple of young kids. He just posted that he got a dog. So he's probably quite busy with that at the moment. And he's sort of said in the last year or so that he's watched the big matches and he watched Rafa win in Australia. But I think, this one, he'll probably want to be out there, and he'll be gutted that this isn't him playing. I know he's working so hard to be out on the court again, is trying to target a return maybe after Wimbledon, something like that, depending on his knee and his back. And, you know, he's getting on. So he just wants to be out here one last time. And I'm sure watching this with a full crowd, a pumped up stadium, probably doesn't help the rehab process.
Nadal and Djokovic both practicing their serves at the moment. Annabelle, it's a great stadium, isn't it, Philippe Chatrier? I just wonder for you, how does it compare, you know, to the others, to Flushing Meadows, you know, to Wimbledon Centre Court and to the main stadium in Australia?
Yeah, they're all different. They all have their own character, don't they? When you think of Arthur Ashe Stadium, it is absolutely vast. I mean, it's a very different shape, and it kind of extends outwards. And if you're at the top of the stadium, it's enormous, and everything seems quite small. This is quite intimate. It's noisy, as Russell was saying. They're kind of a pantomime crowd, I always call them, where they boo and hiss, and they like to get under the skin and prod and poke opponents. And if they dare question marks, they'll just get on the back of the players. Whereas at Wimbledon, I describe it a little bit more like a cathedral. You know, it's like a pin drop atmosphere. It's very pristine and beautiful with all the grass, flowers. They're all different. They're wonderful. But this is very chic. It's very French and very glamorous.
Oh, yeah.
Very chic, very glamorous, and very noisy, as you can hear as well, Delith. We are about to get underway. Yet another meeting, a 59th meeting between Novak Djokovic and Rafael Nadal. Their first in a Grand Slam came at the French Open of 2006, a quarter-final then as well. Djokovic retired with a lower back injury, having lost the first couple of sets. 16 years later, he has 20 Grand Slam titles, Nadal 21. And it's Djokovic that will begin this 2022 quarter-final live on 5 Live Sport this evening. Djokovic misses his first serve. He's wearing a predominantly red top, white shorts and red shoes. And Nadal is putting in a passing resemblance to an Aussie sportsman. Green and gold colours at the far end as we watch down from the 5th floor of the René Lacoste stand, where the broadcast centre is positioned here on the Philippe Chatrier court. That's a mistake from Nadal. Short ball, hammering a forehand hard back at Djokovic, but pushing it just over the baseline.
Yeah, it's a wonderful atmosphere, isn't it? It's electric. They're on the edge of their seats already. There's just a buzz around the Philippe Chatrier court tonight. As you said, just some of the fans in the top section, just still a little bit of sunshine on them.
I think a lot of people have reservations about the night sessions generally, as Djokovic serves to Nadal. The forehand from Djokovic, backhand from Nadal to the forehand of Djokovic. Nadal hits the backhand to Djokovic's forehand. He's absorbing a lot of pace there, Djokovic. Slides a backhand down the line. Nadal makes room for his forehand and hits deep, but Djokovic is equal to it. Backhand cross-court from Djokovic. Nadal down the line with a forehand. This is a fabulous rally. Djokovic has hit the baseline. Now he steps in and hits the forehand. That wasn't quite as convincing. He's on the move to hit a forehand to the Nadal backhand. Down the line goes Nadal. Djokovic reaching for it. He's landed it on the baseline. Extraordinary rally continuing here. And eventually Djokovic nets on the forehand. And Nadal is clenching his fist, but he's had to work that hard to win his first point of the quarter-final.
Oh, if that's a taster of what we're in store for, this is going to be a blockbuster. And it's quite clear that Nadal has come out all guns blazing, isn't he? Swinging from the hip, big, booming ground strokes, a lot flatter, a lot harder, a lot of aggression. So no loopy topspins in that last rally.
15 all. Djokovic in the opening game of the match. He was using a little bit more than his 25 seconds there, but Damien Dumoussois doing nothing, and a forehand winner from Djokovic to move to 30-15. The night sessions divide opinion because they start late at 9 o'clock in the evening by the time the first ball is hit, and it's still springtime in Paris, and therefore it can get cold, and the conditions are very, very different. They can be slow, they can be heavy, and we've not had particularly warm weather this fortnight so far. Night sessions in New York and Melbourne, normally very, very different. Not always hot in Melbourne, it can be chilly, but normally a lot hotter than we have in Paris at this time of year. And in New York, invariably you get the high humidity levels. It makes it horrible for the players, but a much more enjoyable experience for those watching. But they are here to stay, and when you get a match like this, then you can completely understand why they were so desperate to add French Open night sessions to the schedule. Good deep hitting again from Nadal. His backhand down the line is right onto the sideline. Some precision ball striking from both of these players. And Nadal again on the attack with the off forehand winner. And it's 30-all on the Djokovic serve.
Well, this is shock tactics from Nadal. I mean, normally I expect him to hit those high loopier shots, but he is hitting it so flat and so hard. And so many times we talk about his ability to do that in practice sessions, and then, you know, it's very different in a match. But this is really different tactics.
He made a blistering start to the semi-final last year, winning the first 5 games, but it was a struggle after that.
I think he's come out to intimidate right from the word go.
We took all that talk of retirement in the news conference with a pinch of salt anyway, didn't we?
Definitely.
Djokovic serving, cross-court and into the net goes Nadal.
Clever serve from Novak Djokovic. It's one of those short, acute angles, really swinging it round the outside of the ball, and just perfect, pulling Nadal well outside that tram line. Couldn't control that return.
Djokovic now with the game point. Serving to the backhand of Nadal. Short return from Nadal. His backhand with a little bit of air is pushed to the backhand of Novak Djokovic. Forehand Nadal. Another forehand as he runs around his backhand. Forehand hit by Nadal. Crisp ball striking, hitting it deep and powerfully. Djokovic with the backhand, which hits the net. Nadal has time to readjust, and with a nice angle turns that forehand cross-court for the winner, and the opening game of the quarter-final goes to deuce.
Djokovic just being bamboozled out here with pace and power, and being pushed backwards. He's having to defend. The backhand has even been flat from Nadal. This is really interesting tactics to start this match, and also it's making the court feel quick and fast and lively, even though it's the opposite of what we thought it would be.
Well, it's only going to get slower, isn't it, as the evening goes on and the temperature drops. Nadal lucky to some extent, even though he was desperate to play in the afternoon, that this is the warmest evening we've had probably since the first day or two of the championships. But it's certainly not hot, and the sun will be setting before too long, and there's no sun able to get into this Chatrier court at this time of the evening. Drop shot from Nadal, first one, it was too deep, but he's anticipated Djokovic's approach, and he steered a forehand down the line, and Nadal has a break point in the opening game of the match.
Well, that was extraordinary, because Djokovic was very quick up to the drop shot. He had plenty of time to play that, and he absolutely rifled that backhand down in the corner, and Nadal was standing there waiting for it. It's like he's figured out exactly what he wants to do, and he's coming out of the block so quickly, Nadal. And Djokovic, before that point, was kind of breathing heavily from some of these exchanges they've had already.
Nadal with the break point then. Djokovic serving and missing his first serve.
Gosh, that was interesting. That ball just rebounded off the back stop and went straight through the middle of Nadal's legs.
Panna.
I've not seen that before.
Break point Nadal. Backhand reply. Forehand from Djokovic. Forehand from Nadal cross-court. Djokovic with the backhand. Nadal's backhand. Djokovic with the forehand. Break point down. Forehand cross-court Nadal. Djokovic with a nice angle as he goes cross-court with the backhand. Nadal at the back of the court hits a backhand down the line. The drop shot from Djokovic. Nadal dinks it down the line. The lob volley from Djokovic. Nadal trying to reach it. It was exquisitely played by Djokovic. It left even Rafa Nadal feeling probably a little bit uncoordinated because it was such a difficult shot, but he did take a swipe at the overhead and could only direct it towards the net post.
Wow, that was a weird shot from Nadal. It almost looked like a contortionist sort of trying to get back for that, and actually the way he swung, it almost looked like his arms were going to knot by the end of the swing. But a very clever lob from Djokovic.
They're quite good, these two, aren't they?
They are. Yeah, this is like big box office tennis.
7 minutes played already. A second deuce. Djokovic with a first serve into the net.
Taking a long time in between points.
Isn't he?
There's a lot of tension already. You can feel surging through his body.
Djokovic serving to the backhand of Nadal. Forehand Djokovic. Nadal with the forehand cross-court. Djokovic goes just a little bit too long.
Well, I could see he was trying to get on top of the rally early for a change, and just went for a little bit more on that backhand just to try and show who's boss out here, because so far he's been pretty much boss for every single point in this game.
Advantage, Nadal. Second break point. Opening game of the quarter-final on 5 Live. And this will be a second serve for 35-year-old Djokovic. A record 13th consecutive Roland Garros quarter-final for him. Also like Nadal, playing in his 16th. And yet to draw a set in the championships. Backhand replied by Nadal. Backhand cross-court from Djokovic. Forehand cross-court from Nadal into the middle of the court. Djokovic down the line. Nadal sliding on the defence. And just going long. Another good save by the world number 1.
Yes, no hesitation whatsoever there, despite the fact that he was down a break point. Just beautiful ball striking, clean into the corners. I mean, he never doubted himself for a minute with that beautiful backhand that caught Nadal off balance. Fighting hard for this opening service game.
Deuce once more. Djokovic serves to the forehand of Nadal. Forehand Djokovic right onto the sideline. Nadal cross-court with his backhand, and now he's got a short ball, Nadal. He's trying to attack the forehand. He's at the back of the court, hits the forehand down the line so powerfully, so accurately. Djokovic slides into the forehand. The applause is for the ball going into the net, and a third break point for Rafael Nadal.
Yeah, they couldn't look more different at the moment, could they? You've got Djokovic a little bit slower and later to that ball. Shock again from the forehand and the aggression on it. And then as soon as he won that point, there was a real kind of march from Nadal to the towel. Looked pretty pleased with himself after that.
Third break point for Nadal. And it will be a second serve for Djokovic. He's been broken only 3 times in his first 4 rounds. Will this be a fourth? Will it be an early blow for Nadal? Forehand reply. In. Backhand from Djokovic hits the tape and bounces back on the serve side. And Nadal is indeed off to a flyer. It's just 1 game. And remember, he won the first 5 of the match in the semi-final last year and still lost in 4. But he couldn't have asked for a better start, Annabel Croft.
Oh, that was breathtaking, wasn't it? I mean, just so extraordinary to see him come out and blast the ball the way he did. And it was so clear he was out to intimidate from the very start of the match, and the tactics paid off. And I'm just watching him just carefully line up his water bottles, as he so often does. But, you know, they have to be... It's weird watching it, actually, isn't it? Because, you know, there's such a march around the court. There's so much energy when he's playing his tennis. And then everything comes to almost slow motion as he's planting those water bottles down perfectly. And they're not quite right. Then he just repositions them. And now he's trotting back to the other end to place his towel carefully. And everything just has to be perfect.
And everything is perfect, I'm glad to say.
In fact, he's got 2 towels because he's just gone one side, and now he's perfectly placing it into his other towel box.
It is very deliberate, isn't it? The players have towel boxes on either side of the court.
Well, some have only 1 towel and they share it between the boxes, but he's got 2.
It makes sense because the runoff areas on the Philippe Chatrier court are so large that you only have 25 seconds between points, so you want to be able to go to the nearest towel. Yeah. And that is a rule that was being introduced before the pandemic because no one liked ball boys and ball girls having to hand sweaty towels to grown adults who wouldn't always thank them for it. And mercifully that has now become, for reasons of hygiene, a permanent rule, and no one's complaining at all. It was an entirely logical next step. Nadal's turn to serve now, having got the break, and he's missed his forehand.
Well, interesting there. Djokovic, you don't see that very often. He looped a ball up really high and slow to completely change what Nadal has just been doing, and it worked. Got the error out of Nadal. Total different gear change there for this first point of Nadal's service game. Almost a role reversal.
Trying to find a response to that blistering start by Nadal. Love 15. Great serve from Nadal down the tee. Very short ball here. Makes no mistake with this forehand. on it as quick as a flash and hammers it down the line for the winner.
Well, you only have to listen to the sound out of the strings of Nadal. I mean, it feels like he's been out on the practice court until moments before walking onto this match court, because the way he's seeing the ball and the cleanness out of the strings, I mean, he is just thundering the ball into the corners.
Alex Zverev, rather than Carlos Alcaraz, awaits the winner in the semi-finals. He came through in 4 sets against a 19-year-old earlier. Second consecutive semi-final here. That's an ace from Nadal. Everything working very nicely for him. 30-15, his advantage. Amazingly, that was Alex Zverev's first ever win over a top 10 player at a Grand Slam.
That is extraordinary, isn't it? Big moment for him.
Yes, long overdue. But you can't take that away from him, because Alcaraz, yes, he was not at his best today, but he is almost threatening to rewrite the way this sport is played. Nadal serving and just missing a second consecutive ace as he tries to go down the tee, but he has 30-15. The lights are shining brightly down on the Philippe Chatrier court. We are opposite the president's box. We are opposite the 2 player boxes. Novak Djokovic is at the president's end. His forehand, a nice free swing, and it wins him the point as Nadal is unable to make the forehand return.
Well, those are the tactics that he so often has used so effectively against Nadal. Hard, flat, deep into that Nadal corner, trying to take time away and attack the forehand side. And that was a really good strike from Djokovic. He's trying to get a very quick sort of break back here, isn't he?
30 all. 14 minutes played already. 109 Roland Garros wins for Nadal, 85 for Djokovic. Nadal's only lost 3 times. Twice to Djokovic, once to Robin Söderling. The defeat to Söderling in the 4th round was his only defeat before the quarterfinals here. Never lost a French Open final. Forehand from Djokovic, forehand from Nadal. The backhand from Djokovic onto Nadal's backhand. It's 30 all in this game on 5 Live. Down the line goes Nadal, it's a winner. Picking his spots beautifully.
Well, Djokovic stopped, actually. I think he thought that ball was drifting long, and as soon as he saw that it was landing in, I mean, it was right in the corner, he sort of raised his head up as if, oh gosh, you know, misjudged that one. And again, Nadal just looks so sharp.
.40-30 Nadal. The point here for a 2-love lead. Backhand reply from Djokovic, forehand Nadal. Djokovic with the forehand cross-court, Nadal's backhand. Backhand from Djokovic, hit down the centre this time, onto the Nadal forehand. Here comes the Djokovic drop shot. Nadal, nicely played. Just scooping the backhand up and hitting it into exactly the part of the court Djokovic had just abandoned. The flying start continues for Nadal. He's consolidated a break and leads by 2 games to love.
Well, so far he keeps trying that drop shot tactic, and you know, Nadal's just been too quick up to it, and he's answered it pretty much every time. It almost feels like Nadal, as we've so often said over the course of his career, that he likes to sort of make matches physical, and you know, he's happy to play the marathon runner in his matches and have long drawn-out rallies, but he's not prepared for that tonight. He wants to have shorter, more aggressive points, quicker points. Doesn't want to, you know, have those feet running too far. And you know, these tactics, I think it's something he's been really working on, to be more aggressive, and it's definitely what he's brought into this match.
Exactly that. He cannot afford to spend too long on court if he can possibly avoid it. Mind you, it was a long match against Felix Auger-Aliassime the other day, a 5-set match. That could not be avoided. Auger-Aliassime playing very well, and it was Nadal's less convincing performance, shall we say, of the fortnight so far. He's just missed the forehand here, Nadal. Again, he thought he'd made that banana-shaped forehand, but just didn't have enough curve in the tail.
It didn't miss by much, did it? It was a whisker. This has been quite awesome to witness. And he's standing quite far back to receive serve, as he so often does.
probably at least 5 metres behind that baseline. Djokovic with a very good serve, and now hitting the forehand past Nadal to move to 30 love. Nadal only had 5 matches on clay before the French Open, having had to spend 6 weeks off the tour and missing events like Monte Carlo and Barcelona that he'd normally play in because of the stress fracture of the ribs he picked up at Indian Wells in California in March. That having won his first 20 matches of the season, losing the final in Indian Wells with the injury to Taylor Fritz. Another good serve and a short put away for Djokovic to move to 40 love. So it's little tennis. It was perhaps just about enough for Nadal, given his pedigree on clay and his love of Roland Garros, where, to quote Alex Zverev, when Nadal gets here, his forehand gets 20 miles an hour faster, he moves lighter on his feet, and he plays 30% better. Mind you, Novak Djokovic's record here is pretty impressive. Twice a champion, 4 times a runner-up, really good service hold, 2 love, and so Nadal with the break Delith leads by 2 games to 1 in this first set.
Breathtaking stuff on 5 Live Sport this Tuesday evening. Laura Robson, have you managed to catch your breath yet?
It's just been the most amazing start, and I think everyone's expectations were so high coming into this, and I was a bit nervous that it wasn't perhaps going to live up to what we all wanted it to be, but just the way that they've both come out here absolutely firing. Djokovic looks so intense, even though he's already a breakdown. As Annabelle's been saying, Rafa's trying to get in much more power off his forehand side, just trying to use the court a bit more and the width of the court. He knows he's not going to have as much natural pop on the ball with the conditions, and it's just going to get colder and colder, so he wants to get this early start. And I've just seen the most incredible thing on Twitter. So they've got 41 slams between them on court, which equals over 10 years of consecutive Grand Slams. It's insane. You can't even write stuff like that. I mean, how is it possible?
It is incredible, isn't it? How is it possible? That is the question. Terrific stuff, though. We will be with it for the conclusion, as I said. 5 Live Sport live commentary. Rafael Nadal against Novak Djokovic. Nadal 2-1 up in the opening set, Russell.
Yes, temperature around about 15-16 degrees, so not an unpleasant evening for the spectators, but it's not the sort of temperatures Nadal likes playing clay court tennis in. If he does survive until the semi-finals, the good news for him is that on Friday afternoon it's forecast to be the hottest day of the championships at around about 27 degrees Celsius, but he's got to get past Novak Djokovic first.
There's also, isn't there a brass band in the...
There's a trumpeter.
Yeah, somewhere in the stands. I don't know how he got it in, but it sounds quite good, actually.
I think they're quite happy to have them in. It's actually a group of fans dressed in white. They are paid, I believe, by a sponsor to come and provide entertainment to tennis matches, not just here at Roland Garros, but it's a nice addition. Reminds you a little bit of Davis Cup or Billie Jean King Cup ties, when there's always plenty of instruments, but you don't hear it so much at the slams. But we are here at Roland Garros. It's Nadal now serving with his 2-1 advantage. The backhand from Djokovic, Nadal's forehand cross-court. Backhand from Nadal, again hit aggressively cross-court. Excellent defence from Djokovic. Nadal trying to hit this ball as hard as he possibly can. Cross-court on the forehand, but Djokovic is hanging in the rally. What another gruelling exchange this is. Nadal's approach hits the tape. Djokovic tries to work the forehand cross-court. Onto the baseline goes Nadal with his backhand. Djokovic now with the backhand cross-court, and that's just wide. And he's just going to have to hang in there at the moment, Djokovic, because surely Nadal can't sustain this sort of play for 3, 4 or even the 5 sets required.
Yeah, it feels like that, doesn't it? Because it feels like this sort of tornado is just blowing through the court at the moment, and everything Nadal is hitting the lines, it's hitting the back lines, it's pushing Djokovic backwards. And he got a bit frustrated at the end of that rally. He was sort of kind of gesturing to the lines as if, how can he keep hitting them the whole time?
Mind you, the 2020 final that was played virtually in the middle of October because of the pandemic, not a particularly warm day, Nadal made the most amazing start, winning the first 2 sets in double quick time. He just blasted Djokovic off the court. He's gone cross-court with the backhand here. Nadal now cross-court forehand. Djokovic is so elastic. He is straining every sinew to stay in this rally. Backhand from Djokovic down the line. Now he's got Nadal on the defensive. What a change of pace from Djokovic.
Beautiful backhand up the line, and that time shocking Nadal going back behind him, and he's just reacting a little bit quicker now, Djokovic, to the pace that has rather shocked him in this match. We know that Carlos Moya was studying their last 2 matches here at Roland Garros. He got the tapes out, was really having a good study through of some of the tactics and some of the things that made Djokovic feel uncomfortable, he said. So clearly, whatever they've found out, he's been using them at the start of this match.
Well, he certainly started very quickly in both those matches, Nadal, as he hits the backhand to the forehand of Djokovic. Forehand Nadal into the net. That's an unforced error. The first one he's really not got hold of at all, and you could briefly hear his reaction there. It was 6-love, 6-2, 7-5 in the final of 2020.
Yeah, that was an incredible match, wasn't it? Just, no one saw that coming. And
he was punch-drunk, Djokovic, after those 2 sets. Yes, he made more of a fight of the 3rd set, but the match was over. Here, though, he's spying an opportunity to break back because he has 15-30 on the Nadal serve. And Nadal has missed his first serve. "24 minutes played." This is the 4th game of the first set of this quarter-final here on 5 Live Sport. Forehand from Djokovic. Lovely return. Just placed it beautifully. Nadal couldn't make the forehand, and here are 2 breakback points.
Well, Djokovic, after that sensational return of serve, just shaking his racket like that was a good one. He enjoyed hitting that, and that shocked Nadal. And Djokovic is very, very good at taking the punches on the chin, isn't he? And then just assessing it all. He's trying to stay calm, and now raising his level.
He has seen it all before, and he has withstood many openings like this before. Nadal, break points down, finds a first serve. Great reply from Djokovic. His slice backhand down the centre is long, and the first of 2 break points is fended off by Nadal.
Yeah, that stayed pretty low, and Djokovic didn't really react quick enough to it. The footwork wasn't quite there behind the ball. I mean, it's just half chances, isn't it? Every single point has so much value riding on it. There's no wriggle room on any of it. They have to both be at the top of their game.
Breakpoint number 2 for Djokovic to level this first set at 2 games all. Nadal again finds a first serve, but the return is in from Djokovic. Nadal down the line. He's coming towards the net to make the volley. The drop volley from Nadal, reached by Djokovic. The smash from Nadal.
Every single time Djokovic just defends a point and floats a ball back into court, it is absolutely thumped a million miles an hour into the open space, and he's then always playing catch-up. Brilliant overhead from Nadal. Very rarely see him miss those types of shots. Can you believe it's almost half an hour already? We're just so early stages of this set.
26 minutes played. Brilliant return by Djokovic just inside the baseline. Dug out on the half volley by Nadal, who's now hitting a backhand cross-court. Backhand with slice from Nadal. It's almost a drop shot. Djokovic hits it to the back of the court. The lob from Nadal, and just wide Djokovic with the backhand overhead. A really tricky shot. Nadal put it in a place that was deeply uncomfortable for the world number 1. And this is now a game point for Nadal for a 3-1 lead.
Yeah, that was a really difficult shot. Such a clever kind of half lob over the backhand side. Djokovic, as athletic as he is, just wasn't able to handle that one. Getting out of trouble here, Nadal.
Nadal with the advantage. Another very deep forehand return by Djokovic. His backhand is to Nadal's forehand. Backhand Djokovic. Nadal down the line with a forehand with more pace, but Djokovic has time. His backhand is cross-court. Nadal with the forehand. Djokovic plays the drop shot. Nadal slices into the net.
Well, that time it worked. It's pretty brave, isn't it, to try to play these drop shots of such ferocious hitting from Nadal. And it's got to be perfect. It's sort of risky.
He's been watching Carlos Alcaraz.
Yeah, he must have been. he's always liked the drop shot ever since we first saw Djokovic on the tour, and he's always possessed such amazing hand skills and touch and feel. But recently, I've not thought it's been quite as sort of good as it has been in the past. But that last one he hit was a good one.
Yes, he certainly used quite a few against Nadal in the last couple of meetings here at Roland Garros we were referring to. And it's always a very good play on clay anyway, isn't it? And especially when you have someone like Nadal who can be 5 or 6 meters behind the baseline. Juice. Backhand reply, Djokovic. Nadal's backhand. Djokovic goes cross-court with a backhand to Nadal's cross-court forehand. Nadal the left-hander, Djokovic the right-hander. It's Djokovic the right-hander who's having to cover a lot of ground in this rally. He's kept another ball in play. No, not quite. His lob is just wide, defending despairingly Djokovic, but he cannot prevent Nadal setting up another game point, which would give him a 3-1 lead in this first set, should he convert it.
Well, it was the forehand down the line that did the damage, and it once again shocked Djokovic. He thought it was going cross-court, a little bit late getting across there, but it was a ferociously hit shot and deserved to win the rally after that. He's being the braver up the line at the moment.
2-1 still. Nadal's advantage. Serves into the net. I think this crowd are going to have to pace themselves as well. Fever pitch excitement. And it's very, very early days indeed. A few people wrapping towels around their shoulders, just getting a little chillier now. The backhand reply from Djokovic, straight back at Nadal's feet. He replies with the forehand. Backhand Nadal, forehand Djokovic hits the tape and spins long. Djokovic's shoulders slump, very competitive in that game. 2 break points he had, but Nadal has hung on, and he leads by 3 games to 1 as this breathtaking start to the quarter-final continues here on 5 Live. Annabel Croft is here. Annabel, who was hobnobbing with a few world champions last night, weren't you, at the ITF Champions Dinner?
Yes, I was, and it was wonderful to see Stan Smith there, actually, who won the highest honour, the Philippe Chatrier Award at the end of the
50 years since he won Wimbledon.
I know, amazing, and he made a very good speech, and he was wearing his wonderful shoes with his black tie. It looked really cool.
Which have made him even more money than his professional tennis career did, without a shadow of a doubt. That's just long from Nadal. I don't think my mum has forgiven me yet. That's the only Wimbledon final she's missed in the last 50 years, because she was giving birth to me.
Oh my goodness. Well, there you go.
And I'm not sure whether there was radio commentary. There would have been, of course there would have been radio commentary 50 years ago, but it was obviously not provided by St. Peter's Hospital in Chertsey.
Okay.
1-3. Djokovic trailing, 15 love. Serving to the forehand of Nadal. That's come back with a huge amount of weight, and Djokovic not quite able to time the forehand. So Nadal is not slacking off at all, is he, Annabelle? He's still going after absolutely everything.
Yeah, he's just bringing down the hammer so early in the rallies. I mean, it literally has been from point 1. And that time I thought Djokovic was sort of picking up his reaction time to cope with what's coming at him, but that time late on it.
15 all, Djokovic serving, 1-3. 31 minutes played. Lovely sound of players and ball boys and ball girls running across this red Parisian clay. Backhand from Nadal, the backhand from Djokovic. Forehand Nadal cross-court. Djokovic with the backhand. Nadal swings his backhand cross-court, and Djokovic has missed. Down the line with the forehand. More pressure on the Serb's serve here.
Yeah, it's just like total pressure from every angle, every department. Everything that Nadal is doing is just hitting the ball a bit better. Using the full court into the open spaces, using the angles, you know, flattening things out across the net. So far has been the better player.
15-30 down. Serves into the net. Almost always wipes his forehead with the sweatband, the white sweatband on his right wrist. Djokovic between serves. This is the second serve. Forehand from Nadal, forehand from Djokovic, backhand Nadal. Not so much pace on this one, which is not a bad idea from time to vary it up. There's another of those high chipped approaches by Djokovic. The forehand from Djokovic hit more powerfully and flatter. Another forehand from Djokovic. Nadal with the backhand. Forehand Djokovic. Nadal's backhand to the forehand of Djokovic. Nadal will slice his backhand this time. Djokovic with the off forehand. Nadal cross-court with the forehand. Djokovic hits another forehand to the Nadal backhand. Forehand Djokovic. Relentless hammer blows from both men, and it's Djokovic this time who finds the extra power and pace and smashes the backhand cross-court for the winner.
Well, I can imagine that both of them feel a little sick after that rally, because that made me feel a bit sick watching it, how demanding physically on the lungs that point was. And what a stunning finish with that backhand cross-court. It had to be a sensational backhand to win that point, didn't it? Otherwise that rally would have just continued.
They have a combined age of 70, these two, but they are still amongst two of the fittest athletes on the planet. This is simply staggeringly good in the early stages. Djokovic having to fight so hard just to stay a single break of serve down to Nadal. 30 all, 1-3, and this will be a second serve for Djokovic, who is hoping to reach a 43rd Grand Slam semi-final tonight. Nadal is aiming for a 37th spot in the last four of a slam. Backhand reply from Nadal. The forehand from Djokovic is into the net. And this will be another break point for a 4-1 double break lead for Rafael Nadal.
Well, that was just brought about by the pressure that Nadal is putting on him. I mean, he's got to go after his shots just to kind of stay in these rallies at the moment because of the way Nadal is hitting the ball, and that was, yeah, just a bit of weary, actually. And he indicated that he was going backwards when he hit it.
Break point Nadal.
Missing with the first serves. It's not helping him.
It was a big miss on the first serve as well, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Second serve, break point down.
Big sigh from Djokovic just now as well. Puffed out his cheeks and blew out the air.
Nadal makes room for his forehand. Djokovic with the off forehand. Nadal with the forehand cross-court. Djokovic's backhand. Nadal down the line. Forehand winner. We all knew what was coming. Novak Djokovic knew what was coming. He's been broken for the second time. And Nadal off to a dream start in Paris-Delhi. 4-1, double break advantage first set.
Fascinating stuff by the 13-time French Open champion. Laura Robson is listening and watching alongside me. Can he keep this up, Rafael Nadal?
Well, it's hard to think that the level could be much better. So I think at some point there's going to be a dip from Nadal, and Djokovic will for sure start trying to change some things around and adjust his play, because he's just been taken to pieces here. And, you know, he's not really getting the weight through the shot the way that Nadal is, and is constantly, as Annabelle has been saying, on the back foot. It looks like he's trying to mix it up by throwing it high sometimes. That's not really the tactic that's going to work against the Nadal forehand. And he just needs to pick up the first serve percentage, Djokovic. It's looking a little bit flat and the legs aren't quite firing. But, I mean, there's a long way to go, isn't there? This is the best of five. This is already, you know, however long into this. I think we're just under half an hour or maybe just over, and it's 4-1 in the first set. So we've got a long night ahead of us. I have to say, they could be playing quicker between points. I know that it's a physical match and that some of the rallies have been outrageously long, but still, I think it's too long.
Yeah, it does appear that way on occasions, doesn't it, Russell?
And it's Novak Djokovic as much as Rafael Nadal who is taking a long time, and so far Damien Dumoussoir has not given either a time violation. Nadal against Auger-Aliassime was an incredibly slow match, and it is up to the officials to enforce the rules. There is a bit of discretion. There's 25 seconds from the moment they call the score, and after a very long rally they will often wait for the crowd to die down a little bit before calling the score. So it's often 30-35 seconds before players have to play the next point. And if they're using every second of it, however thrilling it might be, it's going to be a very, very long night indeed. Nadal wins the first point here at 4-1 as Djokovic's return is over the baseline. Only at that moment there did the clock start. So I think there's probably a little bit too much discretion being awarded. And it's not just our umpire tonight. I think traditionally at this event and at the other Grand Slams, there's perhaps a little bit too leniency, because we do have a problem. However great a match is, how many people are going to be able to sit through a 4.5-hour match? Yes, they might make an exception for this one, but realistically, at Grand Slams, no way. People just don't have the time or the inclination to sit through matches of that sort of length. 15-love Nadal. Serving now to the forehand of Djokovic, and that is over the baseline. So a couple of quick points for Nadal. Shorter rallies have helped him, and he's in a very, very strong position here at 4-1 and 30-love.
Well, he's on a mission. And he's just executing his tactics to perfection. Incredibly high level we've witnessed in this first 38 minutes of this match.
He has saved his best set of the championships for the world #1. Nadal misses his first serve. The advantage for the winner of this match is that they will not need to play their semi-final until Friday. So what will be a disrupted night's sleep or a very late night will not affect them too much tomorrow, as Djokovic nets and Nadal 4-1, 40-love.
In a strange way, I kind of expected this set maybe to be more one-sided down Djokovic's end. I thought that he had been the more sort of clinical in terms of everything he'd been doing through the course of the championships, and I thought maybe he might shock Nadal with his tennis, but it's been the total opposite.
Yeah, I was like you. I was certainly thinking Novak Djokovic was the favourite for this match, and I think I will still say that. But normally, when you're back against Nadal, he tends to win the match, and perhaps vice versa of Djokovic. They have a habit of turning expectations on their heads. Great return by Djokovic. No, it was just called long. Nadal is circling the mark. Djokovic has accepted it. A love hold for Nadal, and very, very swiftly to 5-1.
I think it's also, you know, these top players, how they take away belief from the opposition. And we've already got the trumpets, and it's not even a change of ends. It's quite amusing, isn't it?
But it's short and sweet. Nicely timed in the 10 or 15 seconds allowed. So this is Novak Djokovic serving to stay in the first set. He's 1-5 down, and he's missed a first serve. And very many similarities with their last two meetings here. Uncanny. Nadal led 5-love last year in the first set, but lost in 4. And when he made a fast start in the 2020 final, he won in straight sets. Volley from Djokovic is a winner. Sneaking forward at just the right time, certainly to stay in the first set.
And taking risk with the backhand up the line, a little bit like Nadal has been doing to him, and he just literally leant in on that backhand, beautiful balance on it, and then came forward, stunning cross-court volley. And you just wonder, he's got to do something to change the rhythm up. And even if this set is gone, he's got to start sort of getting things fired up ahead of a second set.
Love Djokovic, forehand from Nadal, just clearing the net as he goes cross-court. Djokovic hits this into the tape. It's sprung up at a very nice angle and position for Nadal, who makes no mistake with his forehand cross-court.
Yeah, and even that let cord didn't help him at all. It felt like a Spanish net. And Djokovic is rather irritatingly kicking the clay off the baseline at the back there. It's funny how, you know, the nets, it just changes. Every time you get a let cord, it can be one that just dies and rolls over, and sometimes like that, where it lands really deep.
Good serve from Djokovic at 15-all. Nadal is 3 points away from the first set here on 5 Live. Djokovic inside the baseline with the forehand, but straight back at the Nadal backhand. Half volley Djokovic, almost a drop shot, but reached by Nadal. His lob will be long.
Well, this is definitely a change of tactics from Djokovic. Once again, just taking that ball, coming forward, decisive action. And even though it was a very tricky half volley, not what he intended, he picked it up beautifully. And making some adjustments already.
Cleaning that white line again, removing it of clay as he prepares to serve Djokovic at 30-15. along with the first serve. Penultimate night session, with the final 4 days taking place predominantly in daytime. Late start for the second men's semi-final, but tea time rather than night time, as Djokovic has too much weight on that. Nadal netting, and Djokovic with a couple of game points to keep this set alive. But if you have just joined us on 5 Live, he's a double breakdown after a scintillating start from Nadal, who leads by 5 games to 1. The winner to play, Alex Zverev, who ended Carlos Alcaraz's fantastic run of form, beating him in 4 sets in their quarter-final earlier. Nadal has a forehand which he hits cross-court, but he hits wide. And it's Djokovic's turn for a straightforward hold. The last couple of games have been a notch or two down on the exhilaration scale.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think just toned it down just a little bit, but maybe that was because Djokovic was starting to change things up, and I think it would be almost virtually impossible for Nadal to keep up what we've just witnessed in that first half an hour. And definitely Djokovic trying to stand up to it, trying to come forward, take the ball down the line a little bit earlier in the rallies, and just try and change the rhythm. You know, the rhythm was so much in favour of Nadal.
It's hard to imagine that these two might never meet again in a Grand Slam, given what we've seen today, and they probably will, but another reminder to enjoy it while it lasts. I think there's a feeling within the sport, given the foot problem, that Rafa Nadal is going to struggle to play Wimbledon as it starts 3 weeks after the French Open finishes. He's not said anything publicly about that. As things stand, Novak Djokovic is not allowed to enter the United States unless he has proof of a COVID vaccination, which he will not have. Again, the rules could change.
No PCR test to overcome that,
no? No, not as the rules stand at the moment. And of course, he's not allowed back into Australia for 5 years, having had his visa revoked.
Is that still the case?
In Melbourne. It is still.
I saw something the other day where that might have changed.
It's at the discretion of the government, and there has been a change of government in Australia. Scott Morrison is no longer Prime Minister. We have a Labour government that may possibly decide to let bygones be bygones, but as things stand, he cannot play at the Australian Open either. So, as the Mexican wave sweeps around the Philippe Chatrier court, a double reason to enjoy this match tonight.
Wow, that's right, and Djokovic is prepared to put certain decisions to one side and stick to his guns, and you know, doubly reason for him to want to try to win here, as you've pointed out.
45 minutes played. Nadal leads Djokovic by 5 games to 2 in the first set here on 5 Live. Annabelle Croft alongside me in the Philippe Chatrier court commentary box. Forehand from Nadal, backhand cross-court from Djokovic into the net. Nadal with the volley.
Well, he was on top of the net for that one, Nadal. And Djokovic stayed calm, just enough dip on that backhand cross-court to make that volley slightly more awkward. And actually, when I saw it on our screen here in the commentary booth, I thought he was on top of the net for that volley, and actually the left hand of the backhand just dipped it enough to make it a slightly more awkward volley. This crowd are being treated, aren't they?
5-2, love 15, and they are showing their appreciation. That is another fizzing forehand from Nadal, hit with breathtaking speed.
It's also when you actually just focus on Nadal, you know, the path swing of that forehand. I mean, it's just amazing. It's a very short, compact take back, and then rifled through with the follow through, but then he sort of lassos it round his head. I mean, it hardly touches the strings, but my goodness, it sizzles off them.
15 all. Nadal serving to the forehand of Djokovic, running back behind the baseline to hit a forehand Nadal. This forehand is right down the centre of this court in Paris. Djokovic's forehand down the line, too good. Past Nadal, and looking dangerous in this service game, the world number 1, the 20-time Grand Slam champion.
Yeah, he's been really calm, hasn't he, Djokovic, don't you think? I think the body language tonight is just taking it all in his stride. OK, he's been a little miffed over a couple of let chords or calls that have hit the back line, but on the whole, he's very composed. He's just soaking it all up, waiting for his time to come.
15-30, and he will believe that his time will definitely come. There will be plenty of opportunities in this match for him, surely. His backhand cross-court, Nadal with another volley. This time he finds the middle of the strings, or enough of the strings, and the forehand volley is a winner.
Even the fact that Nadal is coming forward in itself is yet another add-on to the tactics we've already seen from him. Stunning volley, so much control with the racket face, bend of the knees there. Carlos Moya watching on, looking very, very happy with how this is panning out, this first set.
5-2, 30 all. Nadal serves and nets. The crowd being quite disciplined at the moment. Critical stage of the set. Nadal has surely done enough already with a double break advantage, but he's got to serve it out. Forehand from Djokovic, backhand from Nadal. The backhand from Djokovic is wide as he goes cross court. It was always moving away from the sideline, as Djokovic's body language indicated as he leant backwards. Set point Nadal.
Yeah, he was off balance for that one, and he'll have felt that was a wasted chance because, you know, it was kind of a routine rally ball. He wasn't being blasted, and he had time on that ball and wasn't able to control it.
So after 49 minutes of breathless entertainment, this is a set point to Rafael Nadal. A backhand from Djokovic is into the net. And Nadal is off to a flyer once again, as he was in their last two meetings here. He won the final in 2020, but Novak Djokovic turned it round in style to win in 4 sets in the semi-final last year. Which way will this quarter-final go tonight? First blood Nadal by 6-2.
Don't go anywhere on 5 Live Sport. Rafael Nadal then winning the opening set by 6-2 in 49 minutes on Philippe Chatrier Court at Roland Garros. Breathtaking, absolutely breathtaking stuff. We'll get the thoughts from Laura Robson in a moment, but let's get the latest BBC News with Joe Hornby.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
The Prime Minister's independent advisor on standards has said Boris Johnson must set out his case in public if he does not believe his lockdown party fine breached the ministerial code. Boris Johnson has replied to Lord Geit, saying there was no intent to break the law and therefore there was no breach. The Labour leader Sir Keir Starmer and his deputy Angela Rayner have both received police questionnaires as part of an inquiry into alleged COVID rule breaking. They attended a gathering in Durham on the 30th of April last year at which people drank beer and ate curry. Both deny wrongdoing and say they will resign if they are fined. The Transport Secretary Grant Shapps says he's not seen enough progress in tackling travel disruption at airports. Many passengers have had to change holiday plans after airlines, including EasyJet, TUI and British Airways, cancelled flights. And Bradford is to take over from Coventry as the UK's City of Culture in 2025. It's beaten County Durham, Southampton and Wrexham.
BBC 5 Live.
The voice of sport. Coming up this June on 5 Live and Radio 5 Sports Extra. International Test Cricket.
Comes in and bowls. And he's bowling!
Bowling. Oh, smash that! It's another 6.
The Formula 1 season continues.
What's my position?
Currently P6. All to play for.
Golf. The US Open.
Sends it forward, looks for it to turn and disappear, and it does! And the hands go into the air.
June on 5 Live and Radio 5 Sports Extra.
Laura Robson, have you caught your breath yet after that opening set?
Just about, but that was a perfect set of tennis from Rafa Nadal. And to me, it just felt like Djokovic from 4-1 knew that he wasn't going to win the set and then started to throw in some different tactics here and there just to see potentially what's going to work at the beginning of set 2. But I think we've still got such a long way to go tonight. I am waiting for Djokovic to kind of let loose a little bit more. It doesn't feel like he's that emotional yet in not necessarily a good way. I feel like a bit more of a reaction for the crowd to get a hold of, and he'll kind of get them a bit more involved here.
Well, Novak Djokovic is serving at the start of the second set. Annabel Croft is alongside David Law.
And the first rally of this second set is underway, and already Novak Djokovic is hitting the back end of the baseline with his forehand drive. And as Laura Robson was saying there, I think that's a very valid point. By the time it was 4-1, the chances of him winning that set are small. So he started to find out what might work, try to play himself into form. He started to really go after a couple of shots, but he still lost that opening set by 6-2. Rafael Nadal came out from the gun, meaning business, connecting in a way that he hasn't in this tournament so far. I've watched his previous match against Felix Auger-Aliassime, and he squeezed through that match in 5 sets. Very talented Canadian player, but in the first set, Nadal was frankly not really making proper contact with most of his forehands as Djokovic double faults down the centre service line, and 15 all. And one statistic to be aware of, they've played each other 58 times before. The man who's won the first set has won 50 of those 58 matches. However, Rafael Nadal won the first set a year ago here. Novak Djokovic won the match. So it can be done. Djokovic knows that. He's got the most recent match between them as evidence for it, as he hits the sideline with a forehand crunched cross court. He's won 5 times from a set down against Rafael Nadal before.
Gosh, that was awfully close to the sideline, that forehand, and it's going to have to be that good tonight, isn't it? Trying to take some extra risk, I think. And he also needs to get off to a really good start with his service game, which he didn't do at the very start of this match. Just needs to psychologically sort of come back at Nadal a bit.
Yeah, he kind of needs to make a bit of a statement, doesn't he? Because Nadal is the man who's been landing the big blows early on here, and he's hit another one cross-court with a big backhand. Now he's underneath the lob and he swats it away, Nadal. And there's an intent about everything he's doing.
Well, again, it was just shock tactics, because that backhand was hit so hard, so low over the net, such a flat trajectory, and we're not used to that. You know, we're always normally talking about the tactics of loopy high balls, changing the pace, slicing, doing different things. This is not the Nadal that we normally see here at French Open. It's just hard, flat aggression, big ball striking. This is a different type of Nadal we're watching.
I think you're right, Annabelle. Here is Djokovic now trying to land a big forehand of his own, but it's scooped back by Nadal right onto the baseline. It's the 30-all point in the first game of the second set. Nadal leading by 2, 6-2 first, and now he's got break point because Djokovic has netted a backhand.
Yeah, it's the first time he looked a bit negative after missing that. He wasn't happy about it, Nadal, looking down towards his camp, which are on the opposite side of the presidential box down the other end. But yeah, again, he's just reacting late to everything. He just can't see this coming. It's the sheer pace. And it's the way that Nadal is opening up all the angles on the court, using the full width of the court.
There's a sickening thud to the sound of the ball when Nadal's hitting it at the moment. There's such intent behind every shot, as Djokovic doesn't need to hit that forehand because the ball has landed just an inch long on the backhand from Nadal. It was nearly the perfect return, but not quite. It's deuce in the first game of this second set. And I think one thing we've seen with Nadal in the last 18 months or so is he has started to adapt his game depending on the opponent, depending on the challenge. And one thinks back to the final he played against Daniil Medvedev in the Australian Open, when he was 2-0 down and he switched his tactics a couple of times in that match. He was hitting a lot of slice and drop shots and coming to the net as he hits another back edge of the line with a forehand as Nadal, and he gets another breakpoint chance.
Well, right now, if you didn't know anything about the history of what they have in their games, and you were just talking about them as players of what they're bringing to the court today, you'd say, well, that guy down there in the green and blue, well, he's a lot more powerful and he's hitting it a lot harder and there's a lot more coming out of his racket, and that's what it feels like.
Yeah. And I think what Russell was telling us earlier about Alexander Zverev's comments, that Nadal hits the ball 20% harder here at Roland Garros. That's what it feels like when you're next to the court, as Djokovic hits his big forehand down the line. Nadal scoops it back. He's got break point here. Moves to his right and hits a chip backhand cross court. Attacking is Djokovic. He's hitting every line and eventually extracts an error from the Nadal forehand. But it is taking perfect tennis from Djokovic to win points at the moment.
Yeah, and very stressful because, you know, he's constantly trying to play catch-up in not just rallies but games as well. And that was trying to save a break point. But, you know, I'm almost having to hold my breath while he's hitting the ball because I'm not quite sure how he's coping with all of this coming at him. And as you say, that had to be perfect, that last rally. I think he feels very uncomfortable at the moment. You know, that's not how you want to feel playing a match.
No. Well, he's playing well and he's losing handily. Here's a backhand cross-court from Nadal, who moves to his left and tries to set up a third breakpoint chance here. He's hit another line. Another big forehand cross-court from Nadal. He comes in with a backhand volley. Cuts it off at a short angle and people are on their feet in front of us.
I mean, he honestly could not play any better than this. I mean, to see Djokovic constantly flailing around on the baseline, you know, off balance and having to use the full reach to try and even get the ball back into play. And then you know that the next ball is going to be pummeled or volleyed away for a winner. The energy that Nadal has brought into this match is quite something to behold. You know, you just have to look at the footwork skills and that sort of speed coming out from underneath his shoes. It's like he's got two little rockets underneath there.
Jet propelled.
Yeah, it does feel like that.
Advantage Nadal. Third breakpoint chance in the first game of the second set. Nadal's won the first set 6-2. He turns 36 years of age on Friday. I mean, he's running around here like a teenager. Hits his forehand down the centre. Djokovic hits his inside-out forehand onto the forehand of the left-handed Nadal, who hits his backhand cross-court. What a brilliant shot by Nadal. Replying in kind by Djokovic, who steps in kind with a backhand cross-court. And Djokovic steps up to the plate and says, fine, let's go for it.
But even that last shot, I mean, it was a stunning backhand from Djokovic and a beautiful one up the line. But he was also on the defence at some point during that rally, and he had to really be disciplined about that last shot. It was low. He had to brush up the back of it into the corner. And he hasn't had time to even think. He's having to make very quick decisions, isn't he? Because of the sheer pace of every rally that's coming out in this match.
He's been forced to play himself into form here. There's no cruising here. This is just foot to the floor tennis from both of these two players right now.
Yeah.
And at the moment, it's all Nadal. Or at least Djokovic is having to play his best stuff just to keep him away. It's deuce now. Nadal's had 3 break points in the game. He hasn't taken any of them. Slightly miscues that forehand. Djokovic steps in, pushes Nadal back a little bit. Backhand down the centre, long by Djokovic, and now he sighs.
Well, it'll feel just such a waste, won't it? Because it's one thing to be beaten by the winners that so far there's been so many of them from Nadal, but just to hand across a free point when he's trying to get a game up on the board, which is so important to get off to a good start in this second set, to set the tone, you know, to stay in there and hang in there psychologically. But yeah, I'd be very disappointed with that error.
Historically, another huge match in these two players' rivalry, as Djokovic hits another big serve down the centre. The backhand somehow comes back from Nadal. Now he's stepping in and hitting a backhand long. So 4 break points have come and gone in this game. And Nadal is trying to win a 14th French Open title.
I can't even believe it. I couldn't even believe it when he was reaching double figures at a slam.
To put it into perspective, Pete Sampras won 14 Grand Slam singles titles in his whole career. The great Pete Sampras. Bjorn Borg won 11. John McEnroe won 7. Nadal's won 21, and he's won 13 of these. Here's his backhand down the centre against Novak Djokovic, who's won 20 Grand Slam titles of his own, trying to equal Nadal this week. He hits his backhand cross-court. He's really middling the ball, but so is Nadal. And Nadal steps around the backhand to drop shot with the forehand, feathering the ball with underspin. The ball dies on this orange clay court surface, and Nadal wins another point.
Yeah, and he's kind of got a swagger on now as he walks towards his towel. He looks like he's wearing a leather jacket, and you know, just that kind of drop shot looks like the type that would really wind you up. You know, you've just been pummeled on the baseline, you're off balance, you're just flailing at the ball, and suddenly your opponent, Nadal, just throws in that feathery drop shot just to really get under your skin.
This is a 5th break point in the game for Nadal. It's only the first game of the second set. Feels like it's been going on for about 20 minutes. Here's a backhand return down the centre by Nadal. It's a deep 1-2. Now forehand cross-court. He's pinning Djokovic in that backhand corner. And he's looking for the opportunity to perhaps go down the line. But he's at the moment hooking down the line, cross-court rather. And it's Djokovic who goes down the line and plays a pincher-perfect backhand down the line. And if he'd have needed to, he'd got a backhand cross-court winner as well.
Yeah, if that hadn't... Well, it was called out, but he didn't know that at the time. So he was playing that shot, and it would have been a stunning finish to the rally from Djokovic. I mean, he is really having to step it up and find something extra special here. I feel like this is teetering at the moment, isn't it?
Well, it might be a big game for Djokovic if he holds. This could be a real momentum changer if he somehow holds serve, having had 5 break points to save. He hits his backhand cross-court. Nadal's hitting every line. And then he just opens up with a forehand that Djokovic doesn't even bother moving to. And Djokovic's body language is of... Well, what on earth can I do about that?
Yeah, and I'm not surprised. He's gone to have a really good long look at that mark, because if Nadal did hit the line, it must have been on the very outside edge. Djokovic can't believe he's just literally painting the lines. It's incredible to witness this.
It's like there's a homing device inside the ball when Nadal hits it, and it's zeroing in on whichever line he's aiming for. Hits his backhand return down the centre. Break point number 6 in the game. Lob lifted by Nadal. Djokovic will smash.
Well, whenever the lob goes up to Djokovic, he's the only player, or the top player, who you sort of are not 100% sure he's always going to middle it. With Nadal, I'd put my house on it that he'll make a smash. And that smash looked a little awkward, actually, but he managed to put it away fairly cleanly.
Winner of this match will face Alexander Zverev of Germany in the semi-finals. He was a 4-set winner over young Carlos Alcaraz, who you'll be hearing a lot more of in the years to come. Here's a forehand hit cross-court, that familiar sound of Nadal as he hits the tennis ball. Djokovic a little desperate here, hitting his inside-out forehand, but then netting a backhand, and it's a 7th break point in the first game of this second set. On and on it goes. Nadal leading by a set to love.
He's cutting quite a forlorn figure right now, Djokovic, and also he's not getting the weight, as Laura said, behind his ground strokes. He's sometimes just sort of not really. It's not doing enough damage through the court because of the way Nadal just absorbs everything, sending it back with interest.
That's the voice of Annabelle Croft here with us on 5 Live. Got the other 2 men's quarterfinals rather, tomorrow. With Casper Ruud of Denmark, of Norway rather, against Holger Rune of Denmark. And Marin Cilic, who's a Grand Slam champion of 2014, also in the quarterfinal action. Huge forehand by Nadal. Now he comes in and polishes the ball off to break at the 7th attempt at the start of set number 2. And Novak Djokovic must wonder what he's run into here, because he's playing quite well as far as I'm concerned. But this is just a runaway train up against him.
It feels like that, doesn't it? It's like an express train that's coming through. And, even that last forehand into the backhand corner of Djokovic. And Djokovic has one of the most stunning backhands you've ever seen in the game. And Nadal is just pummeling it to the point where he is flailing in that backhand corner, reaching for the ball constantly. And you know that the point is done and dusted. And I'm absolutely astounded at the tactics that Nadal is coming into this match with.
Because he's being ultra aggressive. That's the point.
And it's the way that he's flattening it out. It's hard, flat, deep, pummeling, just all-out aggression. Yeah. And I think it's just a change of tactics, and clearly they've really thought about what they need to do tonight, what they need to bring into this match, and also bearing in mind his feet. I mean, he doesn't look like there's any problem there. Of course there is, but he's certainly not moving as if there is. But he doesn't want to do long rallies, and we're not really having long rallies. He's just pummeling it.
It's like Tyson Fury coming out, and you're used to him boxing and trying to win on points, and instead he's trying to go for a knockout from round 1.
That's exactly how it feels. Very good analogy.
6-2, 1-love Nadal with a break. Serves down the centre. Djokovic with a middled backhand down the middle himself. He's wearing a bright red shirt with white shorts and red shoes. Here's the Nadal backhand. He's in the bright yellow with the green shorts as he hits his backhand cross-court, moving Djokovic backwards. Djokovic with a defiant forehand down the line. Now he hits a forehand cross-court, then Nadal reaches and goes cross-court. This is absurd tennis from Rafael Nadal.
Well, people are on their feet. It's like a standing ovation, some of the crowd, after watching that absolutely sizzling winner. He was on the defensive, very rare in this match. And Nadal coming around the outside of the ball, finding that gap. And actually, I thought that was a brilliant point from Djokovic. I don't think he could have played it any better.
I agree.
I mean, he's taking some heavy, heavy knockout blows, psychologically as much as anything.
And just to put into context what Annabelle was saying about Rome, we must talk about that as the ace goes down the centre from Rafael Nadal. Nadal started this year with such incredible style. It really was fairy tale stuff that he won the Australian Open, because just before Christmas Nadal was seriously considering retiring from the sport because he was so fed up of being in pain from his chronic foot problem, and he decided to give it a go. He played the Australian Open. How he won that title, I don't think I'll ever know. Now, a lot of people who support Novak Djokovic would say, well, the reason he won the title is because our guy wasn't in it. He was deported, as we all know why, as he hits his backhand cross-court and comes in. Nadal goes down the line with a forehand winner, clipping it off his toes with a half volley. And Nadal moves to 1-love, 40-love. Djokovic fell foul of the Australian rules and wasn't allowed to play in the Australian Open because he remains unvaccinated. And at that point there was absolutely no concession given, even though he thought he'd got all the correct paperwork and he had been told he had by some quarters, but he was eventually not allowed to play in the tournament. But Nadal took full advantage and he beat Daniil Medvedev from 2-0 down in the Australian Open final. He then carried on that run, pulled a horrible muscle injury and cracked rib during the Indian Wells final. That kept him out for a couple of months and caused him problems during the clay court season. So he hasn't had the warm-up he would be used to as he hits his big serve down the centre. It's off the frame of the Djokovic racket. It's 2-love Nadal now. But when we got to Rome, Annabelle, just a couple of weeks before, which is the main lead-up tournament to this one, isn't it? Very similar court conditions. Nadal usually wins it. Djokovic sometimes wins it. Well, Nadal finished a match against Denis Shapovalov and he could barely put one foot in front of another. That foot looked so painful. And the idea that he'd be playing this tennis now a couple of weeks on would have sounded ridiculous.
Well, it's like a miracle. I mean, I'd love to know what has happened treatment-wise for them to get himself so much fitter and back to this kind of form. And the way he's moving, the lightness of the footwork around the ball. I mean, he's literally like a man possessed out here.
Hits his forehand return down the centre. Djokovic hits his big forehand. He's stepping in, trying to take the fight to Nadal, and he really connects with that backhand and puts it away cross court for a winner. Djokovic, meanwhile, after that episode in Australia, he wasn't really himself for a while. He didn't play in the spring tournaments in Indian Wells and Miami because also he was unvaccinated and they weren't allowing him in. So he got back into action on the clay, serves out wide and hits his backhand down the line, but he nets. And really, in the first 2 or 3 tournaments back, Djokovic was a bit of a shadow of himself. He looked almost self-conscious. He wasn't fully in form, but when he got to Rome, he was absolutely awesome.
Yeah, he really was. I mean, it was quite sort of alarming, wasn't it? A couple of the matches that he played before that, where he just completely run out of steam, and he admitted himself that things had really taken its toll emotionally on him, and he'd had to really sort of adjust and reflect and really think about how much he'd taken, you know, as a human being, and you know, worldwide headlines and what have you. So I think it took its toll. But as you say, he really bounced back in Rome. He's really started to find his form, and coming in here, I thought he looked the better shape actually. But this is just absolutely breathtaking from Nadal.
I don't know too many people who saw this coming. Rafael Nadal has won the first set 6-2. He's 2-love up with a break of serve against Novak Djokovic in the second as well. But Djokovic now trying to steady himself, and he wins another point as the Nadal forehand goes cross-court and wide.
There were so few unforced errors in that first set from Nadal. When the stats came up, it said just 6 from Nadal. It was a near perfect set, and he was winning 80% behind his second serve, whereas for Djokovic, I think Laura mentioned that he really needed to get his first set serve firing, and I think that really hurt him behind second, as we saw in that opening game.
Yeah. Backhand long by Djokovic.
And he just needs one kind of moment, as you said, David. I feel if he could hang on to his serve here and just keep on pressing Nadal, keep trying to hang in there, if he just gets a little break, things could shift quite dramatically and quite quickly. But at the moment, he's just taking all of these punches. I mean, it's quite heavy blows.
Love 2 down, Djokovic is serving from the far end from where we look. We're on the 5th floor of the Court Philippe Chatrier, just underneath the roof, looking at the floodlights as they beam down on this orange rectangular court with its green surrounds, and a backhand is hit down the line by Nadal, wrong footing Djokovic, and he's middling the ball so well, he's thinking so clearly, he's tactically playing this to perfection.
Well, that last shot from Djokovic, you know, he's under such immense pressure anyway, so you can understand it, but the minute he comes off the ball and he doesn't get a good strike, he was toast on that last rally. He was going backwards. There was no chance he was going to catch up in that rally. And really needs to hang on to this service game.
Deliberate ball bouncing of Novak Djokovic as he tries to figure out, well, where can I put the tennis ball that this guy down the other end can't get near?
What more can he do?
Yeah, I mean, he's playing well. He's 6-2, 2-love down. Djokovic with the backhand down the centre. Nadal chips his backhand on the line, moves to his left, and that ball's into the net. That wasn't a good shot from Djokovic, and this is another break point.
I mean, I'm pretty sure if you were to interview Djokovic right now about what's just happened in the first set, an hour and a quarter, he'd just say, I've never seen tennis like that from Nadal. He'd say that was absolutely unplayable. It was almost perfection.
Yeah. Well, they've played 58 times before. Djokovic has won 30 of them. Nadal's won 28. Their contest here a couple of years ago, which was played in October because of the pandemic, was enormously one-sided. Djokovic only won 2 games in the first 2 sets of that. Well, he's only won 2 games in a set and a bit now. And he's break point down again. Hits his forehand inside out on the forehand of Nadal, who hooks it cross court. Drop shot Nadal. Djokovic, here comes Nadal! And he fades that backhand down the line, and he's broken again! Rafael Nadal just rolling back the years here. How is a 36-year-old, nearly anyway, couple of days away, playing tennis like this? Absolutely stunning. He leads by a set, 6-2, and 3 games to love with a double break.
Incredible stuff live on 5 Live Sport. Get in touch at 5 Live Sports, hashtag BBC Tennis on social media, 85058 on the text. Graham says Djokovic looks like Bambi on ice out there at times, really struggling to keep balance on court. Still, you can never rule him out, even against Rafa on clay. While Philip says, am I watching Celebrity, the great pottery throwdown, such as Nadal's mastery of clay? And Laura Robson, we are certainly seeing the master at work here. What can Novak Djokovic do?
Not a lot at the moment. I mean, Rafa's playing unbelievable. It's hard to put into words how tough it is to hit through Djokovic. He's one of the best movers in the game, and Nadal's making it look easy, but he's not engaging in the tactics that Djokovic wants. So immediately, instead of going into these backhand cross-court rallies, he's opening up line, he's going to the slice, and he's just playing on his own terms right now. And for Djokovic, I think he wasn't really expecting this level to be sustained. I mean, it's the set and 3 love now, and you usually expect your opponent to have at least a little bit of a dip here and there for you to get yourself in the match. It just hasn't happened yet. And I think Djokovic is looking a little bit flat because he doesn't know what to do. And he's just being, as Annabelle said, pummeled from the back of the court, which you hardly ever see. It's unbelievable.
And Nadal has broken 4 times in the match already. And David Law, I mean, the crowd are lapping this up, aren't they?
They are. I mean, there's a pocket of support for Novak Djokovic. He always has some really passionate supporters of his own, but the general fan, the neutral fan, I think on the whole is pulling for Nadal. That hasn't always been the case here. I mean, Djokovic does have good support anyway in France, but I think for Nadal there was a bit of Nadal fatigue for a few years because he was just winning too many times, winning too easily as he hits the forehand down the line, and when he won titles 7 and 8 and 9 and 10 and 11 and 12, I think people were starting to think, well, can we have somebody else win now? But now that he's 35 and he's clearly holding on really physically, I mean, this can't last forever. They're making the most of their chance to watch Rafael Nadal, and they want to see if he can do it one more time. Well, so far so good, because Nadal leads Djokovic 6-2, 3-love, and he hits a lovely angled backhand volley and follows it up with a forehand volley, and he's got all the answers.
Oh, just a fabulous serve, wasn't it? Right into the corner junction, and then the serve volley brought into play as well. Just everything he's throwing at Djokovic. Just it's not a lot he can do at the moment. It's hard to think about what he can do, because we're watching him trying different things out here, but he's playing such reactionary tennis as opposed to being the dictator.
And it must be a very strange sensation for Djokovic. Imagine being this good and having no answer to shots like that from Rafael Nadal. Because Djokovic has just put a perfectly good return down the centre of the court, the sort that usually handcuffs opposition. And Nadal's just taken one step behind him and then swiped a forehand winner.
I'm not sure I've ever seen him play this well. It's just everything. I mean, it's just incredible. It's like he's in a zone, and he's almost in a trance. The way he's playing this tennis match, nothing can stop him at the moment. Somehow Djokovic has got to find a way to just change things up.
Hits his backhand return again. He hits the baseline with the return. Djokovic, he's doing literally all he can do. He hits another backhand cross court, but Nadal's still there, pummeling that backhand side of his with his own forehand. But eventually Djokovic wins out on that particular point as Nadal miscues, and maybe just a little glimmer of hope here for Djokovic with 30 all. That little pocket of fans in the Djokovic corner that I mentioned, doing all they can to rally their man, because I suppose half the battle now for Djokovic, given that he's just been beaten all ends up tennis-wise and physically, he's got to keep his belief somehow. Because if that wanes, this could be quick. Bit of amusement from the crowd because Nadal crashed a serve that the line judge had to duck out the way of. 6-2, 3-love Nadal leads. Best of 5 set match. 30 all. Finally, the sun has set. It's been light here until 10 o'clock the last few nights. Beautiful day it's been, blue sky. Low 20s Celsius. It's going to heat up over the next few days a bit more. And Nadal will love that even more, won't he? He loves it when the sun is baking this crushed brick clay court as he hits his forehand cross court. He's playing under lights in the night session. It's Djokovic who's in charge of this rally, but he's got his footwork all wrong, and Djokovic is convinced this ball is out from the racket of Nadal. Umpire Damien Dumassoir is coming out to have a look, and he confirms that indeed it is out.
Gosh, that's strange actually, because when it bounced, I thought it did a kind of a kink to the left, and I thought, oh no, not another one that's just hit the line, which is going to really frustrate Djokovic. But yeah, he ringed the mark and he's got the call. Finally a glimmer of hope to get one of the breaks back.
Djokovic has only won 2 games in the hour and 21 minutes we've had so far, and he's playing quite well. But he's got breakback points here. And he's been here before, because he was 5-love down a year ago in the first set of their match on this court, the last time they played each other. And again, he's 5-love down and he was playing well. But he kept to his guns, he kept believing that it would turn, that Nadal's level would eventually drop, and it did. And Djokovic's level rose even more. We had a third set there that was a tie-break set. It was one of the best sets I've ever seen. And Djokovic eventually broke Nadal down. Can Nadal prevent that happening here? He hits the drop shot, but he's netted. And one of the breaks is retrieved. Djokovic is on the board in the second set.
Well, he was fortunate that Nadal missed that one, because he'd slipped on the baseline trying to move forward for the coming on drop shot, and it was netted. So that might just settle him just a bit, but he's got a long way back still to try and dismantle this jigsaw puzzle in front of him, which is kind of jammed tight at the moment.
It is. Extraordinary to think that between these two guys, they've won 10 years worth of Grand Slam tournaments. 41 Grand Slam singles titles between them. 21 for Nadal, 20 for Djokovic, 20 for Roger Federer. And Federer still reckons he's going to make a comeback. Goodness knows how, he's about 40. He is 40. Here's a forehand cross-court from Nadal, right into the backhand of Djokovic, who's coming in and playing a backhand volley at a lovely angle. Cuts it away. Little smile on the face of Djokovic. I don't know whether he's hearing one or two things from the crowd that are amusing him, as people may be trying to put him off.
Well, that had to be such an acute angle to get that ball away from Nadal. Yeah, that was a strange moment, wasn't it? Him smiling after that. That was weird.
Maybe he's trying to keep himself loose, thinking, I'm playing quite well, and I'm losing 6-2, 3-1. But anyway, an ace out wide from Djokovic. Looks like he might narrow the gap here.
Just calling for the balls a little bit quicker from the ball kids there, so he's getting a little bit more stress coming into him. I think he senses that this might be the moment to try to make his move, try to pounce.
Well, you did say earlier, surely Nadal can't keep this up for the entire match. How can you? This level he's produced. Well, Djokovic has gone along with a forehand. But there's a real zen about Nadal as well today. He seems to be completely at ease with himself. He knows what his tactics are, and he has complete faith in the way he's striking the tennis ball today. And no wonder, because it is an extraordinary sight, the level of tennis he's produced tonight so far. Annabel Croft reckoning it's some of the best tennis, if not the best, she's ever seen from him, and I can't deny that. Here's a backhand chip down the line by Nadal, drop shots. In comes Djokovic with a drop shot of his own, and he moves to 40-15, and he's just ever so slightly creeping closer to Nadal now.
Yeah, well, interesting to see Nadal playing that sort of short chip. We haven't really seen too much of that. We've seen the drop shots and some blistering play from the back of the court, but he drew Djokovic in there and then got outplayed by Djokovic. So a little bit of a helping hand. Very, very focused Djokovic.
Serve down the centre from Djokovic. Cross-court goes his forehand. This to win 2 games in a row. He hasn't done that before in the match. Hits his inside-out forehand. That's a lovely shot from Djokovic. Scrambled back by Nadal, who moves to his right, chips it cross-court, read the play, but that's perfect from Djokovic. Short angle, cross-court, angle on the forehand, and he has closed the gap now from 3-love in the second set to 3-2. He trails by a set to love, Delith, but this isn't over yet.
It certainly isn't over. Don't go anywhere if you're listening to us on 5 Live Sports. Laura Robson, a psychological boost, surely, for Novak Djokovic, as David was saying, back-to-back games for him.
And it was just the little smile as well earlier on in the game, where it looked like he's trying to figure something out, and it almost seems like he wants the crowd to go a bit more against him, just so he can pump himself up even more. We've seen him so many times get involved, get so intense when that's happening, and it just feels like he's trying to create something here. But I think, you know, he's got to get better on his second serve. He's still only winning 43% of points on his second serve, and he's just under pressure so early on because of that. And I've also noticed Rafa over the other side of the net getting a little bit frustrated when Djokovic throws the ball up and catches it on his own serve. A couple of times now, Nadal sort of lifted his hands up to say what's going on here. And it's definitely starting to get a little bit edgy here, even though Rafa still has the break.
Yeah, a message from Amy on social media. Novak needs to let some emotion out here, otherwise this is running away quickly. He needs to get fired up. Fair point, David, though. We haven't really seen much emotion at all, have we, from either player so far?
That's a very good point, actually, Delith, Laura, Annabel. We're so used to seeing Nadal's big vamos and their clenched fists. We're so used to seeing a defiant Novak Djokovic raging against everything that's going on in this sort of position. So far, he's kept himself to himself. Now we've got Nadal having a conversation with umpire Damien Dumassoir. I think Nadal's got something in his eye.
Okay, now I think it's better.
And he's just checking with the umpire whether he's going to be okay and whether he needs any treatment. Doesn't look like it.
No. You know, I think they have so much respect for each other. And as we know, this crowd are a harsh crowd. When you start to, show too much emotion or anger, you could get booed. That he doesn't need that as an extra, pain to fight against, I think, for Djokovic. So I think he just accepts that the level that Nadal has been throwing out here is just way too high. He's just got to wait for his moment for it to drop.
Yeah, ride the waves a little bit here and wait for a chance for calmer waters for himself to make some progress. And he's already making some progress because he's won 2 games in a row now as Djokovic from 3-love down. Huge forehand by Djokovic. Here he comes.
Just feels like the tide might be turning just a tiny bit.
The chant is Nole, Nole, which is the nickname of Novak Djokovic. Now, sorry.
I was just going to say, David, I wondered what Djokovic was talking to the umpire at the change of ends. We couldn't really quite hear what he said, but he said, "Oh, thanks for checking."
I think it was something to do with a call that he wondered why the umpire hadn't seen. Anyway, a backhand hit cross-court by Nadal, who steps in, hits it down the line, still hitting the ball extremely well. Forehand cross-court from him now, but Djokovic is reading these balls, and a leisurely-looking backhand lofted with topspin from Djokovic. He's really hitting the ball well now. He steps in, does Djokovic, and hits another forehand away.
Well, we haven't seen that tactic since very, very early on in the match when he was getting pummeled and he was trying to throw in some loopier balls. But it worked that time, and it's just worked again, where he's totally taken the pace out of the ball, thrown it very high over the net to try and take some pace away from Nadal and force him to, find the pace himself. And actually looked a little more awkward there.
Yeah. The stress has left the body of Novak Djokovic in that rally. The way he suddenly relaxed his limbs in order to play that quite nonchalant-looking lofted ball, and then stepped him and gripped the racket a bit tighter to hit the clean winner. He's got love 30 on Nadal's serve. Nadal 3-2 ahead with a break, but he was 3-love ahead in this set. He's ahead by a set to love, but here comes Novak Djokovic hitting his backhand down the line. Nadal responds with a retaliating backhand of his own down the line for a winner.
Well, Djokovic just stopped. I don't know what happened there. He was in control of that rally, and I was just starting to think, it's the first time that we're seeing him starting to get a little bit more on top of some of these rallies, and the pace has definitely come down a bit from Nadal. I don't think he's hitting it so ferociously, but he just stopped running for that. I don't think he saw it coming.
No, I think it wrong-footed him, didn't it? Down the line, that shot with the two-handed backhand. He's left-handed, Nadal. There are certain patterns that I'm sure that Djokovic has got used to in their 58 previous matches, as he hits his forehand cross-court into the acute angle that Nadal slices and drifts down the centre. Backhand chipped into the net by Nadal, and it's break point again for Djokovic.
Well, isn't this incredible? Waited all this time, an hour and 30 minutes, and if he is able to get this break, the match will almost feel quite level, won't it? Even after everything that we've witnessed. And it's interesting to see how suddenly Nadal is using the slice a little bit more. We haven't seen too much of that, and a few times he started to bring it in, and it's not really paying off.
He's no longer able to pummel him like you were talking about earlier on. At the moment, it does feel even within the rallies now. Djokovic is the one stepping on the front foot.
Some overexcited fans in the crowd. I don't know what's going on there.
Well, there's 15,000 of them in total, packed inside Court Philippe Chatrier. Break point Djokovic to level this second set at 3-all. Forehand hit cross-court by Nadal at 15:40, but that's a loose backhand cross-court from Djokovic.
No reaction from Djokovic whatsoever after that miss. That will have felt very disappointing because he's had so few chances to sort of get back in. Yes, there's been one or two, but he hasn't been able to take advantage of them. But that will feel like a total waste of one of them.
And Nadal will go through his whole routine here, make sure everything's just right as he bounces that ball and grips the white handle of his luminous orange and pink rackets and serves an ace down the centre. 2 break points saved. And it's juice.
Yeah, stunning serve. Couldn't have been any better. Right down that centre tee. Very powerful, flat through the court. Djokovic kind of hanging back towards that left side of the return position and expecting it to the backhand, I think.
So 2 break points saved by Nadal. Can he get himself a game point for a 4-2 lead? Here's Djokovic stepping in. He's handcuffed Nadal with that deep return. Now he's got a backhand from the far end of the court. Down the line it goes. Nadal goes down the line in kind. They're just going down the line to one another. Here they change it up with Djokovic going cross court and now cross court again with his backhand. Now he steps in down the line, but Nadal absorbs the pace of that shot and he's got a two-hander which he chips down the centre. Djokovic steps in. He's in charge, but Nadal retaliates and now he's got a backhand on the line. The Djokovic meets with his backhand cross court and Nadal banana shots it down the line with a forehand and Djokovic nets and Nadal is roaring down this near end of the court as he moves to advantage.
Well, Djokovic turned around and absolutely bellowed at somebody in the crowd there, so I don't know whether he felt that he was put off on that last shot, but he was in command of that rally. And that was the first time in the match, David, that I felt like the rallies are really equaling up now. It doesn't feel like it did at the start when Nadal was just shocking him. It's returned to normalcy. The umpire.
Yeah, Djokovic and Nadal, they don't like to be disturbed in between first and second serves. Umpire Damien Demassoir trying to get that message over, but good luck getting these 15,000 people to be quiet. And let's be honest, we don't want them to be. Just at the right times, maybe. Just like now, when Nadal's about to the second serve, a bit of silence would be nice, and you can hear people shushing each other in the crowd. 6-2 Nadal first set, 3-2 with a break in the second set. He was 3-love ahead. Advantage for 4-2. Forehand return blasted back at him by Djokovic, who's hitting these balls as hard as he possibly can, but Nadal still absorbing them. Another backhand cross court from Djokovic. Nadal goes down the line, but shanks it long, and Djokovic hit those forehands and backhands with anger.
Yeah, he really did. And, you know, I was watching him in his return position and he came very close into the baseline. He'd already decided he was going to give that second serve an absolute thump. And Nadal was trying to do really aggressive sort of low service trajectory. You know, there was nothing sort of spinny about that second serve, but my goodness, did Djokovic get hold of it. And that was intimidation tactics right there. That was what he was receiving at the beginning of the match.
That's exactly how it felt, yeah. Djokovic was saying, right, I've had enough of being pushed around by you. You're going to have this. 6-2, 3-2 Nadal with a break of serve, but juice on his serve. Nadal plants those red shoes of his just behind the orange, just behind the white baseline on this orange court. And serves into the body, does Nadal, and the ball is too difficult for Djokovic to get right on that forehand. Djokovic is having to walk forward to have a look at the mark that the ball has made in the clay to make sure it is out. It is out, and he's frustrated because he can't believe he missed.
No, he'd lined it up, and again he was close to that baseline trying to be aggressive on the return of serve, and I think it is the right tactic. He needs to do that just to get the first strike in. But yeah, I mean, he's still not playing badly, is he?
No, I think this is a super high quality match, and Djokovic is playing a big part in it. He just can't get quite up with Nadal, who leads 6-2, 3-2, and with advantage. It's the quarterfinals of the French Open.
The most disappointing point was that 15-40 point, wasn't it, where he just missed that routine shot and rather gave that one away, and he'll be really disappointed about that if he doesn't get the break here. And now he's quite far back for this particular serve. Changing his court position for return.
Pitch black sky up above now. Finally the sun's illumination has gone all together. It's 20 to 11 at night. They start the night sessions here at 8:45, the best of 5 set match. So if this goes all the way, we're going to be here at 2 in the morning. Which I wouldn't mind at all, because I'm really enjoying this, but I think it's a bit silly to start at that time of day. Here's a forehand hit cross-court by Nadal that's blasted by Djokovic for a clean winner inside out with a forehand.
Well, almost an identical point, and once again up on that baseline, already deciding off an aggressive second serve to really take that ball on, and he is pummeling it into that forehand corner of Nadal. Back behind him again, he's almost, well, he is both feet off the ground and taking it as that ball is rising, and he's had enough of this. I think we've seen that he's irritated now.
Yeah, and Nadal's going to get it, but Nadal's attitude is going to be bring it on. 1 hour and 37 minutes these two behemoths of men's tennis have been going toe-to-toe, knocking lumps out of each other. 6-2 first set Nadal, and he leads 3-2 with a break in the second, but Djokovic has won the last 2 games in a row and is playing his best tennis of the match so far.
No, he's going to move as close to the baseline for this second serve on the deuce side. He's done it a couple of times on the ad, but no, he's actually further back on this side.
Djokovic leaning forward to return the serve, and he hits it with his backhand, and it lands just inside the baseline. Nadal's signature grunt, now a drop shot from him. In comes Djokovic, pokes it down the line. Nadal with a cross-court passing shot, whips it with that forehand and punches the air.
Shake of the head from Novak Djokovic, and a clever shot, just forcing Djokovic forward. He's actually drawing him in to pass him, and it's such an effective tactic, isn't it? We've seen it in reverse, where Murray's used it with the backhand cross-court, Federer's used it with the slice cross-court as well, but this is Nadal with a slice forehand drawing them in.
And this is something he's added to his game over the years, isn't
definitely.
it? When he first came along, he didn't used to play like that, did he?
No, it's so clever, it's so thoughtful.
And he first won the French Open title back in 2005, 17 years ago, and he was all sleeveless shirts and bulging biceps and calf-length trousers and long hair and vamos, and the quickest thing on 2 legs I'd ever seen on a tennis court as he hits the serve into the top of the net and jumps over the service line, and it's back to deuce. And back then, Roger Federer was the dominant force in men's tennis. He was winning everything, and then suddenly he met his kryptonite in Nadal, whose looping, fizzing, topspun forehand into the Federer backhand was just a nightmare for Federer with his single-hander. It was always coming up by his shoulder. He didn't know how to deal with it. And Nadal still leads. Oh, there's a time violation for Nadal from umpire Damien Dumassoir.
Well, that's got them going.
Nadal still leads the Roger Federer head-to-head, but then Novak Djokovic came along, and Djokovic leads the head-to-head against both of them. He now hits his backhand cross-court. It's deuce once more. We've only had 5 games in the second set, and Nadal is determined to win this 6th one with a big forehand winner.
Well, he was irritated at that time violation, wasn't he? And there was a little bit more ferocity behind the first serve. Djokovic threw up one of those loopier balls, which this time's the first time it didn't really work, and Nadal just got hold of it, generated the pace, stopped it from reaching its, is it apex, is that the right word, at the top of the bounce, and pummeled it into the corner. Well, he certainly had his chances in this game, Djokovic.
Sound of Novak Djokovic slamming the back of his shoes with his racket to loosen the little bits of grit, the top surface of the clay court here that stick in the grills of the sole of the shoe. And he hits his forehand return down the middle. Nadal hits it down the line with a forehand. He's got game point for a 4-2 lead, Nadal. He leads by a set to love in this best of 5 set match. Djokovic steps in with a forehand cross court. Now he'll move to his right and hit another cross court forehand that Nadal chips down the line. Now another inside out forehand by Djokovic. He's moving Nadal around here, but Nadal's getting to everything and retaliating with a big backhand cross court. Then down the line by Nadal. Now he moves to his left and hits a big forehand, but he's gone long. And it's deuce again.
Wow, I mean, that was a quality point, wasn't it? And also, it's one of the few points we've witnessed in this entire contest where they've been going toe-to-toe like that, and actually Djokovic has come out on top without it being a stunning winner from Nadal to finish the point off. And that's where he's got the better of him and actually broken down, Nadal in the rally. And honestly, I can't really remember one where he's done that.
No.
All we've witnessed is outright winners.
Do you think it would benefit Djokovic if it became attritional like that?
I think so, actually. Yes, I do. I think
Nadal maybe needs to win it quickly.
I think so. That's how I feel.
Hits his big serve down the centre, Nadal at deuce, and he nets the forehand, Nadal. Break back point for Djokovic, and a chance to level this second set that he trailed 3-love a few minutes ago.
And he'll know, he'll know that things are changing here. He'll be able to sense it, feel it. He'll know that psychologically Djokovic is hanging in here, fighting, finding ways to break him down. He'll be sensing the changes going on.
Annabelle Croft here with us on 5 Live. The French Open at Roland Garros in Paris. Quarterfinals. This could really be the final. As the backhand hits the top of the net from Djokovic and bounces wide on break point. He'd love to have that one back.
Well, I just can't believe that he's just missed that. I mean, for everything he's fought to try and get into these positions of break point, and there's not been too much reaction. I was expecting him to turn around and bellow at his own box there. But, for somebody who's arguably one of the greatest returners we've ever seen, just to miss that, that's just pressure, isn't it?
Yeah.
I suppose you could say it's the pressure that Nadal's put on him to not get too many opportunities.
I think even Djokovic is probably surprised at the sort of pressure he's had to withstand here from Nadal so far. He's still there, though, Djokovic, at deuce in this game. He's 3-2 down as Nadal slices down the line. Backhand down the centre by Djokovic. They're training almost like a practice drill here. And it's Nadal who goes into the net with a backhand. That wasn't hit particularly hard, but he got it all wrong.
Yeah, that was slightly weary. Not that I'm saying he's tired. It was just sort of out of character and keeping in what we've witnessed so far in this match. And it means that Djokovic is definitely making progress.
Well, we've got a 4th break point here for Novak Djokovic in this game now. It's been going on forever, this one. This for 3 games all in the second set for Djokovic. Nadal leading by a set to love, but he was a set and 3-love up. He dropped shots with the forehand, but that's not very good. A drop shot in kind from Djokovic. That wasn't very good either. Backhand on the line from Nadal. Well, those were the 2 worst drop shots I've ever seen from these 2 players. And Nadal's the one who benefits from it because he's hit his backhand at the feet of Djokovic. And it was like they were saying, here you go, I don't want it. You have it.
That was so strange. What a bizarre rally. And what a waste for Djokovic.
And they're both, Djokovic is shaking his head and smiling because he knows he was presented a gift on a platter from Nadal there, and then he just said, actually, you have it.
It did feel like that. It was a bizarre point. I don't think he's going to be smiling if he doesn't get this game. This is the moment, isn't it? Right here, it feels like the heart of the match.
It does. This feels like a hugely important game. It's 6-2, 3-2 to Rafael Nadal. It's deuce. And he serves down the centre onto the forehand of Djokovic and whips his forehand with that lasso-like technique that gets excessive topspin on the ball, Nadal, but he's missed with his inside-out forehand into the tram lines, and the pressure grows.
3rd time again that he's handed across a free point, an error to give him a break point. And each time it sort of mounts up if he can't get the breakthrough again. I know he's just had a break, but it's the fact that he's still sort of trying to play catch-up, which is quite exhausting mentally.
The winner of this has got to face Alexander Zverev, who's probably got his feet up right now, thinking, Go late into the night, lads. 5 hours, that's just fine. Here's a forehand down the line by Nadal, who's got break point against him, and he has been broken now. And Djokovic at the far end shakes his fist and looks up at this crowd and is drawing energy by the minute, because he's just won his third game in a row from 6-2 3-love down, and Djokovic is sensing that this is going to go the same way as it did a year ago when he was a set down. He was 5-love in the first set down, but he ended up winning the match.
Yeah, it's got that feel about it, hasn't it? And you've got to admire the way he has just waited patiently to strike and to pounce and to get the drop off, and it has happened. You know, a little bit of a level dip from Nadal. It didn't take much, did it? Mind you, you have to think that he could not possibly have kept up what he's put out onto this court. So almost, well, 47, not too shy from 2 hours.
Yeah, we haven't even had 2 sets yet. Chip down the centre by Nadal with a forehand. Blasted forehand winner by Djokovic, who's growing in stature and confidence with every passing minute.
Yeah, he senses a change, and psychologically there's been a big shift. He's picked himself up. He's probably feeling an awful lot better about things than he was only, what, 10-15 minutes ago. Set and 3-love down, double break. I mean, who would have believed this would have happened in such a short space of time?
This is the clay court season and the preeminent tournament on this surface of the lot. Tournaments in Barcelona and Estoril in Portugal and Madrid and Rome have all led to this moment, where the best players in the world are together in Paris at Roland Garros, with Rafael Nadal hitting his backhand cross court at a tournament he's won 13 times before, but he is going to have a right job on his hands if he wants a 14th here, because Djokovic is coming on strong, and some of the shots that were going in from Nadal are now missing. Three games in a row for Djokovic now. And 30-love. He serves down the centre, and Nadal watches that one fly by. And it feels like maybe he's just lost a little bit of zip and energy now, Nadal. Can he regroup? Hits his backhand cross court. That one had a bit of zip in it. Now he goes down the line with the backhand. Down the centre by Djokovic. Drop shot Nadal. In comes Djokovic, and even he can't reach that one. And that was the best point Nadal's played in quite a while.
Yeah, it was almost like he wanted to finish that point quickly. And as you said, there was more zip on the backhand return. A couple of shots on the baseline had just a little bit more on them, and then just bringing that nasty short slice drop shot. Djokovic very awkward going forward to that one. Didn't see it coming. So many twists and turns, aren't there? It's so kind of layered, these matches.
And they're getting better between these two. It's not just a slugfest anymore, as Djokovic hits a drop shot into the net with his backhand. But that is a feature of the matches between them these days. They're not just blasting the living daylights out of the ball. There are angles and spins and drop shots and serve and volley, and every facet of the game is explored by these two as they try to get an upper hand against one another.
Goran Ivanisevic, Djokovic's coach, looking very uncomfortable after he just missed that drop shot. I think Novak turned around and looked at him like, can't believe I just tried that.
Djokovic needs this game, and Goran will know it. He was 30-love up, was Djokovic, but Nadal maybe just has a chance here again. 30-all. He slams his forehand into the net, and the voice you heard was of Novak Djokovic at the far end roaring.
Yeah, he needs that, doesn't he? He just needs to release a little bit of the tension that he's probably been storing up and bottling up over the course of this match. Just needed to release it. You can tell he's like a coiled spring, isn't he, at the moment?
Well, they revamped this place a couple of years ago, complete renovation, and they've got a little slogan on the top tier of it. Victory belongs to the most tenacious, it says. And that's a quote from Roland Garros. Well, they're both going to win then, because they're both the most tenacious. Here's a backhand down the centre by Nadal, who goes down the line with his backhand. It's 40-30 Djokovic, but he's netted a backhand, and it's juice again. Every single game feels like an absolute saga right now.
Yeah, it really does. And, you know, that rally right there, that again, it felt like normal service resumed with the way that the structure of the rallies is. But also we often say that Novak goes into lockdown mode and just won't miss. But, you know, he's missed a couple of times on some of the rallies here, which you just wouldn't expect. And, you know, certainly after all the effort to, you know, get it back to 3-all, he doesn't want to just drop his level here. He wants to keep that momentum going, keep creating doubt down the other end in Nadal's head.
Djokovic, a winner of this title twice, the second time a year ago. The first time in 2016 when he completed the career slam, but he's just hit a double fault. He was 30 love up and it was all going swimmingly in this game, but he finds himself breakpoint out.
Yeah, just when we thought he was gaining in the ascendancy, suddenly just a dip. Lost his focus a bit.
(6-2) first set, Rafael Nadal, and he came out swinging and landing. Second set he came out swinging and landing and led 3-love. It's now 3-all, but he's got breakpoint again. Djokovic, though, stands in and pommels the forehand winner from mid-court.
Well, even that last shot, he had to choose the right direction, because often he's gone into that forehand corner with the big winners like that, and actually he chose to go the harder shot into the backhand side, and Nadal picked the forehand. But I mean, had he picked the right way, he might well have come up with a winner there.
It's Annabelle Croft here with us on 5 Live. There's Novak Djokovic at the far end. Will serve onto the backhand of Nadal, who's a deuce on the Djokovic serve. 3 games all in this second set. A stunning second set as Djokovic hits a backhand winner down the line again.
That was stunning. Absolutely stunning, just watching that finish. And the way he just got hold of that ball, leant in on it, and just kind of followed through, and it sort of feathered through the court, didn't it? It looked absolutely stunning.
It's been a beautiful spring's day, and the match here has been played on this orange clay court, but already the grass court season is underway in Great Britain. They're in Surbiton in London, where Andy Murray played a first-round match yesterday and won. Today, not so good. I've just received a press release which says rain and hail bring a stop to the tennis.
Not so nice.
Rain and hail, lovely. Here's a forehand down the centre by Nadal, who crushes a forehand advantage down, and another one to get it back to deuce.
Well, that was more like the tennis we'd seen at the very start of the match from Nadal, and he is ready to try and pick his game up. Has Djokovic missed the opportunity while there was a dip in level for Nadal, because you can see just the way he's marching around the court that he's ready to restart this second set for himself. Get things back on track, Nadal. He's really hungry to get a 2-sets-to-love lead.
How is this a quarter-final?
I know, it's a shame, isn't it? It's worthy of the final.
It certainly is, although I kind of like it being in the quarterfinals for a change. There's a backhand volley cross-court at a acute angle from Djokovic as he moves advantage ahead. And all the other players in the draw. Alexander Zverev's the semi-final opponent for the winner of this one, and then the other 4 in the bottom half of the draw will play tomorrow. That's an all-Nordic clash between Kasper Ruud of Norway and Holger Rune of Denmark, and then Marin Cilic takes on Andrei Rublev. And they must all be watching this right now thinking, crikey, these two are good. Glad they're not playing me yet. Here's a backhand down the centre by Djokovic, who hits his backhand cross-court, and he's missed it just by a whisker. And it's deuce again.
He's actually indicating that he can't see the ball down there, and I guess one thing we haven't mentioned is that playing under lights, sometimes you do just lose the ball in the lights, and it's quite difficult. But it's the first time I've seen him look back at Goran and just indicate that, you know, he's losing sight of the ball. So there have been a couple of uncharacteristic backhand errors down this end. And he's also having to work so hard, David, to get through his service games. You know, normally you'd expect a few free points on serve, but he's not getting any.
This time he manages to get the ball onto the sideline, but Nadal had a chance with that follow-up forehand from Djokovic, and Nadal's head is in his hands because he's netted.
Well, exactly what we were just talking about, where, you know, when he gets those shorter points, he tries to pummel it into the forehand corner, and that time Nadal was standing there, he was in position. I mean, if it had been first set, he would have made that sort of winner, wouldn't he? I mean, how many times have we seen Djokovic be taken to deuce advantage, long drawn-out games just to get through his service game?
This is the fourth time in this game that Djokovic has had game point for a 4-3 lead now. And it just clears the net on the backhand return from Nadal, but Djokovic steps in and polishes off the forehand. He will sit down with a lead. And that is the voice of Novak Djokovic, who punches the air and roars towards his supporters, because, Delith, he's just won 4 games in a row and leads 4-3 in the second set, trailing by a set to love.
It's incredibly gripping stuff here on 5 Live, and that second set has taken longer than the first set had. It's 10 o'clock UK time, but do stay with us. Colin Murray, of course, on the way after the resumption of this match, but I get the feeling there's no way he'll be on air for 10:30 tonight. Laura Robson, the feeling now that the pendulum is perhaps swinging in Novak Djokovic's direction?
Well, that last 2 games within itself, wasn't it? That it had everything. The drama really kicked up a notch, and Djokovic is now having a bit of a chat with the umpire, it sounds like, but he's just found a way through it. And to me, it does feel like the conditions have slowed up ever so slightly, so it just allows Djokovic to keep himself in the rally for an extra shot or 2, and from there he's able to gain some consistency from the back of the court, get into Rafa's head slightly, and is just trying to mix things up. The main thing for me is Djokovic's first serve in this set is miles better than set 1, so he's just got that extra bit of pop on the start of the point, and from there he's able to really take control. But it's just had everything, and the crowd are loving it. I'm loving it. The guys in Paris must be exhausted already, but we've got so long to go, guys.
Oh, we've got so long to go. We're all loving it, aren't we? A text in from Dennis. This is the final. The Sunday one will be a formality. This level of tennis is absolutely maniac, David Law.
Well, it really is. These are the 2 best players on the planet in men's tennis right now. There is no doubt about that. Roger Federer has been out for a year with injury, and perhaps we won't see him again at the top level, to be quite honest. These 2, they're still playing Grand Slam title-winning tennis, and they're facing off here in a quarter-final that has lived up to it. It really has. We have hyped this for all we've been worth, but they are delivering. It is 6-2 first set Nadal. It is 4-3 Djokovic second set. He's come back from love 3 down 2 breaks in this set as the Djokovic. Nadal now with a forehand cross court, trying to retaliate, trying to regather himself, but he's shanked a forehand long.
Yeah, it's a bit of a change up in terms of the pattern of play here, and Djokovic making much more impact. He's much more in the rallies. He's not flailing around as he was in that first set with the shock and awe tactics of Nadal. And interesting at that change of ends how the umpire was sort of having words with Djokovic, and Djokovic was arguing back, saying what they're allowed to intimidate me. He clearly was telling him not to say things to the crowd. He said, I only did it once. Yep. But it was an interesting moment.
And a defiant Novak Djokovic is a dangerous Novak Djokovic. If you wind him up, he will get better as a forehand is hit cross-court for a winner by Nadal. And that's something we've seen over the years, isn't it? My mind goes back to a couple of matches against Roger Federer, one in the Wimbledon final, I think in 2014, and then the following year in the US Open, the crowd was so pro-Federer to the point of it being genuinely uncomfortable for Djokovic.
Oh, I've seen it so many times, and I have so much admiration for the way that he handles that situation and his strength of character to be able to cope with it. You know, he had it at the US Open as well against Federer, where was it 20-odd thousand people baying for his blood, and he just took them all on.
Yeah, and he beat Federer on both occasions. He now hits his backhand cross-court. Nadal, though, is a special kind of competitor himself, and he goes cross-court with his forehand. That hits the baseline from Djokovic. Now forehand from him, cross-court, that Nadal repels, and now he'll hit a chip down the line and hit it into the net. And Nadal is 15-30 down, and Djokovic is starting to win this tug-of-war.
Well, maybe it's his turn to get a little bit of luck his side and hit some of these baselines. Nadal's gone down to have a good look down there, clean the baseline again with his feet, as he so often does. But yeah, there's been a big shift and change up, hasn't there, in the pattern of play.
Dozens of photographers sitting courtside just behind a row of flowers and all pointing at Novak Djokovic or Rafael Nadal. It's pretty much 50-50 in terms of interest from them at the moment. Forehand hit down the centre by Nadal, who's 15-30 down. He's lost 4 games in a row, but he chips his backhand down the centre. Here comes Djokovic with a forehand on the line. Lob lifted by Nadal over the head of Djokovic, lands in. Lob lifted in kind, but Djokovic. Nadal rushes in and smashes it away.
Amazing tactics again from Nadal. It's that use of the short slice, drawing Djokovic in, and he's had no answers to it in this match, because that time, you know, he played the forehand as if it was an approach shot, but then he's left a bit stranded, and this time the lob. And every time that he's used that short slice to draw Djokovic in, I can't think of one point where he hasn't won it. Something to learn from watching these tactics. I mean, it's just shows how much more there is to the game of tennis other than just hitting balls. It's about, you know, the chess game out there.
Backhand little chip drop shot by Nadal, and then it's reached by Djokovic. It's reached by Nadal. A lob lifted by Djokovic and a smash from Nadal, and the crowd are up.
Well, that time it was Nadal's turn to celebrate, turn around and do one of those customary kind of stamps his feet and stands there really proud, doesn't he? He's almost like frozen while he's sort of yelling and screaming and letting his own celebration out. Again, short slice brought Djokovic forward and wins the point again.
And this is what he started to do to Daniil Medvedev when he was being outplayed, when it was going straight toe-to-toe. He started to change his tactics. He started to make life uncomfortable for Medvedev with different spins and different angles and different paces. And maybe that's what he needs to do right now. It's a point for Nadal to level up at 4 games all in this second set. Huge forehand on the line by Novak Djokovic, who hits a backhand cross-court winner to get back to deuce. Yet another deuce.
Yeah, exactly. Every single game going to deuce, but that time it looked like there was real clarity of thought from Djokovic. He knew what he wanted to do with that point. Massive forehand down the line, and then back behind him again with the early backhand cross-court angle.
I don't know about you, Annabelle, but I kind of feel like the match is right in this set.
Yeah.
If Nadal wins this set and goes 2 sets to love up, maybe he can win. Maybe he can win. If Djokovic levels, how do you stop him? He was 6-2 and 3 love down in this set. He hits his backhand now. Down the line it goes. Nadal meets it in kind, and they're both grunting with every single shot as Djokovic goes long and then looks to the black sky up above, and he can't believe he's missed it, because I think he's feeling everything is coming out of the middle of the racket right now, and he feels like he should be able to hit winner after winner.
That's spot on, David. I think that's exactly right. You know, he's been really bringing his level up, and right in it, he's sort of engaged, dialed in mentally. Everything feels as if it's going in the right direction, so that just feels like, whoa, stop it, you know, don't hand across another free point, especially as he needs to try and get the break here and then be able to serve out the second set.
2 hours and 4 minutes this match has been going. We're still in the second set, and Nadal's levelled that set at 4 games all.
It's a tug of war, isn't it? One that wants to get the set to equal the match, the other that wants to stamp authority and be 2 sets to love ahead. I mean, it's right here. So much at stake. So much psychology. It was interesting hearing, again, going back to that interview with Carlos Moya, who said that when he first started working with Nadal, he used to talk a lot of tactics to him. And of course, he said, I'm going to look back at those 2 previous matches they played here. He said, but now it's a lot more about the mind and what impact he can have with Nadal on his emotions and the mind games that he needs out here. So I thought that was really fascinating.
Yeah, well, I think Nadal feels so much pain now from the various niggles and the chronic foot problem as Djokovic hits a forehand into the corner. Let's just see this rally as he hits his forehand on the line. Nadal tries to blast one at full stretch, but he hits the net. But to some degree, Nadal is just having to almost convince himself that he doesn't feel the pain, that he can handle what he's got to go through in order to get through these matches. I mean, look how grueling this is right now. It's the hardest surface in the world, isn't it, Clay?
Yeah. Absolutely, because of the nature of the surface and the construction of the rallies, it just pushes you to deeper places psychologically and physically.
Backhand netted by Djokovic.
And he's hammering his feet as if to say, come on, move your feet. He was really sort of out of position for that ball and, you know, lunging at it. Needed to get the footwork up closer to the ball, get the weight behind it. Cannot afford a let up here, Djokovic. So we have to remember that he's the one that's a set down. His back is up against the wall.
Forehand return down the centre, but netted by Nadal. 30-15 Djokovic, 4 games all. Quarterfinals of the French Open.
A rarity, David. Just a nice, quick, easy point for him. There's not been hardly any of those.
No. And these are guys with good serves. You know, normally they get some free points these days, especially now that Novak Djokovic, coached by Goran Ivanisevic, who was one of the all-time great servers, and has really encouraged Djokovic to go after that serve and hit it with more whiplash power and try to win some free points. Well, he's hardly won any today because they've all been like this, grueling. Here's a backhand now, cross-court from Djokovic. That is perfection. Onto the sideline, and Nadal doesn't move.
It almost looked like he'd hit that single-handed, didn't it? The way he sort of followed through and just hit it. It was another of those flowing shots cross-court where the timing is just perfect. It looks like a pendulum. You just kind of almost want to go and have a go at it yourself after watching him hit a shot like that.
Oh, I'd love to have a go at hitting a shot like that. In my dreams.
Yeah, mine too.
Here's a backhand cross-court from Nadal. It's long, and Djokovic wins a relatively straightforward service game. And is 1 game away now from levelling this match, this incredible tussle of 1 set all.
Brilliant stuff on 5 Live. Action at the French Open on Philippe Chatrier Court. David Law and Annabelle Croft back with you in a moment. Laura Robson, you can't take your eyes or ears off this match, can you?
You can't, and just when you feel like you start to get a read on what's going to happen, you know, something miraculous comes off Nadal's racket or Djokovic's racket, and the tables have turned again. I mean, the momentum shifts just in the last couple of games have been immense. So I think Nadal's very much still in this set, but it just feels like Djokovic is getting better and better as he gets a bit more confidence here. And he is actually starting to look like the fresher player out there, even though we're a couple of hours in already. It looks like he's, you know, barely broken a sweat. And I just think the fact that he's not spent as much time on the court in the first couple of rounds has to make a bit of a difference here.
Yeah, I think around 2.5 hours more Nadal has had on court. This, though, a crucial game coming up. Nadal has to hold serve to stay in the set, David.
And he's only won 1 of the last 6 games because Novak Djokovic has suddenly found his form. I mean, to be honest, he's played pretty well throughout the whole match. Even when he was 6-2, 3-love down, he was playing just fine. It's just that Nadal was so good, nobody could have lived with the form that he had in that period. But Djokovic has stayed patient. He's hung in there. Backhand return down the middle from Djokovic, who hits his forehand down the centre. Nadal meets it in kind, serving to try to level this second set up at 5 games all, and he starts well because Djokovic nets with his backhand and then looks up because his standards now, his expectations of himself are sky high.
Yeah, they are, and it's interesting that it's the backhand that keeps letting him down. That's the great weapon. I remember asking Goran Ivanisevic, you know, which shot would he like from any player in the world, and he said the backhand of Djokovic. So that is the major weapon in his game. But you know, it's just lately it's just been letting him down just a tiny bit, hasn't it?
Forehand return from him is too deep, and Nadal would love a service hold here, a straightforward one. He's won more than $100 million in his career. I think he'd give a few of those up for a nice service easy hold. $128 million to be precise. Djokovic has just one-upped him, $156 million.
Oh my goodness, it's extraordinary, isn't it? Telephone numbers.
I think they'll both be okay generally.
I think so.
Shouldn't be able to struggle to put a good meal on the table. Backhand into the net down the line from Nadal. And it's 30-15. What a return from Djokovic. Is he the best returner that you've ever seen?
I think so, yes, I do. And I think, we all study how he does it, but, there's a talent there in terms of how he reads the play and that split-second decision, but it's also the timing of the split step, to be able to meet that ball out in front and time it so sweetly out of the racket and really send it back with interest. But he's really picked up his returns.
Again, he's just put that return onto the baseline. He couldn't have put it there any closer as he hits his forehand down the centre. Nadal's doing well to even get a racket on these, but you can't get that back from Djokovic, who's timing now. Everything is coming out of the sweet spot of that racket, and 30 love has become 30 all, and Djokovic is just 2 points away from levelling this match at 1 set all.
Yeah, and he's the one that's doing all the hammer blows now, Djokovic, and as you said, it came off that unbelievable return of serve about an inch inside that baseline, and then there was a bit of a miss hit from Nadal, and he's getting a taste of his own medicine at the moment. Djokovic can sense it.
Nadal at 4-5, 30 all. Serves down the centre onto the backhand. Whips his forehand cross court. Djokovic meets it with the backhand on the line. Nadal's trying to stretch him out wide. Now hits his backhand on the line, but he's netted Nadal. He put the point together perfectly, but he didn't execute the final shot. And it's set point to Djokovic, having been 3-love and 2 breaks down.
Well, what a moment that was, because the court was wide open, and actually it almost looked like Djokovic had stopped moving, didn't it? There was a hesitation in his movement, and I think that's what Nadal caught with his eye. And it just put him off a little bit, thinking, oh, he's given up, I've got this point, and he missed it.
30-40, set point Djokovic to level. Forehand return from him down the middle. Forehand down the centre, Nadal. Forehand down the middle from Djokovic. Nadal steps in and hits the baseline with his backhand. Now he's got another backhand to go, the shorter angle cross court. Djokovic reaches it. Cross court again from Nadal. He's piling on the pressure, and Nadal holds firm as Djokovic goes long. Set point saved.
A little bit hesitant that last rally. Very good angle shots coming out of Nadal's racket. When that ball is routine down the centre of the court, Nadal just kind of finds an angle and opens up the court, starts to make it awkward again. Big size, big sort of sucking in of air for Djokovic, trying to get air in the lungs. Moved his court position back just a touch on this return of serve.
20 past 11 local time now as Rafael Nadal crashes a serve down the centre, and Novak Djokovic goes long with his backhand. It's only the second set.
Oh, not done yet. Probably has, if it goes to a tiebreak, it has another probably 20 minutes or so in it, hasn't it?
It's a great set. One of the truly great sets of tennis that I've ever seen this. 5-4 Novak Djokovic leads it. He trailed love 3 and 2 breaks of serve, and just incrementally he just found his way back into this match. But Nadal's still a set to the good, and he's hitting his backhand down the centre, and he's got a point to level up at 5 games all with a backhand cross court. Huge forehand on the line by Djokovic, and he wins the point as Nadal nets.
Yeah, that's becoming a little bit more consistent, isn't it? The way that Djokovic is winning some of these points. He's pushing Nadal further and further behind the baseline, where he's the one that's becoming more defensive and trying to retrieve a little bit more off balance than he had been, well, certainly from that first set and a half. That's where the big change up has come.
And there's a sort of liquid quality to his forehand right now. Everything is flowing, and there's a whiplash when he's striking the ball. It seems to require very little effort for Djokovic at the moment to create enormous pace, and he's just smashed a ball back at Nadal, who has got hit on the foot by Novak Djokovic's return.
He didn't even flinch though, did he?
Nadal's like, right, you watch, you're going to get it on this second serve. 4-5. Juice. Forehand return again, deep onto the baseline, and Nadal is all handcuffed. Cramped up on the baseline, he hits his backhand out. And once again in this game, it is set point to Novak Djokovic.
I still can't believe he didn't flinch when that ball just thundered through his feet.
First set went to Nadal 6-2, and he was quite sensational. He took a 3-love lead with 2 breaks in the second. But it's Novak Djokovic's time now, perhaps. Nadal was trying to serve and volley there. He was rushing in after the serve, but the serve hit the net. So he cleans the baseline of the little bits of orange dust that accumulate from this clay court. Wipes his foot over it to make it white. Set point Djokovic to level this match. Backhand down the centre, forehand down the line, long by Nadal. Djokovic roars. Djokovic puts his hand to his ear as if to say, come on now, let's hear you from me. He has levelled this extraordinary contest against his great rival Rafael Nadal. It's a best of 5 set clash, and it is 1 set all, Dylan.
2 hours and 16 minutes they've played, and we're back all square. It'll be the best of 3 sets now going forward, thanks to David Law and Annabel Croft for the time being. Don't go anywhere on 5 Live, because you're not going to want to miss it. Will it be Rafael Nadal who will win for the 29th time in his career against Novak Djokovic, or will it be Novak Djokovic that goes 31-28 up in the battle of one of the greatest tennis rivalries of all time? It's 10 UK time. Let's get the latest BBC News with Joe Hornby.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Boris Johnson's independent standards advisor says he must set out his case in public if he does not believe his police fine over a lockdown party at Downing Street broke the ministerial code. The Prime Minister has replied to Lord Geidt, saying there was no intent to break the law and therefore there was no breach. The Labour leader Sir Keir Starmer and his deputy Angela Rayner have been given questionnaires from Durham Police regarding an event being investigated for possible lockdown rule breaking. They visited a constituency office in the city last year where they had a curry and a beer. Both have denied breaching COVID restrictions. The Transport Secretary is demanding a meeting with aviation bosses as thousands of passengers continue to be hit by cancellations. Grant Shapps says the situation is causing people distress. The body representing the industry says it's continuing to be impacted by the pandemic. And Bradford has been named the UK City of Culture for 2025. It saw off County Durham, Southampton and Wrexham to take the prize.
F1. Perez gets it stopped, turns into the left, turns into the right, and then exits the Nouvelle chicane. Just the left-hand flick at Tabac now. Everybody is on their feet, applauding the Mexican into the final turn at Anthony Noakes, and Sergio Perez comes across the line to win the Monaco Grand Prix. An absolutely superb result for the Red Bull driver.
This time, it's personal. F1. Get reaction and analysis from the Monaco Grand Prix with 5 Live's Checkered Flag podcast.
Verstappen finishes third and extends his lead at the top of the championship.
Available now on BBC Sounds.
This is 5 Live Sport.
Back to Court Philippe Chatrier in a moment. Laura Robson, though, is listening to our commentary coverage and watching the match, no doubt, as well. Nothing surprises us with these two players, Laura. We shouldn't be surprised, but it's just such a terrific high standard of tennis we're witnessing.
I mean, I have to say, even I was surprised at Djokovic coming back there from a set and a double breakdown in the second set. That was an incredible turnaround that he's just managed to do, and it just looks like he's on a roll now. He's coming out with so many great shots, but in particular on his backhand, it looks like he's added some pace, and it just seems to me like he's starting to read Rafa's serve and is getting into so many more of these points. Rafa only won about 33 of his second serve points in that set, even though he had the double break lead at a certain point. So I think, you know, Djokovic again just finding a way like he always does, and he's just grown over the last couple of weeks as a player. He's gotten better and better with all the matches that he's played, and I just don't know how Nadal can turn this around. And this is where I think the day match makes such a big difference for him, because the conditions are just getting slower and slower here, and he's just not got the same weight of shot on the ball. And I feel like he must be frustrated at the situation, given that he requested so many times to play during the day. And regardless, the winner of this match is going to have such a short turnaround before the semi-finals.
Oh, certainly. I mean, it's 20 past, or approaching 25 minutes past 10 UK time, 25 past 11 France time. Russell Fuller, Colin Murray will follow us at the resumption of this game, but we're going into, I think, tomorrow morning, aren't we, with this one?
Yes, definitely. Unless there's a retirement, there will be a Wednesday conclusion to this match in Paris, even though at the moment Novak Djokovic must be a clear favourite, having turned that second set around spectacularly. It lasted nearly an hour and a half from a double break and 3-love down to win it by 6-4. He's serving first in the third set. Forehand from Djokovic. Nadal running across the freshly swept baseline to hit a backhand. Now a backhand from Nadal in the opposite corner. Forehand from Nadal. Djokovic with the backhand, drill down the centre, forehand from Nadal. Djokovic on the defensive here. Nadal takes the drive volley. The lob from Djokovic, a very high defensive one, buying himself time. It lands just in. The bounce smash from Nadal is a winner. So if that is the way the third set is going to go, we are going to be playing until about 2 o'clock in the morning, Annabelle Croft.
Yeah, it feels like that. I mean, it's utterly ridiculous, really, isn't it, to be playing a tennis match of this quality and this importance this late at night. I still find it hard to believe that they're expected to do this, but that's the way it is.
I would have had time to disappear into Porte d'Auteuil for a nice bowl of onion soup, entrecôte and frites, a little carafe of wine perhaps, and tarte tatin for dessert, and get back in time for the third set. Spellbinding commentary from you and David, and on we go. And it's another lob from Djokovic, a smash from Nadal onto the sideline, and he started the third set brilliantly. He has love 30 on the Djokovic serve.
Yeah, he's come out of the blocks quickly, and the court just feels so different, doesn't it? The fact that it's swept, it's got rid of all those marks from an hour and a half of hitting. It looks like a very different, clean surface, and he's back to that kind of aggressive, controlling the point, putting Djokovic on the defensive, and he's hit the line a couple of times and some really good smashes and finishes to the point.
People in the executive boxes and the more expensive seats are provided with blankets. There are many with grey blankets wrapped around them, and they haven't all brought them from home unless there's something extraordinary going on, that they all have exactly the same grey blankets that they bought from the same shop, others in white blankets. It is now properly chilly out there. Nadal hits a forehand return. Djokovic with the forehand. Backhand from Nadal cross court. Djokovic on the run. It's into the net. 3 break points in the opening game of the third set for Rafael Nadal.
Yeah, this is not what was in the script for Djokovic, was it? The start in the third set, having just earned that second set over such a long period of time, so much invested in it. Certainly does not want to get out of the blocks slowly at the beginning of this third set.
Djokovic love 40 down, forehand return from Nadal, backhand from Djokovic. He's onto the baseline. I thought it was long, Nadal thought it was long, there was no call. Here comes umpire Damien Dumoussois. Djokovic knows it's long, he's already walking to his chair. He's been broken to love in the opening game of the third set.
Well, I think just kind of lack of concentration there. He just lost his focus, didn't he? I think after all the effort of trying to get that second set, and just caught off guard.
Of all people, Djokovic to do that. Another twist. The momentum very much going Djokovic's way. Nadal, we knew, could not play with the same ferocity throughout the match. It's not helped when the conditions slow down, but there's a reminder again to write him off at your peril, because a love break for Nadal. He's got a spring in his step again as he makes his way to the other end of the court. 2 hours and 24 minutes played, and Nadal has the first game, a break of serve in the third set. The lines have just been swept, but Nadal, as he does before service games and points, just sweeps any clay off that baseline. He puts his right foot up to the line, and he serves now the left-hander, and he's won the first point as Djokovic's backhand is sliced wide of the court.
I think also he's playing some psychological games out here, Nadal. When he ran out for this next game, he was sort of trotting across the baseline. He was definitely showing psychologically that he's got a lot of energy in the legs, that he's ready to fight, and there was a lot of different subplots, subconscious messaging going on.
Forehand reply from Nadal. He has 15 love on serve. The backhand from Djokovic. Forehand from Nadal down the line. The forehand cross-court from Djokovic. Backhand Nadal. Backhand Djokovic. Nadal with the forehand. Lifted cross-court. It invites the drop shot, and Djokovic has lost all sense of conviction here. He's hit a very limp drop shot into the net, and Nadal has won the first 6 points of the third set.
And he just lifted up his back leg, Djokovic, after that, and just stretched it out. So that's interesting, isn't it? 2 hours, 26 minutes on the clock, and just trying to almost pull out those hip flexors as well. So clearly it's been very physical up until this point.
Nadal at 30 love. Excellent serve down the middle. Good reply by Djokovic. Forehand Nadal. The high backhand from Djokovic lands on the baseline. Nadal hits the forehand into mid-court. Backhand from Nadal cross-court. Djokovic with the forehand. Slice backhand from Nadal down the line. Djokovic cross-court and wide and long via the net cord. And Djokovic, who must have felt €1 million at the end of the second set, is now puffing heavily, and he's lost the first 7 points of the third set. Unhappy with 1 or 2 shouts from the crowd. To be fair, they quietened down very quickly, but 1 or 2 people thought that that rally had finished much earlier than it actually did.
Yeah, well, one of them called it out, didn't they? And was hoping that Djokovic's ball was out on the baseline, so he stood there and stared into the crowd at the end of that last rally.
40 love Nadal. First serve into the net. Here's his second serve. It's onto the backhand of Djokovic, and he hits through this very powerfully and forces the error on the forehand from Nadal, who was saying, when he was trying to downplay his chances before this quarter-final, that because of his injury in Indian Wells, the stress fracture of the rib, he hadn't really played too many high-intensity matches recently. But it's Novak Djokovic, actually, who's not been able to play a 5-set match since last year's US Open.
Yeah.
He might say the last really high-intensity match I had was the final against Daniel Medvedev on about the 10th of September. Didn't play at the Australian Open and missed a couple of other tournaments at the start of the year, including the big 2 Masters events in Indian Wells and Miami, because he wasn't allowed to enter the United States. Here's Nadal going long, and there's still hope for Djokovic in this game, with the Spaniard leading 40-30.
Djokovic hasn't given up this game yet, has he? Despite 40 love, now back at 40-30. He still is trying to get this break back. He went after that return of serve, got a really good strike deep to the baseline. He's trying to be ultra aggressive on his return serve.
Last game point for Nadal, and he serves into the net.
This is his most confident side of the 2 sides of the Nadal return, isn't it? He seems to really prefer the backhand side, I think, on the ad side. Yep, close to that baseline.
Game point Nadal for the 3rd time. Forehand return from Djokovic, and Nadal makes the forehand, and a big celebration from him. He knows the importance of holding on there. He's consolidated the break, and again he's making the running early in the set. Didn't help him in the second set, as Djokovic came from a double break and 3 love down to win 6 games out of 7, but Nadal leads by 2 games to love.
I was surprised there, Russell, the way Djokovic actually ran round the backhand to hit the forehand that time and left the court wide open down his forehand side. Haven't seen him do that in this match. Normally he's so content to take it on the backhand on that return. I don't think he'll be trying that again.
There are a lot of different coloured blankets in evidence now. There's a patch of grey blankets, a patch of green blankets, a patch of white blankets, even some blue ones to my left as Djokovic hits a forehand down the line, scorching winner. These are being used by people to keep themselves warm, and those that either didn't have a blanket provided or did not raid the laundry basket or the airing cupboard before coming to the Philippe Chatrier court, many of those have anoraks or even ski jacket zipped up. It's not freezing, but it's chilly. It's probably about 13 degrees now.
Yeah.
This is the big problem with having night sessions in Paris. Right now, who cares? We're loving this match so much, but as a long-term bet, it can be very, very chilly this late in the evening in Paris as Nadal misses his backhand.
I think the white blankets look a bit odd, actually, I have to be honest, because they sort of look like people who are going off to a fancy dress party dressed as a ghost, don't they?
Halloween fancy dress party. Yes.
Well, they sort of do.
They do.
I mean,
You're absolutely right.
Quite a lot of them as well.
Yeah. Or maybe dressed as a priest, possibly.
Yeah.
30-love Djokovic, forehand. The off forehand is wide by the serve after 2.5 hours on the match clock. And it's a bit like watching day-night cricket in England. When you get one of those really humid, hot evenings, it's an absolute delight. But a lot of the time, people are wrapped up against the cold. And look, it's still been a big success, and people enjoy going. But if you weren't watching a match of this quality, it is still relatively early in the summer. It's still the spring, actually, to be playing outdoor clay court tennis in this part of Europe. Nadal is on the run. Djokovic's got a very short ball. He's hit down the line. Great defence from Nadal. The smash by Djokovic to end Nadal's resistance and move to 40-15.
Actually, I've just noticed, Russell, that it's even too cold for our pigeons because they've been there enjoying the tennis all day today. Literally, for every single match, the three of them have been sitting up on that top of the roof and they've gone to bed.
They have. They turned their backs to us, didn't they? And they pointed their backsides, as you pointed out so delicately earlier, down on, I think it was members of Sloane Stephens' players box that were in the firing line earlier as she lost to Coco Gauff. Djokovic wraps up this game, so a hold of serve, but Nadal does have the break, Delith. 2-1 he leads third set.
Would have thought that, Laura Robson, at the start of the third, the momentum appeared to be with Novak Djokovic, but Rafael Nadal came out flying then, didn't he?
I really don't understand. I mean, just when you think you can get a read on it, Djokovic looked all of a sudden really flat, and it just looked like maybe he spent so much energy getting back into the match, getting through that second set, that he just didn't really have that sharpness at the beginning of the third. Meanwhile, Rafa's done the absolute opposite. And something that I did notice on the Hawkeye stats that I've seen a couple of tweets about as well is that Rafa, from 3-love in the second set, his forehand speed dropped off. Meanwhile, Djokovic just went up. And I just think that physical toll that it took on Rafa's body to just be so relentless for a set and a half, he probably just sort of relaxed for 1 second and then lost the momentum. But I think, you know, he's clearly told himself that he needs to get right back on it here, and yeah, you can never ever rule him out.
No, you certainly can't. Both players that can be true of. Russell, in terms of the conditions, how cold is it starting to get now in Paris?
Well, we are behind glass here. As I say, it's not bitterly cold. It's probably about 13 degrees. There's a little bit of a breeze. There's obviously no sun now, so it's chilly. And it's not the conditions clay court tennis and the French Open is meant to be played in. Having said that, in the first week, you play by day. Not so much this year, but I've been here when light rain has been falling. They play on. It's 16, 17 degrees. It's really, really unpleasant. And they had that October Roland Garros where it was pretty chilly in 2020. But I can see why night sessions are attractive. They look great on the television. The atmosphere is fantastic. This is a really, really special night. But if they continue to have them, which they will, and they continue to put men's matches on almost always, 9 of the 10 matches this year at night are men's matches, then you are going to have matches that finish after midnight, and potentially today after 1 or even 2 o'clock in the morning. And by that time, unless you've got a really hot spell of weather, it's going to be very, very cold indeed, and the conditions change completely. Nadal off the top of the net goes long, so that's a double fault. Now, conditions change in Melbourne for the Australian Open, don't they, Annabelle? They talk about 4 seasons in one day.
Every year.
And it can drop from like 38 degrees to about 22 degrees in the space of a couple of hours. So
definitely.
Maybe that's all part of the challenge for these players. But there's not that many play the night sessions. There's only 1 night session match every night. It doesn't sit as well with me as night sessions in New York or in Melbourne. The forehand from Nadal is right onto the sideline. He steals in to play the volley. Djokovic has got the lob back to Nadal's smash, but that was a comforting sound for fans of Rafael Nadal. He smashes away for 15-all with this 2-1 lead and the break in the third set of this quarter-final, live from Roland Garros here on 5 Live Sport this evening.
Well, I'm just not in favour of athletes trying to, you know, really bring out their best performances when it's getting towards midnight or even past midnight, 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. I just think it's, you know, it's just a lot to ask. It's ridiculous. And whoever wins then has to try and recover and continue.
15-all, Nadal hits the forehand, the backhand from Djokovic, the forehand from Nadal, hit with good pace, backhand from Nadal, Djokovic hits his backhand to the backhand wing of Nadal, forehand from Djokovic cross-court, Nadal with a slice backhand, Djokovic with a forehand down the line, right into the corner, Nadal is defending really hard, Djokovic with a forehand to try and finish off the rally, he's going to have to put a smash away now and he smashes into the net.
Yeah, amazing difference between the way these two smash. You know, Nadal has nailed every single one. Whenever that ball goes up, you know he's going to win the point. You know, no matter how deep it is in the court, he just backs himself. He doesn't hesitate. He goes after it. Whereas when Djokovic is up there for the smash, you always kind of slightly, you know, watch it behind a pillow, don't you? And he let that one drop back towards the throat of the racket. And of course, looking up into that night sky when you're not that confident as a smasher, that is his weakest area of his game.
It is his only slight weakness. Forehand is long by Djokovic, so Nadal to 40-15. And just one thing to say on the night sessions, the perfect compromise would be to start it earlier. But they are insistent for contractual television reasons to start it at 9 o'clock in the evening. The first ball is never struck before 9 o'clock, and of course that's why you risk a 1 a.m. or later finish. If you started at 7:30 or 8 o'clock, the weather would be warmer and there'd be very small chance that the match wouldn't finish until the following day. Nadal looks to the dark skies above the Philippe Chatrier court in frustration as he nets a forehand. There was a good chance to put this game to bed, but it's now 40-30 on the Nadal serve. Gripping entertainment though. Nadal to the backhand of Djokovic. What a clean strike that was, and a double-handed backhand return by the world number one. Backhand from Djokovic, forehand Nadal cross-court. Djokovic with the backhand down the line. Nadal is scrambling here and he's gone just long. And Djokovic is just starting to feel his way into the set again, and it's juice on the Nadal serve.
I think that's why Nadal reacted the way he did on the previous point, because he still doesn't feel completely in control, does he? He knows that Djokovic is still, you know, on top of a lot of the rallies. He's still starting to bring his tennis. He wants to take advantage of that early break that he got at the start of this third set, but he knows it's sort of teetering still.
2-1, juice.
Ouch.
Dropped catch by Nadal. Missed first serve, hit back by Djokovic. Nadal tried to catch it with his right hand on the volley.
I think that was quite a smack, actually, wasn't it? I think he'll have quite a red palm of his hand after that.
His fingers probably aren't so cold, are they? Because he's playing at the level that he is. But it would be a day if you were playing cricket, certainly, where you wouldn't fancy being underneath a high catch, given the temperature is dropping. Long from Djokovic with the return. And another chance for Nadal to chisel out another game and move into a 3-1 advantage in this third set. Nadal serves to Djokovic wearing a red top. The first serve has missed. And we're lucky we can walk back to the hotel later. It's just half an hour or so away. I do wonder how a lot of people are going to get home, because the metro stops running at around about midnight, 45 minutes from now. Double fault Nadal. Wow. Second of the game.
Well, he really mistimed that second serve, and I've been admiring of the way he's really attacked his second serves throughout the course of this match, and he's tried to keep Djokovic back. He's really gone for it with a flat trajectory through the court, but that time really dumping it in the net. Djokovic's demeanour has slightly shifted, hasn't it, don't you think, from that early part of the match where he was just being absolutely, you know, blasted off the court. But now he's starting to get a little bit more irritated.
Forehand cross-court, and now forehand down the line from Nadal. The volley into the net from Nadal. Sliding in It wasn't easy, but he's put it into the net, and this is a break-back point for Djokovic.
Yeah, he's getting a bit more tetchy out here. He's starting to look round at his camp a bit more. We saw him arguing with the umpire at the change of ends, but he's obviously being able to channel it. That steely side of him is starting to come into play.
Break-back point for Djokovic. Nadal serves down the middle, forehand return from Djokovic. Forehand from Djokovic down the centre. Nadal's backhand, he didn't get all of that, but he's still in the rally and therefore still in the game. Forehand from Djokovic, Nadal cross-court. Djokovic with the forehand into the net.
Well, again, it's the angle that is causing the problems. You know, these are not straightforward cross-court shots from Nadal. You know, occasionally in the rally, you know, they'll trade a couple of times and then Nadal will come around the outside of the ball and produce the angle. And then that changes how that ball up the line is. And once again, Djokovic has missed it.
It is becoming a brutal encounter. Goran Ivanisevic. Novak Djokovic's coach looks very stressed. He's put a mint green hoodie on as the temperature drops. Volley from Nadal is perfect. And now he has another game point. Had to be very, very sharp there.
Well, it was brilliant. I mean, it was not an easy volley. It was a beautiful backhand up the line from Djokovic. And Nadal had to stretch for that volley, but just got it perfectly. Opened up the racket face. Yeah, he enjoyed that one. A big fist pump after that.
Another opportunity to move into a 3-1 lead in this third set. It was a late call from the line judge. It was also called from the chair. So it'll be a second serve for Nadal. A game point after 2 hours and 42 minutes for a 3-1 lead in the third set. This quarter-final is level, deadlocked at 1 set all. Backhand from Djokovic, straight back at Nadal. Backhand cross-court from Djokovic is right onto the baseline. Nadal now makes room for a forehand. Forehand, heavy forehand from Djokovic. Backhand drop shot from Djokovic is into the net, and Nadal has held. And leads by 3 games to 1. Spanish flag is waving to my right. Spanish flag waving about 10 to 12 meters below us. We are not quite at the top of the Lacoste stand. There is a 6th floor above us where some of the television reporters do their pieces to camera with the Roland Garros court in the background. There's a bar where you can get a beer or a late night coffee, and that's where the photographers tend to hang out with these fantastic panoramic shots, looking down on the Philippe Chatrier court, looking down on Novak Djokovic, who's serving at the far end as we watch. 1-3 down in this third set to Rafael Nadal in the green and gold at our end. The backhand from the Spaniard. Fabulous forehand down the line from Djokovic. Now he's got the short ball and he hammers it past Nadal.
Linear strikes into the corner once again from Novak Djokovic. His movement very, very sharp here from that sliced forehand of Nadal. Very quick footwork around it. Making no mistake on that final finish.
15-love Djokovic. There are also a few ball boys and ball girls who probably should be in bed by now as Nadal returns with the forehand. It's a short return. It was an excellent serve by Djokovic, and that is as easy as you like, that forehand put away from Djokovic, and maybe this will be one of those rare stress-free service holes. Djokovic certainly hopes so as he moves to 30-love.
I mean, it's now a quarter of an hour short of 3 hours, but you do wonder when that match against Felix Auger-Aliassime will start to mount up in the Nadal body and legs.
High forehand return from Nadal. Djokovic into the net with the forehand. Auger-Aliassime was actually asked what he thought of Nadal's chances of beating Novak Djokovic and winning the title, and he did say it would be a monumental effort by Nadal given the physical exertion of their encounter 48 hours ago and the fact that he had to get past Djokovic just to get to the semi-finals. Wasn't saying he couldn't do it, but I think that was a fairly honest interpretation of the challenge facing Nadal at Roland Garros. But given that he wasn't sure he'd be able to start the championships, he would have loved to be in this position a couple of weeks ago. And that's a forehand winner from Nadal. Down the line he goes. Djokovic barely moves at the far end. It's now 30-all on this serve.
Yeah, round that ball, running around the backhand, Nadal opens up the space between his body and the strike and just outright hit into the forehand corner. Djokovic didn't even really move for that, couldn't see that coming.
30-all. We've talked a lot about Nadal's foot. Djokovic in phenomenal shape and has been building beautifully to the French Open, but let's remember he didn't play in December because it was everybody's month off, and he served a double fault here and he's break point down. He didn't play at the Australian Open. He played one tournament in Dubai in February, didn't play in Indian Wells or Miami, and returned on the clay in Monte Carlo. So it was quite a long break, and this is a return to 5-set tennis for Djokovic. I don't think that'll be a factor, but I think we should keep it in the back of our minds. He's break point down. Nadal, he's been here before. It wasn't enough in the last set, but this for a double break advantage. 30-40 on the Djokovic serve. Backhand from Djokovic. Nadal with the forehand down the line. Djokovic with the forehand cross-court. Backhand from Nadal into mid-court. Backhand from Nadal. Djokovic hits the backhand. Nadal slices his backhand down the line. Djokovic cross-court and wide. And wild from Djokovic. Nadal breaks again. What a ridiculous match. Nadal, who I wouldn't quite say looked out on his feet at the end of the second set, but the tide was turning against him, and he's just managed to stop that tide in its tracks. 4-1 with a double break. Nadal leads the third set, Deli.
Terrific stuff. This the quickest set by far. 27 minutes for the third set on the clock so far. At the end of this match, whenever that may be, Colin Murray will be here on 5 Live. The focus with Colin tonight will be on pitch invasions at football matches and why fans do it and how it can be stopped. A very interesting topic that we've been debating about over the last few days, of course. Laura Robson with me here on 5 Live Sports. It's a ridiculous match, as Russell just said there. I'm just interested in the point that Annabelle Croft was making about so far that fourth round match against Felix Auger-Aliassime that Rafa Nadal won. He was on court for 4.5 hours. So far, it hasn't yet seeped in to his body. I'm just wondering at which point that may start to tell, if at all, Laura.
I would say we probably won't see it so much today. It will be in the next round if he can get through this one, and he'll be used to playing these long matches at slams and obviously has such a plan of recovery in place when he plays a long one, what to do the next day, how to be best prepared to come back out here. But I think he knew, didn't he, that he needed to take control of the point early on, just with the way that he started this match and again how he's playing right now as well. After that second set, he decided, look, I need to get after it a bit more again and try and add a bit more weight onto the baseline shots that he's hitting. Otherwise, Djokovic is all over him, and it just seems like he's added some intensity in his footwork as well. He's just finding a way to add 5% here and there into his game, and it's just made such a big difference in this set.
It certainly does. By the next change of ends, Russell, Fuller, Nadal may well have taken the third set. It's a big if, though.
It's possible. A hold of serve, a break of serve, and he would take the set by 6-1. But then again, Djokovic has come back from a double breakdown to win the second set by 6-4. Spider Cam is hovering not too far away from our commentary box, not disturbing the players, but poised to sweep along the tightrope, which stretches from one end of the Philippe Chatrier court to the other. Nadal serving a double fault, and suddenly we're seeing a few more of those from both players. Annabelle, 2 from Nadal in his last service game, and 1-2 from Djokovic as he dropped serve just now.
Yeah, the quality has just dropped off, as you would expect. It couldn't possibly stay at the extraordinarily high level that we've witnessed, and it's almost coming up to 3 hours, 10 minutes short now. But I think too many errors generally from Novak Djokovic.
Nadal serving and volleying. And a nice little drop volley, and it's 15 all. And he's warming up for the grass court season. Is he going to play on the grass?
Well, who knows? I mean, possibly not. He's very good at sort of, managing his body the way he did, throughout the course of his career, and knowing when to sort of step back and then really refocus on the next slam and maybe give up one or two if he thinks that the body won't be ready.
Backhand reply from Djokovic, forehand cross-court from Nadal. It brushes the tape and lands in, and a really powerful cross-court backhand from Nadal. He's got one more shot to play. The off forehand is a winner. He moves to 30-15. I did ask him at Indian Wells before he knew about this stress fracture of the rib, and he said, look, I think people have got the wrong idea about me in Wimbledon. I will play if I am fit. Who wouldn't want to play at Wimbledon? And we'll have to see what happens over the next 5 or 6 days and how much pain he might be in from that foot. It's just the turnaround is so quick. It's not grass per se that's a problem for him. It's the fact that you have to transition from one surface to the other, and there's 3 weeks rest in between. And maybe he would think he had a better chance perhaps of winning the US Open rather than Wimbledon after a break and a bit of downtime.
Yeah, and you
rest
need
the foot, rest the soul, get on the boat, do a bit of fishing, play a bit of golf, shoot a 69.
Exactly, and you need to rest the mind as well, don't you?
30-15 Nadal, forehand down the line, forehand from Djokovic, right back at Nadal, picked up on the half volley by the Spaniard, and Djokovic has gone long, and Nadal is absolutely bossing this fourth set now.
Yeah, I think Djokovic has not managed those transitional shots that well. Nadal has done such a good job of drawing Djokovic forward, and that one he didn't even finish the follow through. Obviously, just got momentum going again, hasn't he? I don't think any of us saw this coming after such a drop-off in that second set. The way he lost it, it looked like Djokovic had really unlocked the key to the match, and it's been total reversals. Very unpredictable, this match.
Forehand from Nadal. Djokovic with the forehand long, and the errors are all coming from one side of the court at the moment. Nadal holds the 15. 5-1 he leads in this rapid third set.
I guess we were due a quick set, weren't we, after everything that we've witnessed in this extraordinary contest. And I'm just surprised psychologically that Djokovic has had such a dip. But as you pointed out, Russell, the fact that he hasn't played too many best-of-5 set matches for a long time, didn't have to play in Australia, just shows it sort of is a different mentality, isn't it? I mean, I know he's played an enormous amount during his career, but still, there's been some time.
He won Rome in fairly straightforward fashion as Nadal's backhand cross-court hits the tape and spins wide. He won all his matches in straight sets. It looked to be the perfect build-up, and it may well still prove to be so. His first clay court match, he was broken 9 times by Alejandro Davidovich Fokina in Monte Carlo. Then he went to play in Belgrade as he serves an ace there and lost the deciding set of the final on home soil 6-love to Andrei Rublev. But then there was a Madrid semi-final where he lost to Carlos Alcaraz, and that was a proper high-intensity match, albeit over 3 sets. And then he won the Rome title, and so he's won 9 matches in a row. There's a bit of an argument here about that Djokovic serve between Nadal and the umpire, but it's Damien Dumoussois who's won that particular debate.
Well, I must admit my instinct was that it might have been a bit wide, but anyhow, too far high up in the stadium to make a decision.
Long Nadal with the return, and so Djokovic to 40-love.
Yeah, I wonder where his mind is at 5-1 down. Does he want to just refocus on the fourth set, or does he want to really fight and use up energy for this? I'm not sure. It's difficult to tell, isn't it?
Ace from Djokovic. I think he looks a little bit resigned to his fate here, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Nadal didn't show a massive amount of interest in that game, which was well constructed by Djokovic, and so Nadal leads by 5 games to 2, and everyone's having a little bit of a breather.
Yeah.
The fourth set, though, is going to be very intense from the word go, I suspect, because Novak Djokovic is not going to be able to allow Nadal to get off to the flyer he has done in sets 1, 2 and 3.
I think that's right. Djokovic just taking out his, I think they're dates that he's just got out. At one point he had a big rant at the umpire, something to do with his water bottles, and he was very annoyed. I think sent off one of the ball kids to go and get some of his special potions that they put in these water. They have so many different types of drinks that they drink at the change of ends, but I think the bottle came back and was chucked in his bag, and then he couldn't find the lid, and they all have different lids on them for the different drinks, and he got very cross with the chair umpire for not knowing where the bottle was with the right lid, is how I read it. I might have got that wrong, but
we have our own water bottles provided by Roland Garros and the French Federation, so we can fill them up every now and again. And that one's missing the name. Is that yours?
Yes.
Does it not say Croft on the bottom?
Oh, well, I wish it did.
Because everybody else has actually had their name attached to the bottle so that you don't get them muddled up and you can use them again and again and again. It feels like being back at school again.
Oh, well,
when you had to have your
ask.
name on your lunchbox and your water bottle.
Yeah. Oh, well, maybe my one with Croft on is lurking somewhere down in the media centre right now. Maybe there's another Croft.
Maybe there's another one. But either way, there's a bottle down there with your name on it, Annabelle, and you really should reclaim it before you leave. 5-2. Here's Nadal serving for a 2-1 lead. The lob from Djokovic. Nadal will let this one bounce, and he will shank his smash. So we all thought this set was far too straightforward. There must be a twist. There must be some drama still to come.
Well, I also said moments ago that, you know, we trusted him every single time he went up for a smash, and he hasn't missed a single one, and that was the first one that was an absolute shank. And this might get Djokovic's attention, mightn't it, if he gets this next point?
Yes, when you win the first point against the serve, suddenly there's a bit of interest. Why not come back from a double breakdown again? That's a first serve springing off the tape. So long. And Nadal with his second serve. It is precisely midnight. It's June in Paris, Wednesday the 1st of June. And the second of the men's quarterfinals still very much in the balance. Forehand from Djokovic, backhand from Nadal. Forehand from Djokovic is just a little bit long. So, pinch punch first of the month. No returns.
You beat me. What is it, punch and a blow for being so slow?
It's not yet flaming June, is it? We don't have the temperatures that we're supposed to have. But then again, it is midnight. Forehand from Nadal, the forehand from Djokovic. Nadal with the forehand cross-court. He's 3 points away from taking a 2-1 lead. Forehand Djokovic into the net. They played one 5-set match at Roland Garros before, and that was one of the greatest tennis matches I've ever had the pleasure of watching, their semi-final in 2013, which Nadal won by 9-7. That cannot happen again. We'll have a 10-point tiebreak if we get to 6-all in the 5th set. Forehand from Djokovic, Nadal with the forehand. Lob from Djokovic, Nadal is going to run back, and this is going to land wide. And it's one less shot he needs to play. And how about this? 2 set points to Rafa Nadal, who, remember, was 3-love at a double break-up in the 2nd set, having won the 1st set with a storming performance. Djokovic ripped the set out of his hands. All the momentum seemed to be with the world number 1, but this has been Nadal's response. He serves down the middle, backhand from Nadal, set point to him. Djokovic with the forehand down the line, and the first of 2 set points has been saved.
He's not in the mood for long rallies, Novak Djokovic, at the moment, is he? He's really pulling the trigger down the line quite a lot early in the rallies. He just wants quick, short points. Almost, you can sense, just wants to get on with the 4th set, to be honest.
Second set point to Nadal. Forehand reply from Djokovic, a really powerful return, going for everything now, deep in this set, but that was a really lazy, loose forehand cross-court. Djokovic misses, staring up at a few people in the crowd. Seems very, very deflated at the moment. The energy was all his at the end of the second set, but Nadal started so swiftly in the third set again, and only 38 minutes is taken in to seize the initiative back. He leads by 2-1. He's aiming for a 14th French Open title. He is trying to equal Real Madrid's 14 Champions League titles. He's got a lot of work still to do in this match and beyond, but tantalisingly, Dalit, now 1 set away from victory and leading Novak Djokovic by 2-1.
Terrific stuff, Russell. Thank you. Breathtaking tennis. Stay with us on 5 Live. 2 hours, 59 minutes on the clock. There will be at least one more set played live from Roland Garros. But let's, for the time being, get the latest BBC News with Sani Rudravajula.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
The Prime Minister's independent advisor on standards says Boris Johnson must set out his case in public if he doesn't believe his lockdown party fine breached the ministerial code. Boris Johnson has replied to Lord Geitz saying there was no intent to break the law and therefore there was no breach. Earlier today, a 28th Conservative MP, John Stevenson, publicly called for him to go. Meanwhile, Labour leader Sir Keir Starmer and his deputy Angela Rayner have received questionnaires from Durham Police as part of an inquiry into alleged COVID rule breaking. They both deny the allegation relating to a meeting in April last year where they had beer and curry. The Transport Secretary, Grant Shapps, says he hasn't seen enough progress in tackling travel disruption at airports. Many passengers are having to change holiday plans after airlines, including EasyJet, TUI and British Airways, cancelled flights. Staff shortages have been blamed for some of the disruption. And Bradford's been named the UK City of Culture for 2025. It saw off County Durham, Southampton and Wrexham to win the prize.
This is 5 Live Sport.
Laura Robson listening on in the UK. I think few of us believed at the end of that second set, which was dominated by Djokovic, that Nadal would have so, dare I say, easily win that third set.
I mean, I don't know that anyone thought that Rafa was going to be able to turn it around the way that he just did there. And it's just a bit strange to me to see how flat Djokovic got as soon as he went the early breakdown. It just looked like mentally that he wasn't anywhere near as pumped as he was in the second set. And so I'm interested to see really how he comes out and starts here and whether he can get himself going again. But, you know, in this match, momentum changes are happening all the time and you just really have no idea what's coming next.
And we don't, do we? A message from Amy on socials. This is not quite the relaxing pre-bedtime routine I'm used to, but I'm here for it. We're all here for it too, Amy. And David Law's back for it alongside Annabelle Croft.
I'm here for it as well. Yeah, quite happy to carry on late into the night here because this is frankly a privilege to witness for us. We hope you're enjoying it listening on BBC Sounds or on your radio or wherever you are right now. And we're going to bring you every ball of this encounter, this extraordinary sporting contest between Novak Djokovic and Rafael Nadal, who now leads by 2-1. He's won that third set just as he did the first set, 6-2. Drop shot Djokovic, in comes Nadal, he clears the net, it dribbles over, even Djokovic can't reach it. He was a little unlucky because the ball just touched the net as it went over, which took a bit of pace off. But Djokovic, I think, feels that everything, the world is against him right now.
Yeah, I agree with Laura. I think he just went surprisingly flat in that third set, but still no real reaction from him. And it's great to see so many of the crowd still here, sitting in their seats. I mean, it's still an electric atmosphere. They're not going to budge, are they, till the end of this match? But I also think he thought he'd won the point with that drop shot. Yeah. He'd kind of almost finished playing and suddenly Nadal scampered up to it and got it back.
Backhand return, deep cross court from Nadal. Now a hooked forehand cross court. He leads 2-1. He hits his forehand on the line. Djokovic reaches it and is swinging for the hills now as Djokovic steps in with the forehand on the line. Cross court goes Nadal, but just wide it goes. And Djokovic is really stepping on the accelerator now. I think he knows, look, it's now or never. He's got to win this set. The only way he's going to do it is if he finds the energy levels he found in that second set. He can't afford another flat start.
No, that's absolutely right, David. And it feels as if he's brought the energy at the start here, doesn't it? Different feeling about him, different energy about the way he's walking in between points and what he's doing already in those first 3 points.
I've just had a scan through the 58 previous meetings between these two. Extraordinary number. And I can't find any where Djokovic has won from 2 sets to 1 down against Rafael Nadal. Double fault Djokovic, 30 all.
I mean, it's hard to believe, you know, we haven't had a tie-break, and if you looked at the scoreline and you just showed up, you'd say, well, actually, it's quite straightforward set, you know, 2-6, 6-4, 2-6. But 3 hours and 5 minutes for 26 games of tennis played. I mean, that's bizarre.
Well, I mean, that second set alone was 1 hour and 26 minutes long. Didn't we know about it? I only did the loo after that. Here's a backhand cross-court from Nadal, who crunches his forehand down the centre. Then a backhand cross-court. This is a 30-all point at the start of the fourth set now. Backhand cross-court from Djokovic, who really must win this point, you feel. He drops shots. In comes Nadal. He can't reach it. Absolutely perfect drop shot from Djokovic. It was almost like he walked over to the net and just sort of dropped it over.
I'm amazed he went for that, because considering that he's got off to such a bad start in you know, all of the sets, to be honest, and there's always been those 30-all points, and to go to the drop shot once again, it's such a risky play. And he just lost a point off the drop shot as well, so that was either brave or madness, but he came out on top.
It was certainly audacious, and he got away with it, and now he's polished off a forehand down the line, still hitting the ball very firmly, very crisply, is Novak Djokovic. And you certainly wouldn't rule out a comeback when you think back to some of their 5-set classics over the years. What about the Australian Open in 2012, which ended 7-5 in the 5th set, and it was nearly 6 hours long. There was the one in Wimbledon 4 years ago, which ended 10-8 in the 5th set to Novak Djokovic. Russell was referencing the one at Roland Garros here in Paris in 2013, 9-7 in the 5th to Rafael Nadal. They've had some absolute epics.
I think it's 7-2 in head-to-heads here, isn't it?
Yeah.
At the French Open. So Nadal has definitely had the edge here on this very court.
Players have changed ends. It is now 10 past midnight local time, and hardly anybody is left.
No. Actually, I've just spotted the trumpeters might have left.
I reckon that's a bathroom break, Annabelle. They're going to be back. Here's a forehand down the line from Nadal. Backhand cross-court, wrong footing Nadal from Djokovic. Now forehand cross-court, but he's unlucky. It's off the top of the net. Sits up for Nadal to go for the pass. And it crushes the racket of Djokovic, who slams his racket into the tape of the net, and he's getting booed.
Well, that's why he hasn't shown too much emotion out here, because that's how quickly the crowd can get on top of you, and that might be quite significant. It's not easy taking this crowd on, and you can understand his frustration.
Yeah, I mean, he was really unlucky there, wasn't he? He smashed the ball into the tape of the net. It was going for a clean winner. It jumped up in the air really high, and it sat up for Nadal to pass, and the passing shot nearly hit Djokovic, and he was furious, and he slammed his racket into the net. The one thing is, though, you would never see Nadal do that. Nadal has never thrown his racket on the floor in his entire career as he hits his forehand into the net. And the crowd, well, they let their thoughts be known.
Yeah, they do, and they don't like it. They love to wind a player up, which is why I think we've seen absolutely no reaction from Djokovic until that moment. It's taken 3 hours and, 8-9 minutes for him to really lose his rag with the net. But of course it can make a massive difference, can't it, when you can have a huge electric crowd like this that will suddenly turn on you.
If you get on the wrong side of this crowd, you know about it. 6-2 first set Nadal, 6-4 second set Djokovic, 6-2 third set Nadal. And now love one down he is in the fourth set. 3 hours and 9 minutes they've been going toe-to-toe, these two. And for the most part, it's lived up to all expectations, although that was a flat set in that third one from Djokovic. And the most surprising scoreline I could have imagined as a backhand is hit with a volley by Nadal down the line. I left this commentary box after that 6-4 second set, and I thought the same as Russell.
You might have an hour and a half.
Probably over. I thought it's probably over, and it's Djokovic who's going to win the match from here. To think that he would lose that set in half an hour.
I know. No one could have seen that coming. And I think these tactics that Nadal, the adaptation to things that are going on, of course, they both have to really change what's going on in terms of the patterns of play. But the way Nadal has used that short slice so effectively, that was early on. Now he's used more sort of shots coming forward. He's thrown in the odd serve and volley. That last point there finished at the net. And that's not bad tactics, is it?
No. People now are shielding themselves against the elements. Everybody's wrapped up in a coat. There are blankets out there as a forehand hit into the net by Nadal. This is 30-all now. Down to our right, it looks like somebody has come equipped with about 100 grey blankets and has just handed them out to everybody in their little section. A little further on, it's green blankets. Over to our left, it's turquoise blankets. We have colour-coordinated blanket scheme
everywhere.
Here.
Different colours of blue and green.
I think those are the expensive seats where you get perks.
I think so.
2-1 Nadal. 1-love Djokovic in the fourth set. 30-all here on 5 Live. The French Open quarter-finals. Winner faces Alexander Zverev in the semi-finals. These two great champions who've won 15 French Opens between them. 2 for Djokovic, 13 for Nadal. But Nadal's gone long with his forehand. This is breakpoint Djokovic.
Forcing return from Djokovic, getting that ball really deep once again. And just surprising error from Nadal. Perhaps it's his turn for a little bit of a drop-off.
Nadal at 30-40, break point against him at the start of the fourth set. Djokovic hasn't started this set flat. He hits his forehand cross-court and his eyes are bulging at the moment on Djokovic's as he hits these balls down the centre. Now he's got another forehand cross-court. Then Nadal reaches and hits a short chip cross-court as he hit the line. Surely he hasn't. Djokovic circles that line, that mark. The umpire stares at it. Nadal's marching up towards the umpire. He wants to have a look now. And where has the ball landed? Nadal is arguing with the umpire about where that ball landed. He thinks Djokovic might have circled the wrong mark. Well, let's see what the umpire says. Game Djokovic. The ball was out from Nadal and the players are disagreeing.
Oh my goodness, tensions are mounting, and actually the way that Djokovic circled the mark was very sort of aggressive, kind of scooping around the clay, wasn't it? And Nadal is angry, and I'm not sure that's a good thing, actually.
Fascinating, isn't it? And the crowd are
well, I think
pretty firmly in Nadal's corner right now.
Yeah, definitely.
And in a way, that might be exactly what Djokovic wants. He is never more dangerous when cornered than when he thinks he's been wronged. He hits his forehand cross-court for a clean winner. He's 2-love ahead now in the fourth set. It's 2-1 Nadal. Is this going all the way?
I mean, that was such a close call, wasn't it? It was such a great shot that Nadal hit, and almost impossible to really call it. And when you see those judgment marks, when it's a bit of a smudgy ball mark down there next to the line, and you just think, well, was it on the line? Did it compress and hit it? I mean, I thought it was a difficult call.
Forehand hit cross-court by Nadal. That's pretty much as angry as I've seen him on a tennis court all year. He hits his backhand down the centre and nets. And Djokovic is taking charge of the set now. 2-love, 30-love.
Yeah, this crowd are ready to sort of explode a bit, aren't they? You can feel the atmosphere changing and the tension mounting.
2-love Djokovic. Serves that one onto the backhand of Rafael Nadal, who 30-love behind really lets his frustration out with that one. Now he hits another short chip cross court, reads the passing shot from Djokovic, but Djokovic is there with a backhand volley, and then Djokovic stares down the other end of the court at Nadal, and I think he was eyeballing him there.
Yes, I think you're right, David. It's sort of it's got a bit tense out here, and that's one of the few times that he's won one of those points when Nadal has drawn him in. Nice finish with the backhand volley, kind of snaps the wrist over.
Wow.
It's all happening.
They've played each other 58 times before, but I rarely remember tension between the two players like this, as Djokovic unloads on a forehand, and that was an angry forehand. Clean winner. He sits down with a 3-love lead. Nadal sits down, leading 2-1. It's in the balance, Delith, and it is tense between these two right now.
It certainly is, isn't it, David? Laura Robson, I mean, listening to that, we said towards the beginning of the match, even after the first couple of sets, that we hadn't seen much emotion from both these players, but my word, emotion has certainly come out in the last couple of games.
Yeah, it's a bit spicy all of a sudden, and I can now see why Djokovic was trying to hold it in for the first couple of sets, because as soon as he gave the crowd anything to work with, they were all over him, and they automatically went very pro Rafa. But I also think that they're enjoying it so much that they want this to go to 5. They want to drag it out, and I've got no idea how they're going to get home, but I don't think even they care anymore, and I don't think anyone does. I mean, it's just been so exciting to watch. We've had a bit of everything, and just when you sort of think Djokovic is looking really flat and a bit down and out, then he comes back, and it was the exact same thing that Rafa did at the beginning of the third. So you really just can't call it anymore, and I just think, you know, we knew at the start of the match we were in it for the long haul when the first couple of games took about 45 minutes, and here we are a couple of hours later.
I'm sure Colin Murray will be enjoying it as well. He will be with us on 5 Live after the resumption of this match, whenever that may be. 11 UK time. You're an hour ahead in Paris, David Law, and I'm seeing plenty of young children in the crowd.
Yes, nobody's going anywhere. And Laura pointed out to me as well that some of the people with their blankets, the brown blankets over them, look like the priests out of Game of Thrones, which is a reference that Laura knows about and I don't, but I take a word for it. Here's a short forehand cross court from Djokovic for a clean winner.
Well, when they came out from the change of ends, David, they both charged at exactly the same time, and then they crossed over, but neither catching the other's eye and just looking straight ahead. You can almost feel the electricity between the two of them as they changed ends then.
Yeah. Well, they've been sharing the court together for the last 16 years. That's how long this rivalry's been going for, and Djokovic winning this tug-of-war in the 4th set now. 3 games to love ahead he is. 15 all on the Nadal serve, and Nadal, to some degree, might at some point in this set begin thinking about some sort of energy conservation, knowing that a 5th set might be on the way. How far back is too far back in this set for him? Love 3 at the moment. 15 all. Serves down the centre with a banana serve, Nadal, and long goes the return of Djokovic. It is only 1 break of serve though, Annabelle. If Nadal holds here, he could still be dangerous.
Oh, definitely. I mean, the amount of times he's making inroads into Djokovic's service game. Do you remember that whole period of time where Djokovic was just struggling to really hold serve, and having to fight and dig so deep to get through service games and not really getting too many free points? That's kind of shifted, hasn't it, in this last patch of play?
Nadal serves at the backhand. He's at 30-15 here, now 40-15 as he hits a cross-court forehand winner. He's still hitting the ball very nicely indeed. And actually, if I think back right to the start of the match when the two players were in the tunnel, there was not a glance between them. There was not a hello. There was, you know, and not necessarily that there should be, but there kind of usually is a bit of acknowledgement
yeah, exactly.
of each other. When they were at the net, they were blanking each other completely. As Nadal hits his big serve down the centre and it goes long.
I suppose it's the hugely significant nature of this match, isn't it, in terms of the history of the game going forward as to who might well go on and take this title. I mean, can you imagine if Nadal goes 2 ahead of Djokovic?
Yep. Currently, Nadal is on 21 Grand Slam singles titles. Djokovic is on 20. Roger Federer is on 20, and they've got a 6 Grand Slam title gap to the next player, Pete Sampras, who's long since retired. 3-1 now, Djokovic leads in this 4th set, but Nadal ahead by 2 sets to 1. The other thing is, I mean, Djokovic, so often we see him applaud an opponent's shots if they're really good. But I suspect this is too close for his liking. He isn't guaranteed to win, so
he's not in that kind of mood, is he?
It's not exactly going to be the sort of thing you want to do, and I suppose Nadal's brilliance goes without saying. You don't really need to comment on it. Here's a backhand cross-court from the Spaniard. Can he get this break of serve back, perhaps? Or can Djokovic accelerate ahead? He hits his backhand down the line. Little chip attempt from Nadal, but into the net it goes.
And the other factor, of course, is that Djokovic has always had such a great winning record over his nearest rivals. I mean, you look at the head-to-head here, as we know, it's 30-28. If Nadal wins today, it just brings it within 1. Against Federer, he's, I think it's 27-23, which is an outstanding record against, you know, the great icons of this sport.
Sure is. It sure is. Djokovic asking for another ball to have a serve with here. He's 3-1 ahead here in the 4th set. The French Open quarterfinals against Rafael Nadal. Colin Murray to follow us here on 5 Live. Serve down the centre from Djokovic. Mid-court forehand for him. He puts it inside out and Nadal scoops it back up, but there goes Djokovic to pound it away with a forehand.
He is just pummeling the ball, isn't he? I mean, there's real venom going behind these forehands, and again, he's really pushing Nadal onto the back foot, who's occasionally just lunging at it and flailing around on the back baseline, just trying to get that ball back into play.
2 sets to 1 Nadal, 3-1 Djokovic, 30-love Djokovic, forehand done onto the backhand side of Djokovic, who drop shots. In comes Nadal, pokes it cross-court, lobbed by Djokovic over the head of Nadal, lands on the baseline. Nadal spins around to hit the backhand cross-court, and into the tram lines it goes, and it looks like Djokovic is going to extend this lead here. His coach, Goran Ivanisevic, the Wimbledon champion of 2001, was asked on the eve of this match, is Djokovic ready for best of 5 if it needs to go that far? He said he could play best of 10.
Did he really? I'm sure he's right. It's a mindset, isn't it?
Yeah, he is one heck of a physical specimen, is Novak Djokovic, elastically built as he serves that wide onto the muscular Nadal's forehand, and Nadal hits his backhand down the centre with a growl, as you hear, and long goes Djokovic, but it's 40-15 still on the serve.
Hard to read Novak Djokovic's body language tonight, isn't it? It's kind of, I don't know how to describe it really. He's in that sort of a float mode of just sort of not giving too much away.
It's like he's in a trance.
Yeah.
And he's had his flat moments. Started the match quite well, but he was just blasted off the court by Nadal for the first hour as a drop shot's hit by Djokovic. In comes Nadal, plays a backhand and pokes it down the line. Lob volley by Djokovic. Smash high up with the backhand from Nadal, and nobody does that shot better.
Well, that's brought the crowd alive. I mean, brilliant work getting up to that short drop shot, so quick off the mark, and then leaping, almost like a dancer. And he sort of flicks it behind his head. Very difficult shot, makes it look so easy.
(3-1) Djokovic, 40-30, it was 40-love. Nadal plants those feet way behind the baseline, hits his backhand return down the middle. It's a little short. It sets up for Djokovic to smack into the forehand corner of Nadal, but Nadal's turning the tables here with lovely topspin drives. Now across court, backhand from him. Now down the line, but just into the tram lines. Nadal set that up perfectly with his ground strokes, but then when he pulled the trigger down the line with the backhand, he put it into the tram lines. and he walks back towards his chair. He lets Djokovic go first. Now he takes his seat, and it is 4-1 Novak Djokovic leading in the fourth set, but he trails by 2-1, Delith.
And I just wonder, Laura Robson, obviously Djokovic just up a break in this fourth set, but are you getting the feeling that this will go the distance?
I think so, and I think Djokovic is now in a bit of a zone mentally where he just looks like, you know, this is his match to lose, and it's looked like that in a couple of different stages of the match where he just not been able to be quite consistent enough. And I actually think that both players haven't played their best tennis at the same time. When you look at the match as a whole, yes, Rafa started unbelievably, but then as soon as Djokovic started coming back at him, the level dropped, the intensity dropped, and it was the same in the third set, but the other way around. So I feel like if it does go to a fifth, which is what it's looking like at the moment, then hopefully they'll both come together and sort of go all out for that last set shootout.
Such a terrific match, David, and when these two players play, we just have to absolutely cherish it.
We do, Delith, because in all honesty, it may not happen very many more times. The last match they played against each other was exactly a year ago here in the semi-finals on that occasion. This is the quarter-finals, but Djokovic has turned 35 now. Nadal is 36 on Friday as he comes marching out to get the balls for his next service game. And they certainly look like they've got some more tennis in them. I'd say Djokovic has probably got 2 or 3 more years in him, maybe more than that. Nadal, well, he's had such difficulties with his foot problem, chronic foot problem, that he never really knows when will flare up to a point where he can't play. But he's always in pain. He says it's a question of managing that pain. He's learnt to deal with it as he serves out wide onto the forehand, and Djokovic hits the forehand long. But the sheer age that they've reached to still be playing like this, Annabelle, is remarkable.
Yeah, it is, and I think it's also you know, all that years and years of experience, and being able to bring out such a high level for such a sustained period of time, and that consistency, it really is extraordinary.
They have the carrot, of course, dangling in front of them, of trying to one-up each other. I mean, there's nothing greater than that. They'll never need to work another day for money. They are already cemented in terms of their overall greatness, but who's going to finish on top of the pile? That's one of the things that they want to find out. Nadal will tell you till he's blue in the face that he doesn't think about finishing with the most Grand Slam titles. Whether that's true or not, it's up to you to decide, but he just is a natural born competitor, isn't he, as a forehand goes long from Djokovic and Nadal takes a 40-love lead. Well, Djokovic has been pretty open. He wants to finish with the most.
Yeah, I remember him saying that many, many years ago when he was so far behind Roger Federer, but he was quite young. It was early on in his career, and he just made it very clear, I want to end up with the greatest number. I want to be the best ever.
He may well do that yet. Here's a mid-court forehand that Nadal just dinks over the net. So a love service goal hold in about a minute and a half. When the balls go down the other end. Your turn, Novak.
Yeah, that was swift, wasn't it? As we're drawing to 3.5 hours on the clock. And I think, going back to that point, David, Nadal's attitude has always been, which has been remarkable, it was always what Billie Jean King always talked about, was just being able to play in the moment. And if you only ever walk on court and you play that one point at a time and you try to be the greatest tennis player that you can be in that one point, it stands you in good stead, and you never think too far ahead, you don't think behind, you don't think about titles, you don't even think about winning the titles, you just think about that one point. And that's quite difficult to do.
Yeah. Well, what a moment seeing these two players both getting their names chanted at the top of the voices of this crowd. Well, Djokovic pulling away from his serve here because he got a little irritated at one or two of the people that were calling out there. Damien Dunissoir, the chair umpire, just asking for silence. Djokovic serves out wide onto the backhand. He leads 4-2. Perfect return, though, from Nadal. Right onto the baseline. He's not finished with this set yet.
No, he's not, and he's marching around. In fact, his walk has become extremely quick, the way he puts one foot in front of the other, whereas Novak's has been quite slow and deliberate in between the points. I mean, they look very different in terms of the body language. Needs to take care here, Djokovic. Needs to try and seal this fourth set to get us into a fifth.
Well, Djokovic has been the chasing pack throughout this match, but Nadal now is doing the hunting in this set. 4-2 down, but 15 all as he hits the forehand long.
And interesting to see Novak sort of waiting for the crowd to settle, because sometimes when he's in a mood or in a certain mood, he'll just walk forward and he'll just serve. Doesn't matter whether the crowd have settled, it's on his terms, and he'll set the tone and the tempo of the match.
I think he's heard one or two things he hasn't liked out there. I'm not sure what they were, but just judging by his body language. Now Nadal's walking forward to a mark that he's highlighting to the umpire here. And the umpire's saying, yep, that ball was wide, so Djokovic is going to have to serve this ball again.
I think Damien Jimiswar was expecting a bit of an explosion there from Djokovic, and he just sort of raised his hand as if, OK, fine, I'll accept that. But I wasn't sure myself whether he was going to. Best not to bait the crowd at this stage.
That's right. Forehand on the line from Djokovic, 15 all. Listen to the grunt and the effort of these two players after 3.5 hours as Nadal hits cross-court and out.
Well, they must be feeling some kind of fatigue, because that's both of them that have just shanked both of those last shots. We had the early shank in this game from Novak on the very first point, and then a miss-hit just now, followed by another miss-hit from Nadal. So, you know, it's just getting a tiny bit ragged, isn't it?
Yeah, not surprising at all. What these two players put themselves through when they're up against each other. Forehand hit cross-court by Nadal. It's a backhand cross-court now, but that's wide. Lovely backhand on the line from Djokovic to set up that point. And he moves to 40-15.
Well, nice clinical ball striking that time from Novak. That wonderful backhand down the line, the way he gets so balanced, turns the shoulders. He's kind of in a rush to get through this set.
20-1 in the morning here now in Paris as Nadal hits his forehand cross-court. He's trailing 4-2 in the fourth set as Djokovic explodes into a forehand long. So he's leading 40-30 now. It's still Nadal ahead 2-1, but it was so finely poised right now.
Yeah, he's just banged his head, Novak Djokovic, after missing that. And I think he was trying to pull the trigger on that and just finish the game with a big powerful forehand, and he's overhit it. But I mean, you can understand it, can't you? To be playing tennis at this time in the morning, trying to find your best game. Really a nightmare.
I mean, these two, no matter when this finishes, they're going to end up in bed at about 6 a.m.
Well, let's hope not. It must be hard to get to sleep.
Yeah. Well, the sun's rising here the last few days at 7 or earlier. Here's a forehand cross-court by Nadal, who crunches another one. He's got Djokovic on the run here. Now down the line, Nadal, but he misses into the tram lines, only by an inch. And now Djokovic is clenching his fist, walking all the way back to his chair with a statement of a fist bump. And he's taken a 5-2 lead in the fourth set. But it's Nadal ahead by 2-1, Derek.
And that's probably the most aggressive and focused Novak Djokovic has looked at the end of a game, and obviously at the end of towards the end of a set, Laura Robson. He just looks in the zone, doesn't he?
He does, and that's also probably the two quickest games that we've had in the entire match, where, yeah, I agree with Annabelle that both of them are just starting to look a little bit tired in the legs. Especially Rafa, there's been a couple of forehands where it just hasn't looked like he's had the same rotation around the ball, not the same footwork that he had. But I almost feel like they're both conserving a bit of energy for this fifth set here. And I mean, 5-2, you have to think it's going that way. And it just seems like both of them are already thinking ahead here.
You wouldn't blame them, would you? Colin Murray will perhaps be thinking ahead as well. He is due on 5 Live straight after the resumption of this match, whenever that may be, David Law.
We'll get to you eventually, Colin. But this is something to behold. As a sporting contest, it just doesn't really get better than this in the sport of tennis, I don't think. The two most prolific Grand Slam title winners in men's tennis history, along with Roger Federer, of course. But these two are still going. 21 Djokovic has won. Nadal has won. 20 Djokovic has won. And this match, in keeping with that, is finally poised as well. 2-1 Nadal leads, but it's Djokovic 5-2 ahead in the fourth. And he needs just one more game to take this incredible clash all the way. Serve down the centre from Nadal. Long goes Djokovic.
Yeah, I think Nadal would want to serve first in the fifth. I mean, they both do. So that's why he's going to try and get this game under his belt, I think. There's no sign of him just sort of thinking, well, I can serve energy on this particular game, I don't think.
No. Make him serve it out. See if even the great Novak Djokovic might get a little bit nervous. Off the top of the net goes his return. Nadal steps in and puts the forehand down the centre. Now smashes. I think Djokovic may have slightly switched off from this game already, yes. Thinking about serving it out in the next one.
That smash was well caught by a gentleman in the front row of the president's box. He just sort of stuck an arm out and caught it.
And that smash was moving, so well done that man. Nadal actually had a sort of look down the other end as he did that. I think he was quite impressed. Quite a sight to see a full house inside Court Philippe Chatrier at 20-1 in the morning, which I think is an absurd time, really, to be still in the fourth set of a tennis match, but that's where they've scheduled this night session to begin at 8:45 local time. And if it becomes a classic, you end up in the early hours, just the way it is. Backhand cross court from Djokovic. Wow, what a forehand on the line by Nadal. Goodness me, you heard the gasps of this crowd. He hit that full velocity, bending left to right around the net post and into the corner.
Yeah, that was like a spear going down the court, wasn't it? I mean, it was so low, so aggressive. A lot of power on it, and like you say, that kind of banana curve that he puts on the ball, and it's just so much balance and strength coming through his body when he hits it on the move.
A point to make Djokovic serve for the fourth set, but Nadal nets his forehand. Tomorrow, the second men's quarter-final, third and fourth actually, because we've already had Alexander Zverev win through today. He'll face the winner of this match. It'll be Casper Ruud against Holger Rune tomorrow. Norway and Denmark against each other in that one. Marin Cilic against Andrei Rublev in the other one. Here's a forehand down the line by Nadal, chips his backhand down the centre. He has a game point here to make Djokovic serve for this fourth set. Forehand down the line by Djokovic, he nets, and Nadal will make him serve it out. Nadal walking back to his chair. I think he's just going to get something out of his bag and prepare himself to try to break the Novak Djokovic serve if he possibly can. Listen to this crowd.
Oh, he's taken a new racket, David, so he wants some extra sort of, I don't know, fresh strings and a nice grip that feels good. Novak Djokovic is not a dead cert for this serving out game, is he?
Nope.
Enormous pressure right now.
Novak Djokovic with his bright red shirt and white shorts will serve for a fifth set. Down the centre goes his serve. Smacks his forehand into the corner. Nadal's there, lifts his forehand cross court. Now it's his backhand on the centre. That's deep. Perfect length from Nadal. Drop shot Nadal. And Djokovic didn't even bother trying to set off for that. And I don't know why, because that wasn't even a very good drop shot.
No, it wasn't. It landed quite far in the court, but I think he lost his footing on the back baseline, and it was quite a passive point from Djokovic. No, he didn't even go for that.
Oh, well. Love 15 on Djokovic's serve. Ace out wide, 15 all. Goodness me, you'll have enjoyed that. Not having to get into another lung-busting rally.
Absolutely, very smooth service delivery, wasn't it? Getting up after it, really using the legs. Needed a free point there.
3 more of those will get him into a 5th set against Rafael Nadal. Serves down the centre onto the forehand. It comes back at him. Nadal will hit his forehand on the line. Oh my word, what a shot that was. Now back another line. And Djokovic can't get anywhere near it. This is a return to set 1 form from Nadal.
Yeah, exactly what I was thinking. He has just stepped on the pedal. On the accelerator, absolutely rifling forehand. Wow, listen to that crowd. It's also the fact that he hits these shots with both feet off the ground, and it's just the timing and the whole way that he presents that forehand. It's just mesmerising.
2-1 Nadal leads. 5-3 Djokovic serving to take it into a 5th. But he's at 15-30 down. Serves down the centre, blocked back by Nadal. Mid-court forehand, Djokovic goes cross-court for a winner, 30-all.
Well, that was a really neat, tidy serve, wasn't it? Everything about what we think about Novak Djokovic, the way he looks with his shirt and the collar and everything looks so pristine. You know, he's got a very neat, tidy tennis game, and that serve just lived up to expectations there, hitting that corner junction just when he needed it most.
He's just trying to manage this situation, Djokovic. He knows Nadal's going to go for it if it's anywhere near him, so he's trying to keep it away from him by putting serves right into the corners like that. 1 more point will take Novak Djokovic level with Rafael Nadal at 2-all and put us into a 5th and deciding set here at Roland Garros. And if they need to, if they get to 6 games all in that 5th set, it'll be a 10-point tiebreak to decide who wins. First though, set point Djokovic. Ball clips the top of the net and goes over the service line, so it'll be another go for Djokovic. Nadal with his bright yellow shirt and green shorts down beneath us is apologised to by Novak Djokovic, who threw the ball into the air, misjudged the toss, let it drop, and he's going to do it again. Set point Djokovic onto the forehand of Nadal, who hits humming topspin with that forehand. Now a backhand down the centre from him. Down the line goes Djokovic with his backhand. Then steps in, cross-court and nets. That was a tight backhand from Djokovic. Nadal's not done yet, it's juice.
Yeah, that was a really tight backhand, and every ground stroke was down the centre of the court. It was fairly passive. And then when he went for a little bit more into the corner, he didn't really release on that. And big reaction from him, looking up to the sky. Crowd, absolutely electric.
Merci. It just feels like about the ultimate challenge for Novak Djokovic right now. He's taking on the greatest Roland Garros champion we've ever known in men's tennis. 13 of these things he's won. And he serves out wide. Nadal chips it back. Djokovic steps in, crunches a forehand cross court. Lob goes over his head, but it's long, and Djokovic once again deals with the problem and gets to set point for a 2nd time in the game.
Well, what a fabulous serve that was. I mean, again, just precision, out wide to the Nadal backhand, catching him off balance, getting the shorter reply, and then thundering another forehand into the backhand corner, making no mistake about that, and nothing passive about that point whatsoever.
So set point for a 5th set. Serve down the centre from Djokovic. Backhand cross court. Nadal reaches it, scoops back the forehand, but Djokovic with a chance to come into the net. But he's passed with a backhand on the line from Nadal. And a little skip from Nadal as he goes to get his towel. But Djokovic did not do enough with that approach shot.
No, he's looked a little hesitant coming forward because of the amount of times that he has been passed. I mean, that time he was wanting to come forward, it was on his terms, but there's been so many times where he's been drawn forward purposefully, tactfully by Nadal and then passed, and I think it's made him unsure coming forward.
Yeah, it has been a tactic at times for Nadal, hasn't it? He's just sort of imparted a lashings of backspin on a slice, brought him up the court, almost against Djokovic's will at times. But Djokovic still 2 points away from a 5th set here. Nadal hits his backhand with real venom. Now he steps in with a forehand. and Nadal jumps into the air, and a man to our right is on his feet, roaring in the direction of Nadal, who's got break that point.
Well, the second serve was attackable and Nadal was onto it, got it on the baseline, got a short, sort of slightly mishit ball from Novak, and then Nadal pouncing on it.
$15,000 people at nearly 1 o'clock in the morning, with the lights beaming down on these two great champions. Rafael Nadal has break back point. Novak Djokovic is trying to get into a fifth set. 5-3 he leads, but he's just hit the serve long. Colin Murray to follow here on 5 Live at the end of this match as Nadal crunches his forehand with loads of topspin again. Now another forehand inside out that is driving Djokovic back. A chip down the centre now by Nadal. He moves to his right and hits another backhand, just digs it out. But this is big hitting from Djokovic, who steps into that backhand and drop shots. In comes Nadal. Will he reach it? I'm not sure he did. It doesn't matter anyway, because Djokovic pounces and slams the ball past him, and then eyeballs all the Nadal fans as if to say, I'll take you all on.
That's exactly what that looked like. That was like parading like a matador around the arena there, just sort of soaking it up and saying, take that, you lot. That was unbelievable. Not even any fist pumping, done all with facial expression.
Yeah. 2-1 Nadal, 5-3 Djokovic. Juice. Serve onto the backhand of Nadal. Forehand down the line by Djokovic, right onto the baseline. Perfect hitting from him. Chipped down the line by Nadal. The quality is extraordinary from these two at the moment. Backhand on the line is missed by Djokovic. It's break back point again for Nadal.
Well, he just cut that a little fine, Djokovic. It's been working so beautifully the entire match, but just came a little inside that ball when he hit it. I'm sure he's shouting there. It's not the umpire.
Well, I think Nadal went over to the little metal box that holds the towel, and lots of people were shouting his name right next to him. Come on, Rafa. He's like, I'm trying my best. The ball bouncing of Novak Djokovic, who's break point down. He misses the first serve. Nadal leads 2-1. Djokovic leads the fourth set 5-3, and he's serving to take it all away. But this is break back point for Nadal. He doesn't want to go to a fifth. Forehand down the centre from him. Now a huge forehand winner. That ain't coming back. Nadal's back on serve. The Spanish flags are flying inside Court Philippe Chatrier here in Paris. And Delith, on it goes. Nadal refuses to yield. He's now 5-4 down, but it's back on serve.
Wow. You couldn't make it up, Laura Robson. Just as we're running out of superlatives to describe this match, incredible stuff.
Seriously incredible. I mean, just when we said that it looked like both players were thinking about the fifth set, that was vintage Rafa. It just goes to show he never gives a single point away, and up until the very last point, up until they've shaken hands, he will give absolutely everything out there. And he just was able to find something. I mean, I'm not even sure what he did there. It was just like he made one extra ball here and there. He went for a bit more with his backhand side. I think he was dropping into the slice a bit more on the backhand to mix things up. But it just looks like Djokovic, whenever Nadal adds that extra bit of pace, he looks a bit unsure of himself. And there was a couple of balls there where it just looked like he pulled off it, or at the start of the game when he didn't even run for the drop shot. And, you know, I've really got no idea anymore.
I don't think anyone has.
We've been on for so long, and yet I have no idea what's going to happen outside of this changeover.
It is ridiculous. Approaching 3 hours 50. There are thousands of people across the UK refusing to go to bed, David Law, and there's thousands inside Philippe Chatrier refusing to go home as well.
And they're all right to do exactly that, Delith. because this is as good as it gets in terms of sport. I think so anyway. There's loads of wonderful champions in sport. Think recently of all those incredible matches between Liverpool and Manchester City. Now they've been going toe-to-toe. The 3-fight trilogy between Tyson Fury and Deontay Wilder. So many of them. Well, here are two of the best in tennis that we've ever seen going toe-to-toe. Backhand goes long from Novak Djokovic. And he's starting to look, dare I say it, Annabelle, a little weary?
Yes, he is, and a bit vulnerable actually. That backhand letting him down a few times in this match. Maybe this crowd is having an impact.
Yeah, he last played a 5-set match back at the US Open, I believe. Of course, because he hasn't played any here. He didn't play the Australian Open. It's a long time ago to go that long without going the distance for Novak Djokovic, whereas Rafael Nadal played multiple times at the Australian Open, of course, on his way to the title there, that improbable title win. And Nadal is starting to believe with every strike here. He's beginning to turn this 4th set now in his own favour. It's still on serve. He's 4-5 down, but he has the momentum at 30 love.
Yeah, he does, and I think he senses that he just needs to bring energy now. And you know, all of that ball striking that we had from him in that first set and a half. You know, that forehand he just hit with, you know, ferocity again, and almost going backwards with the body weight, but still producing that power. Quite incredible.
Nadal serves onto the backhand. It's whipped back at him onto the baseline by Djokovic at 30 love for Nadal. 5-4 Djokovic, and Nadal's just gone long. And Nadal's circling the mark. Down comes Damien Demassoire. I think the ball was out, indeed it was, but the crowd are so into this now, they can't handle it.
No, I mean, even when Djokovic circled that mark, it looked a bit odd, actually. I thought, well, it's quite close down there, but Demassoire quite confident that it was. I don't think Nadal thought it was when he hit it.
Because there's a sort of top dressing to a clay court, which is like sand, and when the ball lands on it, it leaves a very visible mark. And pretty much all the time, a player will go up, the one who's nearest to it, and draw a circle in that clay, that sandy top dressing, with the racket. And as he goes long with a backhand, Djokovic, and Nadal extends his lead here as he tries to get level up at 5 games all in the 4th set, 2 sets to 1 ahead. Nadal.
Well, Djokovic is just banging his left forearm, and of course, you know, he's had those opportunities to close out this set. He just couldn't get it done. Too much pressure coming down the other end from Nadal.
Point for 5-all. Nadal crashes his serve down the centre. The return hits the net, and I tell you what, I can tell who's got the energy out of these two at the moment. It's the bloke down the other end with the yellow shirt, with the bulging biceps and the Bull logo on his shirt.
I mean, this is incredible strength of character from Nadal right now, what he's showing and what he's bringing to this court. And of course, he's feeding off the energy of the crowd, but also giving them what they seem to be cheering for. And this is quite an atmosphere, isn't it?
Well, Novak Djokovic, as he bounces the ball just now, just nodded his head and gave a wry smile, and I'm not sure what that was about, whether it was maybe he's got too much for me today, I just don't know. Well, that's a forehand that makes you think twice, because it's clean winner down the line from Djokovic. I'm looking at it and I'm thinking, how much has this guy got left? But then you think of all those times he's dug into a well of energy which you didn't know he could possibly have had.
Yeah, when you think he's gone a little flat, and then suddenly he'll just come up with you know, the shots that he needs. So I agree with you. It's very, very difficult to tell right now. He needs some first serves in this game. When he got broken, second serves were being punished by Nadal.
Annabelle Croft here with the Sun 5 Live as Novak Djokovic serves at 15 love at 5 games all in the 4th set of this extraordinary tennis match, as a forehand's hit cross court by Djokovic. Steps in now, inside out forehand into the corner. He's hitting the ball so crisply.
Yeah, that was a beautiful strike, and actually, you know, I wonder what would happen there, because Nadal was once again drawing him forward, but that time the tactic didn't work. Djokovic getting the footwork around that ball. He's having to have that precision once again, isn't he, with, you know, accuracy into the corners and no hesitation.
Swinging serve out wide from Djokovic, then down the centre he goes at 30 love, 5 games all. Nadal with a whipped forehand up the back of the ball to put lots of topspin on it. Djokovic absolutely hitting the living daylights out of the ball, but he's slightly impatient with that one, and he's pulled it into the tram lines.
Just puffing out his cheeks and just blowing out some air, just to sort of take a moment and a breather, Novak Djokovic.
Nadal at 30, 15 down at the far end. He hits his forehand return down the middle. Djokovic crashes another forehand that Nadal just scoops back. Cross court goes Djokovic with a forehand stunned volley, and that was exceptional control from Novak Djokovic, because that ball was hit so hard at him by Nadal. How did he do that? Take all the pace of it like that?
I thought he'd missed it, and he completely absorbed the pace with the racket, but to do that with a volley, and then he opened the face of the racket just to be able to kind of almost scoop it over the net and let it die. It was like a drop volley. I mean, it really was extraordinary, David.
It just gets better and better, this. 40-15 Djokovic, 5 games all. Now he's won the game, Djokovic. 6-5 he leads. And Nadal will sit down and try and take this into a 4th set tiebreak. Delith, can you handle it?
I don't think my nerves will hold. A 4th set tiebreak, Laura Robson. It could be on.
I think so. I mean, I've said that a bunch of times and I've been so wrong in this match because it's had a bit of everything. But I think we deserve a tiebreak, don't we? With the way this set's gone, it's been up and down. Rafa's been back in it. That was a bit of a loose game from him there. He held his own serve really, really well, but just couldn't quite get the momentum on the returns. And yeah, I mean, Djokovic, you never know what you're going to get with him, especially at the moment. I don't know what kind of mood he's in, and I'm trying to figure it out, but it just seems like it's been a little bit, you know, chop and change, and he's looking more towards the box all of a sudden. You see Ivanisevic almost doing a bit of coaching on the side there, and so I just don't really know what vibe he's going to give off at the end of this changeover.
So much at stake, of course, a place in the semi-finals at the French Open, but so much more than that too, David Law.
Yeah, because it's their rivalry, isn't it? It's their rivalry of 58 previous battles between the two, 30 of which have been won by Djokovic, 28 have been won by Nadal. Here they are again, locked in battle. 2-1 now for Nadal, 6-5 Djokovic trying to take it into a 5th set. And then there's the small matter of history. These two vying to win more Grand Slam titles than each other, and more Grand Slam titles than any man has ever won. Pretty big. 3 hours and 58 minutes this has been going on for. And it has been utterly compelling. Both players just tapping the sole of their shoes with their rackets to release the little bits of red dust that gathers in the grills of their rubber soles. Serve down the centre from Nadal. First point of the 12th game. Djokovic trying to break now to send this into a 5th set. Forehand on the line from him, really big shot. Oh, that's even bigger though from Nadal. A roundhouse hook of a left-handed forehand down the line for a winner.
Ruthless. I mean, using his legs on that last forehand as well. Great strength. Same lasso finish, but again flattening it out over that high part of the net. Djokovic just didn't have it to turn and even attempt to make that one. That was too good.
And a woman is leaving who's courtside. She's just rushed out from her little seat and she's been trying to creep out before the players start the rally again. Why is she leaving? Forehand down the centre by Nadal. The rest of the 15,000 aren't. Djokovic miscues his backhand. Down the line it goes into the tram lines. Nadal at 30 love now. 2 more points for a tie-break. Colin Murray will follow us here on 5 Live. Sometime, Colin, we will get to you. But we don't know how long this is going to go on for. The beauty of live sport. There is a finish line. We know that there will be a finish line at 6 games all in the 5th set when they have a tie break. But we may be about to go to 6 games all in the 4th set. Backhand return snapped back at Nadal by Djokovic, and then a backhand on the line from him, but he's gone long, and Nadal's at 40 love.
And almost sort of quietness from Novak Djokovic. Absolutely no reaction whatsoever. He's just taking it all in his stride, just sort of strolling across very calmly in between points. He's been walking pretty slowly in between, hasn't he? In contrast to Nadal, who's like this sort of caged animal down the other end, just storming around the place.
And that's, I guess, more in keeping with their demeanours generally, but Djokovic does look the wearier of the two, I would say.
Yeah, I think
just
so.
at the moment anyway. That may change. He may get an adrenaline rush, he may get an energy spurt, but this is a point for a tie-break for Nadal. Brilliant serve down the centre. Brilliant serve. Hit the spot, ricocheted into the crowd off the return. We have a 4th set tie-break, folks. It could end in 10 minutes' time. It could end in over an hour. Listen to this.
It feels quite a hostile kind of atmosphere now, doesn't it? I mean, they're very much in favour of Nadal. And I always think when I sit and listen courtside to crowds like this, when they go against a player who's given their all, you know, it should be a little bit more respectful to somebody who's just thrown so much at a match and made it so competitive.
Yeah. The sheer numbers of people who want Nadal to win. There is such appreciation for him now. I was saying earlier that it wasn't always this way at Roland Garros. People were a little bit bored of him winning. They're not anymore. They want to make the most of him. Forehand cross-court from Nadal. First point of the tie-break in the 4th set. Nadal 2 sets to 1 ahead. Backhand on the line from him. Backhand cross-court Djokovic. Forehand chipped cross-court by Nadal. Chipped down the centre with the backhand by Djokovic. They're going toe-to-toe, knocking lumps out of each other. Forehand approach from Nadal. And Djokovic folds with a forehand that goes long. And Nadal wins the first point of the tie-break.
Well, a brilliant first point from Nadal. Once again, just bringing the energy, the intensity with the footwork around the ball, pushing Djokovic onto defensive positions. He couldn't find the gap with the forehand down the line. And I agree with you, David. I think he looks a little more weary, doesn't he? He doesn't seem to have so much strength in the legs to be able to push off and really get that weight behind the ball, whereas Nadal looks like he's playing the first game of the match.
The first point of the tiebreak has gone against the serve of Novak Djokovic, so it's the first to 7 points in this tiebreak and 6-all in the 4th set. Forehand down the line by Nadal, and it's picture perfect. He moves to 2-0. He only needs 5 more points to beat Djokovic, his great rival, his nemesis so many times, the man who beat him here a year ago.
Well, that's a champion's mentality, what he just did with that last ball, because that was a central return of serve from Novak, just trying to reset the point, but Nadal just stamped on it, went for the line, nailed it.
Really is the equivalent to the penalty shootout in football, this, isn't it? The tie-break at the end of a set. When they came up with it, they didn't know if it would work. It's worked all right. It's the most exciting thing in tennis, I think, the scoring system and this tie-break in particular. First to 7 points, you must lead by a clear margin of 2, though, so if it's 6-all, they would play at least another 2 points. And then the 5th set tie-break is the first to 10, if they need it. It is 2-love Nadal in the 4th set tie-break. He'll now hit a backhand down the line. Djokovic with a backhand crunch cross court. Great shot from him. Now he steps in and swipes to the forehand, but Nadal's read it and goes down the line!
Well, listen to that celebration, and once again he's read that play so many times, and it's the same pattern, isn't it, where Djokovic is on the attack, he gets the short ball where he wants it, he lines it up, and he has a decision to make at that point. Does he go into the backhand corner, or does he go into the forehand, which has more space? He can maybe put that ball away, and Nadal just read it, he anticipated it and struck the forehand winner down the line. And Djokovic didn't do anything wrong, really. It's just one of those rolling the dice. Which way do you go?
Well, for us sitting inside this stadium, the sounds of those people watching, 15,000 of them chanting Rafa, it gives you goosebumps. It really does. Backhand down the line by Djokovic isn't required because the forehand's gone long from Nadal. So the first point that Djokovic has won in this tiebreak, finally, he's 3-1 down. Two sets to one, Rafael Nadal. Djokovic served for the fourth set to take it all away. He led 5-3. Nadal broke back. It's now a tiebreak and Nadal's 3-1 ahead. He needs 4 more points. Forehand blasted by Djokovic right onto the baseline. Somehow got back by Nadal. And long goes Djokovic. And he looks to the heavens. And finally, is he being broken down by the great Rafael Nadal? 4-1.
Well, it certainly seems that way, doesn't it? I mean, he was trying to bring down the hammer himself. He's trying to be brave. He's trying to go for it. These are desperate attempts to shift the momentum in this match. You know, a match that should have gone into a fifth set. He had the set point, didn't he, to take it into a fifth. He got a little bit tentative and tight. And Nadal has shown limitless amounts of energy.
2 sets to 1 Nadal, 6 games all, 4 points to 1 he leads in the tiebreak. He needs 3 more Nadal. He tries to go for an ace down the centre so that he doesn't have to work and doesn't have to toil. Because every rally seems like it goes on until he can run no more. Crowd being shushed, just that one lone voice irritating everybody. Nadal serves onto the backhand. Now a forehand on the line. He'll hit a backhand down the centre that Djokovic will reach. 4-1 down in the tiebreak. Djokovic now moves into a backhand and hits it cross court and out! And Nadal leads 5-1. And just 2 more points is all he requires as he changes ends with Novak Djokovic. He lets Djokovic walk ahead of him around the net post. They'll organise themselves at the chair. And the noise that you will hear when these two players come out to this, listen to this. Nadal just organising his water bottles to make sure they're in exactly the position he needs them to be in to feel comfortable as he comes out, needing 2 more points to reach the semi-finals of the French Open yet again.
Well, he's kind of keeping Djokovic waiting here. That was quite a long break, wasn't it? And Djokovic was standing there already in position. And Nadal taking that time, as you say, lining up the water bottles, toweling off, taking a drink. Djokovic just wants to get on with it.
It's a slight look of resignation to me about Djokovic. I'm sure he's trying his heart out, but he looks a little bit as if he doesn't think it's going to happen for him tonight.
Yeah, it definitely feels like that. I mean, I'm not sure it is. I think he's thrown everything at this.
Nadal is just an irresistible force right now, and he's got 1 more point to set up match point. He hits his forehand down the centre. Djokovic is going out on his shield, though. He's swinging for all he's worth, but the drop shot hits the net, and Nadal has match point. Four hours and 8 minutes of the most spellbinding sporting drama. And Rafael Nadal, who we thought was going to have to retire at the end of last year, his foot was in such a bad way, has match point against Novak Djokovic. The first serve is called out. Nadal is walking over to the mark. He's going to have a look to see if he thinks the ball is in. He's asking for the umpire to have a look at it because he's not sure. Umpire says the ball is out.
That's a big delay.
Yeah. Djokovic now will serve. A second serve, match point down. Nadal with a forehand return. Djokovic hits his backhand cross court. Clean winner.
There was a really big delay between first and second serve. And
he's been held up quite a few times, hasn't he, Djokovic, in the last few points, but he handled the situation perfectly. Match point for Rafael Nadal to reach the French Open semi-finals against his great rival Novak Djokovic, who hits a forehand on the line. Nadal reaches it and goes cross-court, but long. 2 match points saved. 6-3 now. But these two will be on the Rafael Nadal serve. And the crowd are just going to try and will him over the line here. He's organising his towel. It's in the little box next to the flowers on the side of the court.
Djokovic is stretching out all his muscles in his upper body, just his arms, stretching out his biceps, twisting and contorting his body, just trying to get ready for this sort of really, really important point.
It's now or never for Novak Djokovic. Rafael Nadal has match point, but it's a clean winner return from Djokovic's forehand. We've seen this before from Novak Djokovic. I'll never forget watching him be match point down against Roger Federer multiple times and just swinging on the return, connecting, hitting clean winners and turning matches around. Could it possibly happen here?
I was just thinking that can we actually think the unthinkable? And actually that was almost the reverse, wasn't it? Like a mirror image of the shots that he hit against Federer when he saved the match points. They were cross-court return winners on the forehand side. That was from the ad side. But I think the heart is pumping a little bit more after that from Nadal.
It was 6-1 Nadal moments ago. He had 5 match points. He's had 3. They've been saved. Here's another match point for Nadal to go through to the semis. Forehand off the back foot. Djokovic steps in with the backhand cross court. Now he'll step in again with the backhand on the line. Heaving it down the line is Nadal. Now cross court from Nadal. Off the top of the net it goes. Now Nadal will step in with the backhand on the line. Match point to him. Forehand cross court from Nadal. Cross court backhand from Djokovic, who steps in with the backhand on the line. Nadal cross court with the backhand again. Now he'll have a short one to have a go at. This time Nadal wins the match with the most stunning backhand on the line. He has beaten the world number 1. He's beaten his great rival Novak Djokovic and Rafael Nadal is the man that is into the semi-finals of the French Open, a tournament he's won 13 times before, and even he looks like he can't believe it. His head is in his hands, he's applauding all sides, and not even Djokovic could stop him. Annabel Croft, what have we just witnessed?
Well, we have witnessed a very, very special match and an incredible win from Rafael Nadal, and you almost could sense from how he celebrated there that meant so much to him, didn't it? The way the match started, the way it twisted and turned. I mean, it really should have gone to a 5th set, but Djokovic just tightened up, perhaps, you know, not playing best of 5 sets for such a long time. Maybe that had some sort of impact. As we know, he's still trying to build his levels up again, but extraordinary contest, a very, very special moment to witness it. And you had to just admire the tactics of Nadal. The start, which was shock and awe tactics. I've never seen him like that, with the aggression, you know, flat strikes into the corners, very, very hard and flat.
The line just breaking up a little bit
short
there.
slice, drawing him in, passing him time.
I think we're losing Annabel Croft a little bit. We're losing the line to Philippe Chatrier. Obviously, 15,000 people inside the stadium on their feet. Might be having a little bit of effect on the Wi-Fi, but my word, what a quarter-final we've just had the privilege of listening to here on 5 Live Sports. A terrific match, Laura Robson. breathtaking, simply breathtaking stuff. And Rafa Nadal, time and time again, continues to defy the odds.
It was a really special match, wasn't it? And just the way that Rafa came out onto the court, he was so fired up in the first set, played probably the best set of tennis I've seen him play in a long, long time. And from then on, just weathered the storm. And we thought for sure it was going to a fifth set. It looked that way. Djokovic had the set points, and he just was a little bit too casual when he had the opportunities. And that's when Rafa really takes advantage of the situation. And from then on, he was so intense to close that match out. Wasn't flustered at all, even in the tiebreak when he went from 6-1 to 6-4 in the breaker, and just waited for the right moment and really deserved that win, actually. When you think about it, he played the better tennis overall throughout the match and really just fought. I mean, as Rafa always does, but today it was so special. And I think, it makes it even more special at this stage of a Grand Slam with all of his health issues and injuries for the last couple of years. We don't know how often we're going to get to see him compete like this, and watching that, I hope he's able to do it for many, many years to come.
I think he's wiping away a couple of tears on the court at the moment as he speaks to the 2013 Wimbledon champion Marion Bartoli, who's obviously the compere at the French Open. We'll hopefully hear from Nadal in the next few minutes. Incredible stuff. I mean, we've used so many superlatives, haven't we, Laura, this evening? 4 hours and 12 minutes they were on court. The match was just swinging from one way to the next throughout. And it was hard to call it, wasn't it? But it's just unbelievable. And of course, as a side thing to this as well, Nadal has not only knocked out the world number one, but he's obviously knocked out the reigning champion.
Yeah, it just had everything. And we were talking before the match about whether Rafa would even be able to come out and perform at his best, considering how long his previous match was. That was about 4.5 hours. And then the turnaround was pretty quick to today, and he didn't want to play at night. He prefers the conditions in the day when it's a bit quicker on the clay and he can get a bit more speed on his ball. But as soon as he walks out into the court, all of that stuff goes to the side and he just competes. And that's what is so special about him. I mean, that he was probably frustrated at the situation, and that as a 13-time Grand Slam champion here in Paris, you would think that his requests would be taken on board, but unfortunately for him, the hand was dealt and he had to play at night. But it doesn't matter, and he just deals with it. And I have to say, it wasn't the warmest handshake I've seen from the two of them. There was a bit of drama thrown in here and there throughout the match where they were giving each other some stares, and there was a few times where I thought Rafa maybe delayed the play, even on one of the match points where Djokovic had to wait quite a bit of time before a second serve. So I think potentially was a bit of a cold handshake, but I'd need to see the replay of it just to confirm.
It took Rafa Nadal winning a 29th career match against Novak Djokovic to break our connection to Paris, but I think we're back now at Philippe Chatrier with Annabelle Croft and Russell Fuller, and Nadal is still on court speaking to Marion Bartoli.
Yes, let's hear one of his answers in English. He's answered the first question in France, and Marion Bartoli now talking about the love of the crowd and Nadal's love of this court.
There is no one other place like this one for me. It's the most important court of my tennis career, the most special one. And as I said before in French, I don't know if I was able to speak the proper way, but for me, feel the love of everyone here in Paris, in the most important place of my career. It means everything to me.
Don't worry, you said it beautifully in French and you said it beautifully in English. And please, just stay for us on this court. Please come back. Just don't say it might be not another year, because we love you so much and we want to see you many, many more times on this court.
Okay. See you, by the way, in 2 days. That's the only thing that I can say. So many, many times. Merci beaucoup à tout le monde. Merci.
Mesdames et messieurs, Rafael Nadal.
He's into the semi-finals, a match that finished at 1:15 in the morning, 4 hours and 12 minutes, and the match that just kept on surprising us, Delith. I think that was the thing when Djokovic levelled the match at 1-set all the smart money seemed to be on him, just seizing control of the match. But Nadal won the third and then surprised us all again by turning that fourth set around from 5-2 down. And you could see the belief draining out of Novak Djokovic. And for once, we called the tiebreak right, I think. That fourth set tiebreak always looked like it was going to Nadal. And it is another astonishing win for him. He's into a 37th Grand Slam semi-final, a 15th Roland Garros semi-final. He's chasing a 14th title in Paris, a 22nd Grand Slam title. But don't think just because he's beaten Novak Djokovic that he's a shoo-in for the title. He's spent 8.5 hours on court over the last 2 rounds. He's playing 25-year-old Alex Zverev, who'll be a fair bit fresher in the semi-finals on Friday. And there are a lot of other hungry players like Marin Cilic and Andrei Rublev in the other half of the draw. So the drama's certainly not done yet.
Oh my gosh, no. Annabelle, if memory serves me correct, I think after the first couple of games of the entire match, you said if it carries on like this is going to be a blockbuster. I know it's easy to get carried away when things happen right in front of you in the present, but how does this match between the two compare to others that you've seen before, do you think?
Well, I have seen them play some absolutely lung-busting rallies, you know, particularly in Australia. I remember that, I think it was over 5 hours, possibly heading towards 6 hours, you know, one year. And that was one of the best, greatest tennis matches I've ever seen. You know, they were almost taking the game to new heights and new levels. But, you know, that first set for me was just so breathtaking from Nadal, because I had just not seen him play those sort of tactics where, you know, as I said with David and Russell, normally we'd talk about him in terms of the height variety, those rearing up spins. We knew that he wanted to play daytime in the sunshine because that's where his ball does most damage, because he hits with such a aggressive spin which rears up high against opponents, and it just gets exhausting to keep hitting it above your head. But these were ricocheting through the court, flat, hard trajectories, and consistently, and just outright winners left, right and centre. I mean, it literally took everybody's breath away. And I've not really seen him play, as I said, those kind of tactics against Djokovic. And it did have an impact for a period of time until miraculously Djokovic found a way. I thought it was very admirable the way he hung in the match and, you know, made it very interesting. At one point we thought, gosh, is this going to be just a straight sets whitewash? We've seen that before here, but you know, he made it a match. I thought the crowd were pretty ruthless to Djokovic. I thought they were a little harsh, and it all started when he smashed the racket across the net cord, when he'd hit the net cord himself, which allowed Nadal a winner. And from that moment on, they really got on his back, and then they were baying for his blood, and I thought that was pretty hard.
It's going to be a quick turnaround now, isn't it, between now and Thursday, Laura? I think you were saying midway through the match that it's going to be 6 a.m, isn't it, local time, before Nadal even gets to bed. You know, what is the recovery going to be like for him now, between now and that semi-final?
Yeah, I mean, coming up to 1:30 in the morning in Paris, and then you've got to cool down, you've got press, you've got to eat, you've got to ice bath and do the rest of your recovery. Rafa, I would assume, has a lot of physio work to do before he can really even attempt to go to sleep. And that's the thing, you attempt to go to sleep, but your adrenaline after that is going to be so high for a good couple of hours. So I would imagine, yeah, probably 5 o'clock before he's falling asleep. And it just affects, you know, your whole preparation for the next match, which is what so many players have been saying over the last couple of months, that these late finishes just don't do anyone good, because it affects their level in the next match. And we saw Zverev a couple of weeks ago, he just wasn't able to compete in the same way, because he'd had, I think it was 3 night matches in a row in Madrid, and he just looked exhausted. And I'm sure, Rafa being Rafa, he's going to find a way to get himself pumped up for the semi-final, and he'll have a lot of confidence in that he can beat Zverev on Philippe Chatrier, which is really almost the Rafa Nadal court these days. But I just think it's not helpful to anyone to even start a match at almost 9 o'clock when it's best of 5 on clay, and you've got guys where you pretty much know it's going to be 4+ hours when you think of who it is that you've put out there. So for me, the scheduling was all wrong.
Yeah, it does seem a bit absurd. We've had many messages into 5 Live Sport tonight with fans staying up and listening and saying it's way past their bedtime. Someone else who stayed up, well, it wouldn't be past his bedtime because he's normally on air at this time, Colin Murray. I'm sure you'd forgive Rafa Nadal and Novak Djokovic for getting you on air 2 hours late